Welcome to Stream League 12, sponsored by CoolStuffInc.com. I am here with Mox Ruby, but I'll be calling him Ruben today. What's up? Tell everybody hi. Hey, there we go. All right. I am the one James you probably already know because it's this channel, but we're going to be playing, or watching, the best of the best players play out in this tournament. It's going to be, I believe it's 5 rounds. We're going to be starting the tournament in just a few minutes. Now they can hear you. All right, everybody. Mox Ruby, tell everybody who you are. What's up?
I can make noise. Thank you for everybody for letting us know. I'm the internet's Mox Ruby, and I'm excited to be heard and to be here today.
All right, sounds good. I know you have some deck. Do you see any deck lists on there that you like? Have you been looking at any of them? Give us the scoop on what decks that you think will be doing good today.
There's 30 deck lists, but only 14 parents, or should be 15.
So Mono Black
Somebody not get their deck list in on time?
Deck du jour right now. And, you know, I think Shale Dread took a bunch of people by surprise. It is an obviously powerful card, but a lot of people, my Magic Mike's co-hosts included, didn't necessarily think that it was gonna see standard play. And so I think that it may have surprised people today. 4-5 for 4, you know, like we're playing Siege Rhino back in the day, that doesn't do anything really, could take over the way that it has. So I'm excited to see what answers people have for that. How are they going to go under it? Are they going to go way over it? Are they going to try to combo? Are they going to try to reanimate her? Lots of interesting ways to go about it. Or are you just going to give into the dark side, give into Mono Black, you know, with the Raven Man and Liliana at their side?
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of hard not to get pulled in by the dark side of the Mono Black, right? You see all the powerful cards in Mono Black, like Invoke Despair. You see that 5-mana sorcery that can really make your opponent sacrifice a lot of things or take a lot of life. Sometimes Mono Black does a really good job at switching from a control game plan to just outright killing you. They can remove your things, but then if you don't have a creature or planeswalker or enchantment on the board, all of a sudden that card is doing 6 damage and drawing 3 cards. So I'm interested to see how Mono Black does in this tournament against the Jund mid-range decks and Grixis mid-range decks in the format. I believe that Red-Black X decks are going to be really, really good. But we saw some mono-white control decks pop up over last weekend. Ones with a bunch of enchantments, and there's a Sarah Paragon card. There's an Archangel of Wrath. There's a bunch of cards you can be playing. There's the Sanctum 5-drop, 6-mana 5/5, I believe, that draws a card, makes a 1/1, has a shield token that people are like to reanimate or cast there in that deck. Do we see that deck in the tournament today, or what are we working with as far as like a mono white or like a blue white control deck goes?
Yeah, I think that a lot of what people are going to try to do, you know, when you have a target, I really like standards where you have a target, and it's not super common where week 1 or week 2 everyone knows what the best, quote unquote, best deck is. And the fact that we have something to aim for means that the control decks know what answers to put in. The red decks and the aggro decks know that they have to answer a 5 toughness legendary creature. And decks have a goal in mind. You know, people sometimes try to play control in these aimless formats, and it's very difficult to pull that off. The fact that there is something to aim for, and that the lists aren't homogenized, but you know you're going to face Invoke Despair, which is the glue that holds that deck together and gives it that late game push. You know you're going to face Liliana. How are you going to mitigate the card advantage? You know you're going to face Shale Dread, which is going to be able to just lean on you and finish off those last few life points even without using the red zone. How are people going to go about doing that? Sanctuary Warden is an excellent way of going way over the top of those decks, because the extra body mitigates Liliana, the 5/5 flyer mitigates anything that is gumming up the ground, and the shield token is going to prevent a lot of the good removal from happening. I know that, you know, Titan of Industry decks are out there. We sometimes see Soul of Windgrace as the 4-drop slot, and people taking more advantage of that synergy. Or you can go way under it, right? right? We've got lots of really excellent 1-drops and 2-drops and aggressive cards in this format, not to mention Lightning Strike finally coming back to standard for the first time in a long time. So it's going to be fun to see how people react.
Oh yeah, I agree. It'll be interesting to see how Mono Red does. I'm not sure if it will be really good. And we over the last weekend, there was a pizza box open, there was a Crokeyz tournament and a standard challenge on Magic Online, and we saw Mono Red do pretty bad in those tournaments. 0 Mono Red top 8'd those tournaments. And I think that might be because people are playing a lot of Shieldred. Shieldred is a 4/5 4-drop. 5 toughness is very difficult for red decks to deal with, and also every time you draw a card, you gain 2 life. And so when you draw a card for turn, you gain 2 life every time. When you cast Invoke Despair, you draw 3 cards, or at least 1 card, and you're getting 2, 4, 6 life off of that. Maybe you're discarding cards from Fable the Mirror Breaker and drawing 2 extra cards. That gains you 4 extra life right there. So it's going to be a really difficult situation for Mono Red to deal with, unless they bring another color to the table, maybe like a white with the red to try to play cards like Brutal Cathar that can really cleanly deal with the 4/5 to try to actually beat decks that through that card after it gets cast. So it'll be interesting to see what decks come to the table, but I honestly expecting the black-red X decks, Jund, Grixis, to pull this one out. Because they just have so much card advantage and so many like unfair things happening, but they also have a lot of fair things going on. So they can like switch from that fair game plan at like casting a removal spell, casting a draw spell, casting a card advantage spell, but then just completely going over the top of you late game with Soul of Windgrace and Titan of Industry.
Yeah, I think that those decks, the decks that that have a little bit of an unfair late game are going to have the advantage. Mono black, listen, you know what you're getting with this new mono black deck. They're going to run it up the middle and you're going to try to stop it. And some of these decks just go so far over the top of that I think that mono black isn't going to be the winner. I would not be surprised if this new like red-white Reanimator deck that uses Invoke Justice has some amount of success. And I think that anything that is surprising and comes at an angle that people aren't expecting, especially early in formats, I think is going to have the best chance.
Right, and there's a lot of cards to do that, right? There's like a bunch of white cards that are like a little bit niche, but can really come out of the woodwork when you find when there's different cards in the format that make those cards very relevant against. We saw a couple white cards over the weekend that are very specific, like just destroy target creature with toughness 4 or greater. There's different cards like that maybe if Shieldred is coming out of the woodwork, that card will also see a lot of play. So it'll be interesting to see what cards we see, especially coming out of sideboards, to really hit those niche interactions. Let's go ahead and get into the first match here. Todd Turkey against Big Goon 86. We have a couple streamers playing against each other here. And let's go ahead and get started. We see Todd Turkey playing green-red aggro. What can you tell us about this deck?
Yeah, so you said that mono red didn't do well. Well, hopefully I can interest you in splashing green. This is just your classic sort of zoo aggro deck. A lot of excellent 1-drops and 2-drops. Rada's Firebrand is a really big addition in this deck, being able to push through as a 2-drop. The Quirion Beastcaller is another excellent synergistic card, and we see a turn 1 Kumano Faces from Todd Turkey.
I see you didn't really want to say the name of that because everyone mispronounces it, but I'll give you a pass this time.
Well, Kazakhstan.
I call it Kakazan, but that's fine.
Yeah,
okay. I want to go over what just happened here because it's really important. Quirion Beastcaller is a card that is very difficult to play on turn 2, as you can see from Bloodtithe Harvester being a card that can just give it -2/-2. But the synergy with Kumano Faces Kakazan makes it very good as a 3/3. Not only does it dodge Bloodtithe Harvester, but also dodges Cutdown, which is a very popular card in these black decks. One of the reasons over the weekend that Quirion Beastcaller only saw play in only one top 8 deck list in all 3 tournaments combined, which was very surprising to me, was because on turn 2, that 2/2 gets killed by Bloodtithe Harvester and Cutdown. So it's just not a card you ever want to play on turn 2, and it's kind of weird, right? Because it's a really, really powerful card. especially in this situation where you can pump it up with Helana and Elena. When Quirion Beastcaller dies, you can put out a different creature. It's just over at this point, right?
This was the best possible draw for this deck. Turn 1, Kumano. Turn 2, Beastcaller, pump it. Turn 3, Stormseeker, attack for 1 million, and then get Helana and Elena partners on turn 4. That's how we draw it up. That's how the deck is supposed to be played. In addition, Goon did not have a third land drop, and so even though he had Make Disappear for the turn 3 play, couldn't catch up to the pressure being applied.
And that's interesting because the Grixis deck that the opponent is playing, that Big Goon is playing here, preys on aggro decks like this. You see this matchup in MTG Melee, and you're saying, okay, cool, easy win, right? But not when your opponent does that.
Yeah, and Todd has a few tricks up his sleeve from the sideboard. It looked like to be able to mitigate control. Doesn't have any in his opening hand here, though. Much more traditional, just aggro deck this time around.
See, here with the Quirion Beastcaller, you might see this get removed immediately. No cut down from Big Goon's side, so it's looking up for Todd Turkey.
Yeah, Fable of the Mirror Breaker is going to be tough. Oh, and we also are missing a land drop, so we're already falling a little bit behind. I think that you kind of have to run the Lightning Strike there to mitigate the treasure token advantage that you get. But Big Goon in a much better position this game, not just because of the land situation, but also because of the control and being able to choose and filter.
We see a brand new card from Dominaria United come down here. Not only is it the cut down, but that card in the graveyard. It's a 4-mana Dimir flash creature that can counter a spell or destroy a creature or planeswalker.
Airtie the Corrupted is a very good card, giving sort of a Thought-Knot Seer kind of effect.
Yep.
Or maybe a Venser kind of effect. Just a very good catch-all answer that also applies pressure. We see a Corpse Appraiser here as card advantage out of Big Goon. And looks like there's not a lot that Todd Turkey can do.
Especially since the Corpse Appraiser plus Reflection of Kiki-Jiki is almost infinite card advantage, because you get the card off of Corpse Appraiser, it mills the other two to fuel itself again. So even if Todd Turkey hits the land drops there, that's going to be a hard game to win.
So it looks like Creepy Puppeteer was one of the cards that was chosen to be in on the draw as opposed to being in on the play, and he's gone much more aggressive, bringing in some smaller mana values to be able to try to take advantage of his speed. I don't think that it's not a surprise that the late game is not where this deck thrives.
Oh, definitely. If it gets the longer the game goes, the more Big Goon is in favor here playing the Grixis deck. Grixis is a mid-range deck, but it acts as a control deck in this matchup, trying to remove the creatures and then get a Fable of the Mirror Breaker out, get Reflection of Kiki-Jiki, start copying the things as we saw here in Game 2. But here in Game 1, and this is the reason why we see Quirion Beastcaller not being as good, is it just gets removed instantly, and you don't get to put the counters anywhere. But I mean, I guess it's a 2-mana 2/2 that kind of requires removal. But Briarbridge Tracker coming down as a 4/3, making that token as a little bit of more card advantage, which I really like. Rabbit Battery.
That's a great draw, actually. I think the Rabbit Battery is going to allow this Briarbridge Tracker to be able to attack into the Bloodtithe Harvester.
You can play the Rat as Firebrand, play the Rabbit Battery, equip it to the Briarbridge Tracker, make it a 5/4, and we're getting in for 5 Vigilance here, or we're just going to give it
just going to
the other creature. Okay.
Yeah, we're just going to push as much as he can.
Speaking of, pushing as much as you can is good here, because Raddus Firebrand with the Rabbit Battery can make the Bloodtithe Harvester actually not be able to block.
Nice. Yeah, Raddus Firebrand, very difficult to block. So getting in some guaranteed damage there as opposed to trying to push with more attacking power.
Actually, I think this way was more attacking power, right? Because you would attack for 8, because Raddus Firebrand literally says that Bloodtithe Harvester can't block at all.
Yeah, and now we're in a race situation, and
it looks like Big Goon missed a land drop again.
Yeah, once again, Big Goon is having a little bit of mana issues. And Arlen Pax Hope is just going to take over the game from this point. This is probably the best of the 4-drops against the Grixis control deck. Just constant pressure, making a 5/5 on the backside and being able to attack with it, making 2/2/2s on the front side. Just so many bodies. Forcing a main phase Airtie Resurrected to just get rid of it.
Yeah, that you never want to do that. That's like the last resort, right?
Yeah, exactly. So lots of great options here for Todd Turkey. The Rending Flame being able to deal 5 damage, as we mentioned. One of the great answers to Sheoldred is just going to take out the Airtie here.
Here we go. Here's the I don't know. Well, he thought about playing Shivan Devastator for one.
Considered a 1/1.
But it's his game anyway.
Devastator, but didn't need it.
Wow.
Win.
Okay. Well, that was awesome. I did not expect Gruul to win this.
It was a quick game, or a quick match, because, I mean, that match was about mana issues, really. The third game was really the only one that featured both players having 3 lands, but the Grixis deck only got to 3 lands, and it took a while for the 4th land to come down. So it was, I think that it helps a lot that that Todd was able to keep applying pressure, didn't get flooded out, didn't have any mana issues in games 1 and 3.
Yep, that was a big deal. But it also speaks a lot to the Gruul deck being able to actually take advantage and punish the opponent for that happening to them. A lot of the times in the mid-range mirror match, you don't get to punish that as badly, but we saw the Gruul deck just being able to just kill the opponent when they stumble like that.
Absolutely.
Moving on to Jarvis Moonbeam here against Benjo W. We see here we're hopping into game 2. Benjo W wins the first game with a Rakdos deck, it looks like. Mono white looks like a mid-range deck with Wedding Announcement and Adeline as aggressive threats with Guardian of New Benalia, but also having some control elements to March of Otherworldly Light and Wandering Emperor coming out.
Yeah, these mono white sort of mid-rangey control decks are super interesting. The Wandering Emperor has really given new dimension to mono white, as well as Wedding Announcement, sort of providing this steady stream of advantage with a long-lasting effect. As we see the classic exile a tapped creature loyalty ability off of the Wandering Emperor to take care of that Blood Tithe Harvester.
We see no blocks from the 1/1. You're at 22 life. 2 damage doesn't really make that big of a deal. Wedding Announcement going to make another 1/1, which will make both of them 2/2s. We see Raven Man for the first time in this tournament. That's one of my favorite cards that doesn't really see as much play, I think, as I want it to have, as I want to see.
Quite good with blood tokens. You know, there's a lot of Fable of the Mirror Breakers in this format. Lots of things like with incidental discard abilities. We see Guardian of New Benalia in Jarvis's hand, for example. So there are lots of reasons to like the Raven Man. All in a 2-mana little package, can definitely take over the game by itself. Looks like Jarvis is weighing whether to try to exile something during his turn. And I think that the plan is probably going to try to get rid of this reflection sooner rather than later. That thing can definitely get out of hand.
Now, one thing that Jarvis Moonbeam is going to have to worry about is just the abundance of flyers that Benjo's about to get. And using spot removal on individual flyers doesn't seem too good, so we might have to see a farewell in a couple turns, but I think the board state looks pretty even right now.
Yeah, it's not too bad, although, yeah, second Graveyard Trespasser is less than ideal. We're going to have to find the mana for this farewell. But, you know, if it's not Jarvis's plan necessarily to have to apply pressure. The plan is simply maintain and survive until he can get back to parity. Getting in for some damage there, though, is pretty nice. Adeline showing off quite a bit of power there.
Yeah, Wedding Announcement is one of those cards that Rakdos midrange just never wants to see on the other side of the battlefield. Very few ways to deal with it. In Standard, you do have Invoke Despair, which is a much better answer than we have in other formats like Pioneer and Explorer. Rakdos usually doesn't play that card, if not only like 1 or 2 in the sideboard. So having maybe like a couple, maybe 3, 4 copies of it in this deck is going to be really good against Wedding Announcement. But it's still a pretty annoying card to deal with if you're the Rakdos player.
Yeah. Here we see both of the Ravens getting in and one of them getting removed mid-combat, allowing the Wandering Emperor to survive. Doing so that the Reflection of Kiki-Jiki doesn't make a third unblockable attacker.
We see the other hidden ability of Raven Man being able to discard a card from your opponent's hand and also fueling its own 1/1 generation here. And like I said, Jarvis Boom Boom doesn't really want to be in a position where they have to March of Whirly Light a flyer, because that flyer came in for free, and you saw them already have to do that.
Yeah, I mean, it's an awkward situation for Jarvis to have to use that on the flyer there. But the activation of Raven Man not only makes a 1/1, but flips both Trespassers, which is huge. Although this is a massive army coming into the red zone.
It is, but Benjo does get a completely free block plus drain damage here, so not close to dying here.
Yeah.
But I mean, Jarvis Boom Boom's at 19 life, so if you're Benjo, like, how do you, like, when you're in these situations where you just keep having to chump block, like, how are you actually winning the game?
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. The Raven Man is definitely going to be able to help. We've got plenty of onboard tricks if all we do for the rest of time is make a Raven and make our opponent discard a card. The Wandering Emperor is dying this turn, which is great. So there are ways to mitigate this powerful attack. And also, as a result of that defense there, Adeline went to the graveyard. So the main threat is off the board.
See the Ravens get in. You're going to see the Ravens get in a lot because they can't block anyway. Reflection of Kiki-Jiki, if that doesn't actually get dealt with soon, the game's going to be pretty much over. Rakdos does a really good job at just like 2-for-1ing your opponent over and over and over again, whereas when you think you're ahead, you start getting closer and closer and closer to being behind until you just get drowned out of resources.
Yeah, it's going to be tough, I think, and now we see a Meat Hook Massacre to get rid of basically everything on the board except for these Graveyard Trespassers, which kind of mitigates the need for Farewell, which is nice. And that's a great top deck, Fateful Absence, and the game is at parity now.
I actually would have liked to see the discarding of the Farewell. Even though Farewell's a really good card, I think hitting the land drop and discarding the Farewell, because you know that Benjo probably might be playing like Duress and things like that. You want to be able to top deck a big spell and actually be able to cast it. So I think I like discarding the Farewell and actually playing the land there. But like, realistically, how likely are you to just like top deck 2 lands in a row? I mean, I guess very likely. There's a 5th land here, but it's more. I think it's more likely for the opponent to discard the Farewell than it is to just like draw runner lands into casting Farewell.
Yeah, I guess the high roll on keeping the Farewell is much better, right? Like if you think to yourself, if I get 2 lands, then finally I can cast this card, then it's amazing, but it's not the median. The median there should definitely be keeping the land and hoping
or you can just draw runner,
the high roll,
or Liliana can just not plus and it can minus instead, and then top deck a land. Like that could also happen. If I'm Benjo, I think I'm plussing Liliana every time. Like, you don't even really care about the 3/3. Like, they have 1 more card in hand. They obviously want the card. So I like the plus on Liliana there, but they could also minus and top deck the land to cast Farewell. That works too.
Yeah. I mean, the Farewell isn't even that great with the Liliana surviving and the Meat Hook Massacre also surviving, not to mention flipping another reflection of Kiki Jiki. So it's okay, but here's another Graveyard Trespasser. And it is nighttime, which means that it comes down as a 4/4. So pretty rough. This is the turn after a Farewell, and we've already reestablished. Doesn't look like.
Well, this is going to be a really, really strong Intrepid adversary here. It's a 6/4 lifelink. It can block the Graveyard Trespasser. Liliana can't minus and kill it, but here we see second Invoke Despair sacrificing it, and there's the game.
Yep. Being able to draw 2 cards, drain 4, and make them sacrifice the first of the enchantments really helped there. And so, unfortunately for Jarvis, was not to be.
Yep, there is a match going on in Game 3 right now. Mono Black against a Humans deck, I believe, with Thalia, Old Rutstein on board here with Jub 77. So let's go ahead and get into that match right now. We see 6 cards in the hand of Cool Jets. Probably missed some land drops. 4 lands in play for Jub. Sorin, Infernal Grasp, and Cut Down in hand. Cut Down is really good against Old Rutstein. Or Rutstein, however you want to pronounce that. But Thalia in play is going to be making Jub not be able to cast 2 spells a turn, which is important. Shieldred, like we talked about at the start of the tournament, is on the board. We'll see how Cool Jets wants to deal with it.
Yeah, this looks like maybe a 4-color Humans deck on the other side of the board there. Legendary Humans with Old Rutstein and Thalia. And here is Shanna.
Oh my.
Purifying Blade. Shanna is an excellent card, 3/3 for 3 with lifelink that allows you to draw a bunch of cards at the end of the turn, but doesn't do anything the turn that it comes into play. So it's often difficult to warrant playing in a main deck. However, if you're able to protect her with things like Thalia and Plaza of Heroes, she becomes a lot more attractive.
Unfortunately, we do have a little bit of a background noise here. I apologize for that. I'm not sure if it's I don't have a fan going on in my room, but
is it me?
Maybe it's just like your laptop fan or something. But unfortunately, there might be nothing we can do about it. So if you're noticing that, just pay attention to Magic the Gathering instead. But
I've turned off whatever I can.
Oh, that seemed to work.
Great.
Perfect.
Well, I'll just suffer in the heat.
Oh my God, I'm sorry.
No, it's all right. I didn't know that you could hear it.
Let's see. We have Cut Down here on the Thalia to be able to double spell with this Infernal Grasp. We can't Infernal Grasp and grow the Sleeper though. Growing the Sleeper is important. I don't know if it's more important than casting Infernal Grasp, but the Sleeper does become a 3/3 Death Touch when it evolves.
Yeah, the Catilda was hopefully going to be able to bluff some sort of defense on that Shanna, but it looks like the Shanna is going to bite the dust regardless, and all of them into the red zone. Protection from Humans, certainly relevant on Catilda. But again, even though there's no combat damage being dealt to Cool Jets here, just getting leaned on by the Shale Dread pressure is going to end this game pretty quick.
Yeah, Shieldred is one of those cards that can really stabilize you and also just really kill your opponent. It just does a really good job at doing both things. It doesn't have any Enter the Battlefield trigger, which means that maybe Infernal Grasp is, or any kind of targeted removal is just way too good against Shieldred, but it forces you to have it. And if you don't, you're probably in a really bad spot.
Cards in graveyards can't be the target of spells or abilities is an interesting line of text to add to a board that has a Graveyard Trespasser on it. That's pretty fun.
Yeah, I like that. That might be a nod to just Graveyard Trespasser, or it might just be just a really good card for value for this Humans deck. It is a 2-mana 2/3 that also casts itself back from the graveyard, so I think that might be just the flavor text on it being good against Graveyard Trespasser than it actually being a card specifically designed to target Graveyard Trespasser. I think it's just like a really value generating card for this Humans deck, which does seem like it has a lot of value synergies with it. It has the old Rutstein that creates blood tokens, creates treasure tokens, creates 1/1s to block with. It does die to cut down, which I don't like about old Rutstein, but it seems like this Humans deck is doing the value thing instead of just the aggro thing.
Yeah, definitely leaning on a mid-range strategy, not trying to pressure everybody, trying to take advantage of late game Shauna and Catilda value. Old Rutstein is not a card that you're playing if you're trying to kill your opponent as fast as possible.
We see Evolved Sleeper here being a combat trick in itself. It can become a 4/4 if all the mana is used, but we see a block to make sure that Cool Jets doesn't die to that happening. But that does open up a meat hook for 3, which leaves the Shieldred alive. Gets Spell Pierced.
Spell Pierce is a nice one. Love that.
And the draw makes them lose life. Another draw, losing more life.
Yeah, listen, this is just Shieldred closing the door. It's going to be tough unless we find a Fateful Absence or a Destroy Evil. 2 more draws in the deck. You know, Shauna is a great way to catch up on card advantage in life, but if there's a Shieldred on the board, you're not going to be able to race it.
It's really hard to try to draw into answers with Shieldred on board because you keep pinging yourself every time you try to do that.
Exactly. You're trying to dig yourself out of a hole, but digging the hole even deeper as you do so.
That is the perfect analogy for it. You're digging yourself out of the hole, but it just gets deeper. What does Cool Jets even do here? I mean, you can pump up the team with Catilda, but every time a turn goes by trying to stabilize against a Shieldred, you're just gonna keep taking damage.
Right. We're gonna have to find an answer. Yeah, and a Spara's headquarters is not going to do it. There's just not much to be done here.
What's crazy is normally you would cycle the headquarters to try to deal with Shieldred, but you can't because if you do that, you'll die.
Yep. So these Plaza of Heroes are going to be really good at protecting these legendary creatures on the back end to be able to counter spells and mitigate combat damage. But again, even without any combat, like full combat damage being dealt to Cool Jets, the clock is ticking. There's just no way to get this Shieldred off the board presently. Cool Jets would love to find an answer, but can't dig for it without just dying. So the Evolved Sleeper looks like it's gonna bite the dust here. Rutstein also getting into the fight to make sure that it can bite the dust, perhaps? Nope. Under the tires.
Yeah, Evolved Sleeper is going to become a 3/3 to be able to get through the Denic, so I don't think anything Cool Jets can draw can win here. I think that's a treasure token on the side of Old Rutstein, and maybe there's a Farewell somewhere that he can draw into, or another sweeper, but it's not looking too optimistic for Cool Jets right now.
Yeah, I'm going through my head of what is even use the other Plaza of Heroes to save the Old Rutstein. Love it. So he actually gets to keep his entire board. Low on mana now, but still able to get a little bit of value there.
That treasure token might mean we can see a Farewell or sweeper here from Cool Jets to try to stay in the game. It might just be the old Scoopsies, but we'll see.
Right. Well, another Plaza of Heroes is another redraw.
This Plaza of Heroes is a good draw in this deck, and you see the legendary sub-theme in this Humans deck as well. Denic's legendary, Catilda and Old Rutstein are both also legendary. So we see Plaza of Heroes being like one of the best cards in the deck, probably.
Absolutely, yeah. And I would not be terribly surprised. I'm looking at this deck, and I want to say that it can it can use some of these other legendary cards to help support itself, but I can't really think of one that can pull him out of this situation. This black deck just has, again, just attack every turn, apply pressure, present lethal, put your opponent in check every single attack step. Even if you're maintaining parity, the Shale Dread is eventually just going to get you.
Yeah, and Shale Dread's one of those cards that you got to remove on the spot. I know I've said it a bunch of times, but if you don't, you're going to die. The one thing about Catilda that I really like is it can pump up the team, and Dennick does have lifelink. But I don't think they can they pump up the team and use the Plaza of Heroes? I think they're like one. No, actually, I think they can with the treasure tokens there.
2, 3, 4, 5, 7. So they have 10 mana. Yeah, they should be able to.
Oh, no, they can't. They're 1 mana off.
The Catilda has to tap.
Well, the Dennick would have had to tap, right? But the Plaza of Heroes got tapped instead. Maybe that was like an auto-tapper thing?
Perhaps.
The Catilda having protection from humans blocking the Grey-Red Glutton is like keeping Cool Jets in the game. And then also but the lifelink's gone now, so now Shield is really going to kill them. I mean, Cool Jets is getting a lot more draws than I thought they would have in this spot.
Yeah, I mean, they're able to tread water. The lifelink was really helpful, but treading water ain't going to do it in the long term. You know, I'm sure that Cool Jets has access to several answers in the deck. I mean, you don't play 2 or 3 games against Shale Dread. You don't enter a standard tournament in early September of 2022 and not have a plan for Shale Dread the Apocalypse.
Now I see the second one. Now, if this Shale Dread gets dealt with, there's a second one coming down. We can cast Liliana here. We can cast Sorin also. Sorin can minus and make a flyer. It can start plussing and get extra card advantage. So,
yeah,
this is looking real rough.
I think the Liliana -2 is it, and we see the good game from Cool Jets. Yep, and that's going to close the door.
Yeah, I mean, in general, I like that Humans deck, and I'm interested to see how well it does in the tournament. Maybe that was like an auto tapper thing that happened with the Dennick. Because if that Dennick was tapped instead of the Plaza of Heroes, I think there was enough mana to use the Plaza of Heroes, but maybe they were 1 mana off. I'm not sure. But overall, a good stand to stay in the game, but Shieldred was too hot to handle.
Yeah, very cool deck. I'm super interested to see that deck list and see how they perform going forward.
Yeah, for sure. We do have the deck list. If anyone in the chat right now wants to see the deck list, you can type an !tournament in chat, click the link, and you can see all the deck lists. Let's go ahead and see if anyone else is playing here. Getting towards the end of round 1 here, where people are probably already done with their matches, but we can try to see if we can get one more match for everyone here. If you're looking at the deck lists, right, and you're looking at Mono Black and how Mono Black just beat Humans there, what do you think of the Mono Black versus the like Red Black X matchups? Like, there's Invoke Despair and a lot of value this Shieldred, but can it beat cards like Fable the Mirror Breaker plus Bloodtithe Harvester? Like, how do you analyze that matchup against each other?
Yeah, I think that the Bloodtithe Harvester is actually so huge in mitigating the value of the Mono Black because it's able to apply pressure, it's able to take out an early Raven Man or Tenacious Underdog, and it's able to sort of fix your draws. I really think that the Bloodtithe Harvester is so key in that matchup.
Yeah, we had one more match to give you, but Jund ended up beating looks like an Esper mid-range deck, so not surprising to see Jund mid-range win. But we are going to be starting round 2 very, very shortly. I believe round 1 just ended, but let's go ahead and take a look. Round 1 hasn't officially ended yet, so we can't see exactly what won or what lost yet in the standings, but we can talk about some more decks. Let's talk about, since this is Stream League, let's talk about some of the streamers' decks that they have entered into this tournament. Adam and MTG, a member of DGen Gaming. If you want to see all the DGen Gaming members, type in !DGen in the chat. We have Berserksy as a streamer in the chat. We have Buttons Gaming as a streamer playing in this tournament. Christmas 666 playing in this tournament. Flush Donkey, also a streamer playing in this tournament. We have Jarvis Moonbeam that we've already covered, streamer as well. Jimmy Allen, which is Jub77 in this tournament as well. We have Lord Kaiju, which is also a DGen Gaming member playing in this tournament. Magic Beard, also streamer. If we can get some streamer shout-outs in the chat for these streamers, so if you want to watch these people live, feel free to go watch them. If you want to, and then swap back and forth between this and them if you want to catch each individual streamer as well. Scotty Nada, also a streamer playing in this tournament. Ubelstar as well. So we're going to go ahead and look at some of these deck lists that they're playing and see if we can see what we like and what we don't like from these decks. I mean, we're going to like everything, right? There's nothing not to like.
I mean, it's new standard. This is Christmas every 3 months for us. I really think that we're in a state of flux, right? Where people have sort of found some things and latched onto archetypes that they traditionally like and found builds that can enable that. They've also found what they think is perhaps quote unquote best, or what can answer what is quote unquote best, and have sort of moved around.
Yeah, for
so
sure.
I'm excited to see what people are trying to do, because I don't think that this is necessarily an experiment game or an experiment tournament, but people are definitely moving in an interesting direction. This 5-color humans deck is super cool. And I would love to see more of that. But we've a lot of black-based mid-range in the tournament.
Yeah, black is just such a good color right now. They get one of the premier removals in the format that kills a lot of things. It's cut down. Notably, it kills Tenacious Underdog, Blood Tithe Harvester. It also kills 3-drops like Reckless Stormseeker, and also kills 3-drops like Brutal Cathar. It kills Adeline if there's no other creature on the no other human on the battlefield. Kills Old Rutstein like we saw before. It also kills Rafine, which is a card that you kind of have to deal with in this format. Also, it even kills 4-drops like Helana and Elena. So there's just a lot of value that you can get off this 1-mana card. Also, Invoke Despair is just as strong as ever, if not even stronger with how many enchantments everyone's playing. Reflection of Kiki-Jiki, you thought it was strong last format, but it's also strong again. It's not a black card, but it's played in like most black decks. There's a Jund deck that plays it, the Grixis deck that plays it, Mono. There's just basically every deck that can play red probably plays it. It's just probably the strongest card in the format. Probably, it's like definitely in the top 5. But there's just so many powerful cards that after rotation got even better. So I think it's going to take a while for like some other decks to kind of catch on and keep back up.
Absolutely, yeah. Some of the more interesting decks that I'm seeing in this tournament, we have a mono blue tempo deck, giving, back in the day, Curious Obsession vibes. Played by Medicus Dota. You're used to this kind of deck, I think, with instead of Siren, Stormkeeper, and Curious Obsession, now we have Ledger Shredders and Combat Research.
Yeah, I mean, those are really powerful cards. Like, Ledger Shredder is probably one of the best cards you could be playing in blue in general, even in older formats like Pioneer. So, and also you can see in Dominaria United how they kind of wanted to push that blue X tempo deck with cards like Shore Up that can give your creature +1/+1 and hexproof, I believe. A card like that Curious Obsession-esque card to every time your creature deals damage, draw a card. There's also some counter spells that like Urtai Scorn that if your opponent casts 2 more spells this turn, it costs 1 and a blue for a straight up counter spell. There's also Spell Pierce that's still in standard right now. There's a lot of tools for that deck to use. There's also don't forget there's also the Aberration, right? The 1-mana 3/2 flyer if it flips up. There's Delver of Secret still in the format, so I mean, I could see the meta shaping up to a point where you can line up your counter spells and removal and bounce spells with the mono blue tempo deck to really put pressure on these mid-range decks, because when you get mid-range mirrors, the greedier mid-range mirror probably wins. Like all these Invoke Despairs and all these huge creatures like Titan of Industry, Lord Windgrace, the more and more the mid-range battle goes to casting the huger and huger spells, the better and better mono blue gets.
Agreed. Eventually when, the 1-drop aggro deck loses to the 2-drop aggro deck, the 2-drop aggro deck loses to the 3-drop aggro deck, 3-drop aggro loses to the mid-range deck. Eventually things get so far out of hand that the 1-drop aggro deck is able to just go completely under anything else again. And we might be there. I'm very excited at the prospect of a Delver of Secrets deck playing against a Liliana of the Veil deck, like it's the early 2010s. If this is old Innistrad standard, I think that's very funny.
Yes, it is really funny. I mean, in a way, it's like kind of cool because it gives a little bit of nostalgia. Like, you don't really expect to see like Liliana of the Veil in standard, right? It's like it's just like this card that's just so iconic. I feel like it's kind of like when Scavenging Ooze and Ugin, the Spirit Dragon, and Lotus Cobra like were all in standard at the same time. I was like, wait, what is this? Is standard? Like, I don't know. Like all these reprinted cards that honestly I'm happy for them. They're just so like they're so iconic that you just like are not used to them being in standard again.
Absolutely, yeah.
It's like
I think I like the Rakdos mid-range deck better than the mono black mid-range, even though the numbers are very, very similar. They're almost the same deck. I just think that access to Bloodtithe Harvester and Fable of the Mirror Breaker with all of the rest of those black cards that are so good is worth the slightly worse mana.
Yeah, like it's not even like that much worse because we lose out on a set of lands, right? But we get the Sulphurous Mire if you're playing red black, so you get that too. Yeah. So and in some ways that land is better, but you do lose out on the creature lands, which are very, very important in these creature based mid range decks. But yeah. I mean, Sulphurous Mire is really good. I mean, I'm playing Sulphurous Mire in my Pioneer build right now. And you still have the slow lands, right, in this format that come in untapped if you control 2 or more lands. So I think the mana bases aren't like as bad as they definitely could be. It's definitely not like what is it, Hour of Devastation standard, where like if you wanted to play red black, you had to play like Canyon Slough. It was just like a tapped land that you had to cycle. Like usually the dual lands back then, even though it was only like 5-6 years ago, like almost always just came in tapped and you had to just deal with it. But they just come in untapped now.
I see a much different looking Rakdos mid-range, and I would not even call this a Rakdos mid-range deck, being played by Donovan Tamala. This is an Oni Cult Anvil deck. This is not Rakdos mid-range. This is using a whole bunch of different cards, including Braid's Arisen Nightmare, which is really interesting with things like blood tokens. This is much more of a Rakdos sacrifice artifacts type of deck.
Yeah, how many Braids is that playing? 4?
It is playing 4.
Yeah, I think.
No, sorry, it's playing 3. It's playing 3.
3 Braids, yeah. It is legendary, so I can see playing less than 4. There was a list that made the top cut that was actually playing 4. But it is really good with the blood tokens. One thing that the sacrifice deck loses out on is Deadly Dispute, which is a card that they severely missed, and it makes the deck a little bit worse because you can't sacrifice bloods and you can't sacrifice Oni Cult Anvil or treasure tokens to draw 2 cards and make another treasure token, which was a very important interaction in the deck. So you don't have that card advantage. So you need the card advantage to come from somewhere, and Braids has like kind of effect, but not as good, but it comes in the form of a 3-mana 3/3 creature. You get to sacrifice those blood tokens, make your opponent lose 2 life, you draw a card, and sure, they might sacrifice their other thing to not make you draw a card and they lose 2 life, but at that point you're trading resources, and in a black-based mid-range deck that kind of wants to trade resources anyways, you're okay with trading the resources. So it's kind of like a win-win for you when you play Braids in this deck.
Yeah. From looking at some of the winners of the first round, it looks like the Jund mid-range that I almost think of as a Reanimator deck, Cruelty of Gix kind of try to cheat big things into play relatively early, has a couple of wins already. So, the god draw of turn 3 Fable of the Mirror Breaker, attack, get a treasure, turn 4 discard a Titan of Industry and reanimate it is alive. And it looks like a couple of those types of decks are doing well. Magic Beard in particular has quite the list of one-ofs, including a Toxrill the Corrosive as a reanimation target, which I find quite interesting.
Yeah, like the Cruelty of Gix is a really, really powerful card. And like I'm not surprised that the card is being used as more of a reanimator card, but it just does so much that's not just a reanimator card that makes it so versatile, that makes you not actually have to do the reanimator plan in order for the card to be good. Like there's reanimator cards in the format right now in the form of like Diregraph Rebirth. There's another one as well. There's another one as well that came out in one of the recent sets, I think from New Capenna, that has Flash if you control 5 more card types in your graveyard. I forgot the Graveyard Shift. So what makes Cruelty of Gix much better than those cards is that it has those other modes that you can use, and then you don't even have to have a creature in your graveyard to utilize the card. You can look at your opponent's hand, discard their creature, and then search any card next turn, and then you can reanimate their creature that you already discarded. So it's like a power crept version of any of those cards, and reminds me a lot of what was the other 5-mana saga that came out like a long time ago that was really, really good in Standard? Kind of reminds me of that.
The Elder Reborn?
The Eldest Reborn, I think it's called. It kind of gives me those vibes, but honestly I think I might be better than the Eldest Reborn.
Yeah, I mean, the ability to read ahead and immediately get a 5-mana reanimation if you just need to get a creature into play is incredible. The ability to, I mean, all 5 modes are good and worth it at Chapter 1, Chapter 2, Chapter 3, or just Chapter 2, Chapter 3, or just Chapter 3.
Exactly.
And so all of them are, a lot of these read ahead cards I almost never play at one of the read ahead levels. The Weatherseed Treaty, I'm always playing at Chapter 1. I think that there are several of these where I look at them and I go, I'm never playing this at Chapter 1, I'm never playing this at Chapter 2, or I'm never playing this at Chapter 3. Whereas Cruelty of Gix has value at every level. Same with the Elder Dragon War, to be honest. I think that one is great at every level as well.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. It's like these cards are like modal cards, but they're sagas, which is like a really interesting way to like kind of power up the sagas as if they needed to be powered up anyway. But because we have like Fable of the Mirror Breaker in the format, but I mean, I like how all the other sagas were balanced from Kamigawa. Like Restoration of Iganjo is a very powerful card, and it's not just played in every white deck like Fable of the Mirror Breaker is. There's the Jugen card, the green 3-mana one. That's not played hardly at all. So I think I like the route that Wizards was going with those, and even though Fable of the Mirror Breaker might be like a little bit too powerful, but I really like the direction they're going with the sagas, making them modal, because I mean, who doesn't like modal spells, right? I mean, zero people don't like modal spells, right?
Yeah. And honestly, Wedding Announcement behaves very similarly to a saga. The first 3 chapters are make a 1/1, and then Chapter 4 is flip it. So these they're kind of like fixed planeswalkers in a way, where you get the value over the course of several turns and end up with something at the end that you invested a lot of time in. And so I'm really pleased with this sort of, I mean, sagas just in general are a home run. I think everybody agrees with that, and I'm excited to see them take over Standard.
Yeah, I mean, how many enchantments are too many enchantments?
I don't know that I think that too many enchantments exists. It is weird that we have all these enchantment decks and no enchantress decks, right? We have all these decks that have 4 Fable and a bunch of things like Teachings of the Kirin or the Elder Dragon War, depending on what deck you're playing, and then no enchantress effect or no Guardian of the Sanctum to take advantage of how many enchantments you have. No Brilliant Restoration to bring them all back from the graveyard. So that is a little bit funny. But I appreciate playing to the board, and I appreciate cards that don't just dominate the turn they come into play, but amass value over time. And I think it's an interesting way for Magic to develop.
Well, there's a deck that utilizes enchantments. There's a few cards that rotated out, but there's a Spirited Companion. There's the 2-mana Kami of Transient still in the format.
Yep.
There's still the 1-mana green Spirit that every time you cast an enchantment, you put a 1/1 counter on a creature you control. There's still Michiko Rain's Truth, I believe it's called, to pump up your creature on the Saga 1 and the Chapter 2 of the Saga for how many enchantments and artifacts you have on the battlefield. And then that card itself turns into like a 3/3, or no, it turns into an XX, where X is the number of enchantments you control. And we still have cards like, we lost Showdown of the Skalds from Kaldheim, but we do have a lot of draw power as well, in the form of, you have Spirited Companion, then you can bring back the Spirited Companion with Restoration of Igandro, because it's a 2-mana card. There's a lot of things to be doing in an Enchantress style deck, but it's not like the traditional Enchantress style deck that you might be used to, that plays a card that says, if you cast an enchantment, draw a card, right?
Right. There's no Sithis deck.
Yeah.
There's no actual card with the word Enchantress in it. So it's a different kind of world that we live in. But I don't mind it. I don't mind having a Saga-centric format.
Yeah, I don't mind being Saga-centric. Having a lot more enchantments than just the best ones, like Fable the Mirrorbreaker, is valuable, because you have Wedding Announcement, you have Fable the Mirrorbreaker, you have Restoration of Iganjo, you have Meat Hook Massacre. We haven't even mentioned that one yet when we talk about enchantments, right? But those it gets better and better the more enchantments you play, like the critical mass you play, because of cards like Invoke Despair in the format.
Yeah, absolutely.
Round 1 is finished. We're going to be starting round 2 in just a couple minutes. We're going to try to get as many rounds as possible before we all like choke on our own words and before we just run out of things to say, right? But we're going to start round 2 as soon as we can. Do you see the people that have won round 1?
Yes, I do.
Let's go over one of your favorite decks that won from round 1 before we start round 2. Round 2 starting in just a couple minutes.
I mean, we saw this red-green aggro deck sort of very quickly win. That appears to be one of the only true aggro decks that got a win in the first round. I really like that deck quite a lot. But I also want to point out this Golgari midrange deck that Scott Spurlock is playing that has it's playing some weird cards. Let's not beat around the bush here. It's playing, it's still playing a couple Sheoldred and a couple Tenacious Underdog, but we've got a Nimata Primeval Warden, we've got 4 Topiary Stompers, Jewel Thief. These are cards we are not seeing in most of the decks that we're watching. And oh, by the way, 3 copies of Storm the Festival as our top end.
All right, there we go. That's the first time we've seen Storm the Festival so far. We're staying here watching Magic Beard versus Jub77. This is the start of round 2. We see, one of the cards that you mentioned, Teachings of the Kirin.
Yeah, Teachings of the Kirin is a card that I think people were expecting to, maybe not expecting to do more, but it certainly hasn't done anything in Standard as it pertains to being in the top couple tiers. But seeing it here and taking good advantage of it and kind of being the best turn 2 play in this deck.
Yeah, one of the things that this deck is going to need is some land drops, but and we don't see one here. That might spell trouble for Magic Beard, especially not being able to cast Blood Tithe Harvester. One of the things you really like to do when you're playing Blood Tithe Harvester and you only have 2 lands is just casting Blood Tithe Harvester no matter what. If you don't draw the land, you can at least get a redraw for the next draw, the next land.
Yeah, absolutely. And this Magic Beard Jund mid-range deck is a true mid-range deck. Just so many one-ofs, so many options and ways to try to mitigate different situations, even in the main deck.
Yeah, and I think there's merit to playing a lot of one-drops in the main deck in an open deck list format like this, because you make your opponent play around more things.
Yeah, absolutely. So, Teachings into Fable, land off the top is a welcome sight. We love that.
Do you discard Titan of Industry here to try to draw a Cruelty of Gix off of this?
I feel like you do. I feel like discarding the first Titan that you draw is almost always the right thing to do in a deck like this. Not a ton of reanimation in the Jund mid-range deck. Only the 3 copies of Cruelty, but I think that the consistent pressure is important. Getting Titan into the graveyard is less important than getting it out of your hand and replacing with something that might be relevant.
Are you thinking about playing Liliana to minus in the underdog? If you do that, then they just crew the Bankbuster to block anyways. And Sorin is not necessarily dead if you do that. So we're going to see a value play. Soul of Windgrace, one of my favorite cards in Standard right now. I've talked about it on my podcast a little bit. But we saw those lands discarded from Fable the Mirrorbreaker. Going to bring them right back.
Yep, I think that Soul of Windgrace is just the card. I mean, this is, one of the songs of the album. You want to get that down as fast as you can so that you can start getting more value out of it. Your board position is better, and so maintaining the board position is important. You're not terribly far behind on card draw, and Soul of Windgrace is definitely going to be able to mitigate that. So I think that the getting more lands into play is very important. Of note, I believe Soul of Windgrace allows lands from either graveyard to be put into play under your control.
Yep.
So if the mono black deck discards a swamp to their own Liliana, or plays one of the automatic fetch lands that gain 1 life, for example, very good if you're playing Soul of Windgrace.
I think one of the reasons also that I just caught on to, and I agree with what you said, about playing the 2-mana enchantment that we see here that is a 1/1 that made a 2/2, is it plays around Invoke Despair really well.
Yes.
They play Invoke Despair, you sacrifice the 2/2 that it made, and then also the Kirin as the enchantment, and that way you get to keep your whole board, including Reflection of Kiki-Jiki.
Yeah, that is huge. Being a 2-mana way to definitely mitigate an Invoke Despair, all for 3 turns ahead, like already getting a ton of value out of Teachings, even if an incoming 5-mana sorcery happens, as we see Soul of Windgrace starting to go to work as well. Not really needing to play any more spells, honestly. I'm not even sure that Liliana is needed to be played here, but we'll take it.
I like Liliana, and I don't really like this minus, because they're going to sack the underdog, and they can just bring the underdog back. I think I like the plus, discarding Sulphurous Springs, because you can just bring it back with Soul of Windgrace, but that does... I think Magic Beard is playing around the opponent's Liliana, plussing to discard the Meathook Massacre, but... I mean, I don't even think you ever want to cast this Meathook Massacre with your board like this. You only really want to cast it if your opponent goes ahead and plays a Meathook right now, which is the reason why I like the Liliana play, is because you can get value before your opponent casts Invoke Despair. Yeah, you're going to sacrifice the Liliana, but it's not like your opponent wants to play Liliana in this spot either, right? When you're behind on board, you don't want to be playing a card like Liliana.
Yeah, the Invoke Despair does get a 3-for-1 there, but it does not draw any cards, and it doesn't gain any life. And the Teachings of the Kirin doing exactly what you said it was going to do.
And it just makes Invoke Despair just like, usually it's a super powerful card, but it's just not right now.
Yep. Now we see the Reflection Harvester combo, being able to take out the Trespasser.
And this is the reason to play red in these black decks, is so you can do this. Like, this is the bread and butter right now.
Absolutely. Interesting to note that the Liliana did actually knock out the Bank Buster instead of the Tenacious Underdog, presumably because Jub was, planning on playing the Invoke, must have a bunch of heavy mana costs in hand to try to mitigate losing a board presence.
Yeah, and that's super interesting because you always want that Bank Buster to draw you 3 cards in a matchup like this, where it's a mid-range mirror match, so you can draw more cards than your opponent. Not sacrificing the underdog might just mean that Jub is super scared of dying.
Yeah, and with good reason. I mean, if you look at the board right now, Sorin is keeping up in card advantage, but the board has gotten way out of hand.
Yeah, the board's getting way out of hand. The board's not going to be able to kill the Sorin, though, because the underdog will just block. But as you can see, Lord Windgrace here doing what Lord Windgrace does. In my podcast, I actually called this card Renin 6 at home.
Yeah, that works. Sure.
And we actually see the Meathook Massacre playing around our opponent's next Invoke Despair as an enchantment.
Yeah, very interesting. I like that. So this allows for the Meathook Massacre to be able to be sacrificed instead of the Reflection to keep that value. I love that.
Yep, so we're going to probably see a sacrifice of the Bloodtithe Harvester and the Meathook Massacre. Jub's going to draw a card, and then Magic Beard's going to lose 2 life. But at this point, Soul of Windgrace can start discarding every land that Magic Beard draws into a redraw. Infernal Grasp here, which can discard this land to give it indestructible. So Soul of Windgrace being a planeswalker here, basically.
Yeah. I mean, one assumes that there's another removal spell in response. But certainly a 2-for-1 at the very least.
Yeah, and then that's the name of the game in these mid-range mirrors. You want to be able to 2-for-1 your opponent, and Jub is going to take a bunch of life for doing this.
Fable off the top is a decently welcome sight. Always just... it's 2 bodies, it's some fixing or some looting, and all the while just some good old value.
I think I like attacking twice here into the Sorin just to make sure it dies, because and like I don't know, I can see playing the Fable, making the 2/2, and then using Reflection to copy the 2/2 and attack both of them at Sorin just to make sure that Sorin dies.
Based on what happened, however, Magic Beard certainly must have seen the writing on the wall, because this is a lot better than having to sacrifice a real creature, making a copy of Bloodtithe Harvester.
Now the game's over. Here's the answer already to Shieldred. Shieldred would be really good, as we saw in round 1, but with the Reflection of Kiki Jiki plus Bloodtithe Harvester, the game's over. Bloodtithe Harvester is going to have haste, give Shieldred that -8/-8.
Yeah, unfortunately, Bloodtithe Harvester, I think, can only activate as a sorcery. So still going to get 2 damage at least, but not enough.
Yep, not enough, especially since every creature that dies on Jub's side gets to gain Magic Beard a life because of Meathook Massacre. We have a Toxrill that can actually be hard cast here.
That's right. Toxrill the Corrosive coming down. Love it.
I mean, this kind of like made my day already. I mean, they made my day in round 2. Wow.
Right. Anytime you get to hard cast a 7-mana 7/7, it's a good day.
Yeah, it's a really good day. Game 1 goes to Magic Beard. We'll see if Invoke Despair is really good for Jub next game. But Teaching of Zakirin was really strong against Invoke Despair there. And it turned out that Jub actually had 2 Invoke Despairs last game, but they just weren't good enough.
Yeah. If you're able to mitigate the card draw with cheap bodies, Invoke Despair is easy to... Not easy, but it is not the game over that it is in so many matchups. A lot of the decks, that people were building early weren't being built with Invoke Despair in mind. And so now being able to say, all right, here's 2 things to sacrifice for a low cost, makes it a lot less of a heavy toll when your opponent is able to drop their 5-mana sorcery hammer. We see a couple of Tear Asunders being brought in. and Unlicensed Hearse as well. Unlicensed Hearse is one of the best cards in sideboards right now. I'm not in love with it against mono black, but it's very good against the deck that we see on the screen right now, being able to mitigate Soul of Windgrace and Cruelty of Gix and that kind of thing.
Yeah, and there's an interesting card in this sideboard actually is Parasitic Grasp. I really like this card. It's a 3 mana spell basically if you don't hit a human, but the life gain to hit a human is really important, and a lot of cards that you wouldn't really think are humans are humans. Graveyard Trespasser for one is a human. Tenacious Underdog is a human. There's a lot of cards that you wouldn't think are humans that are, and it makes that card so much better.
Absolutely. And Evolved Sleeper, also a human, I believe.
Yeah, so even if they have that 3/3 Death Touch Evolved Sleeper, you can kill that as well. So a little bit surprised that that's not brought in, especially since there's all the Graveyard Trespassers, all the Tenacious Underdogs, all the Evolved Sleepers. And it can also deal 3 damage to anything by paying just 1 extra mana. I think if it was me, I would have brought that in.
Oof. A couple of 1-landers, got a mulligan down to 5 to find some more. Although, hey, listen, this is the best 5 cards you could have, I think.
Yeah, you got 3 lands. You got a Bloodtithe Harvester. You got a Fable. Maybe you're greedy and put another land back, like you see here. Because Bloodtithe Harvester does give you a redraw. You're on the draw anyway, so you're going to draw a card. I think I might actually like keeping 2 lands there, especially since Fable the Mirror Breaker gives you the treasure tokens off the 2/2 if they're not immediately dealt with, and you have 2 Fables, so you can I don't know. I think I do like putting the land back if I'm Magic Beard.
And immediately rewarded by not only a Duress taking 1 of the Fables, but a land off the top.
And also the tap land, which you're just super okay with playing anyway because you have that swamp for Bloodtithe Harvester.
Never didn't have it. This was the perfect. This is the best 5-card hand. This is a very good 5-card hand. I would not be surprised to see this go to the way late game and not have to worry about the immediate card advantage. As we see, Jub actually misses a land drop, I think. Is that right?
Jub did miss a land drop, but also... Oh, no, there's 3 there.
Nope, there's a 3 there. It's just they blend into each other. But did not have a turn 3 play, leaving it open, draw a card off of the Bankbuster probably. Maybe going to cut something down. We'll see. We'll see how it goes.
Yeah, all things considered, Magic Beard is in magical Christmas land with the amount of good draws that has happened here.
This is the best we could have hoped for with 5 cards. There's the Unlicensed Hearse, as I mentioned, very good against Magic Beard's deck, but at the moment, not what he needs, not what Jub needs, facing down a Treasure Maker as well as a Bloodtithe Harvester. And since we're getting into the red zone with that Shaman, Lord of Windgrace or Soul of Windgrace is going to get to join the party as well if he wants to.
If there's a land in the graveyard, I can see doing that. I can also see using Terra Sunder on the Bankbuster to make sure it doesn't get a bunch of draws. But if there's a land in the graveyard, I do like Soul of Windgrace. Looks to be a land in the graveyard.
Looks like whatever land that was there would have gotten removed by the Unlicensed Hearse, but also just getting a 5/4 on the board.
It's also good,
I mean, I don't mind it. Like, one great way to mitigate like a low amount of cards, we've drawn way fewer cards than Jub, is the board. Yep. And if we're just on the board, Infernal Grasp is unfortunate, but we've still got our 5 power, and, we're putting our opponent in check pretty quick.
Yep. Terra Sunder, one of my favorite cards, but also I haven't seen anyone play this card, Flameless Bolt, before literally right now. I played Flameless Bolt a couple days ago in my what was it, like a Grixis mid-range deck, because it's that good against Tenacious Underdog. Exile removal is really strong in this format, and Flameless Bolt does exile, and a lot of things have 2 toughness right now. As you can see, everything on Magic Beard's board here has 2 toughness.
Yeah, specifically against Tenacious Underdog, which is the premier 2-drop of the consensus best deck in the format. Putting Jub to 5, listen, this is pretty darn good for a mulligan, a double mulligan. I love what Magic Beard did this game.
Yeah.
Jub is going to need it's pretty much Meat Hook Massacre or bust at this point. Maybe can survive with just one removal spell and then try to redraw into another Meat Hook, but okay, this is going to give him a redraw. Soul Transfer to exile the Reflection. Graveyard Trespasser is going to be able to stand in front of probably the 2/2.
Yeah, it's not going to take much for Jub to come back in this game with seeing how many powerful spells Jub is playing, and also already at 7 mana, including that treasure token. The Unlicensed Turns is getting pretty big. Jub can block everything on the board.
Yep. Yeah, and then any board wipe, any amount of consistent removal, not to mention a card advantage or a dig yourself out of a hole engine like Sorin is going to be able to help a lot.
Yep.
Another Blood Tithe Harvester is going to be able to knock out that 2/3 lifelinker, though, if he so chooses. So the Blood Tithe Harvester is what's going to be a 4/3 here. That means that the Reckoner Bankbuster would trade with it if it entered the red zone. But again, that unlicensed hearse is the real problem.
Yeah, the hearse is super big. I mean, luckily for Magic Beard, there's a lot of jump blockers here, and Jub is at 5 life, so just got to get across the red zone somehow. There's not a card to discard for Magic Beard to get rid of the Trespasser, and that Sorin is going to create a lot of card advantage.
Yeah. Sorin gonna look at the top and try to Dark Confidant here. Ideally not a 5. Decides to not take it because it must have been an expensive one. And
yeah,
there's
well, that's how you know it's Invoke Despair, right?
Yeah. Got to be Invoke Despair or Junji, which now enters play as well. That's another pretty powerful top-end card. It looks like Jub has fully stabilized here. I'm not sure what the recourse here is going to be. Might be Meat Hook Massacre. Some sort of enormous top-end is going to need to make itself known. And this deck is full of enormous top-end cards. Make no mistake. So it's just gonna have to happen sooner rather than later.
Yeah, if that top card is Invoke Despair, the Teaching of the Kirin here is going to mitigate that. But there's a Junji, there's a Sorin, there's a 10/10 Unlicensed Hearse, there's a 4/4 Bankbuster blocker that can crew off the 3/2 underdog. There's the Graveyard Trespasser that just flipped to nighttime. Can you say that Jub has turned the corner?
Oh, absolutely. Jub has 2 lifelinking power plus the Trespasser that has flipped to be able to get back up to double digits if he so chooses, not to mention the 5/5 flyer, not to mention the 10/10 Unlicensed Hearse. I think that it's pretty safe to say that he has successfully turned the corner, and I don't know what Magic Beard can do at this point to get back into it because the mana isn't there. I think that if he had 7 mana to be able to cast Toxrill or Titan of Industry off the top, it would be a different situation. Although Soul of Windgrace certainly going to be able to do something, at least provide a body on the board. Although the hearse has certainly mitigated its power.
I do like not using Cut Down there because if they use the treasure and they top deck Cruelty of Gix, then they cannot cast it. So I do like the foresight for Magic Beard not using Cut Down on the 2/3 lifelink.
Yeah. Unfortunately, this hearse is just going to keep threatening graveyards. Nothing graveyard related is ever going to get done. Soul of Windgrace, Cruelty of Gix, whatever, what have you, as long as that guy's on the board. So the
Cruelty of Gix
Terra
does give you the option to go ahead and search for a Terra Sunder and then
That's true.
resolve and then use Terra Sunder and resolve the last ability afterwards, which is pretty cool.
Very true. Very true. That would be key. And he would have exactly enough life to survive the -3 from the Cruelty of Gix and then taking 7 from the Flyers on the other side of the board.
So
here's an
go
attack.
ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
An all-in attack, just pressuring, just leaning in on Jub. And I don't hate this. I think that this is gonna force a block from an underdog.
Like, I don't hate it, but like I also kind of hate it. I mean, it doesn't actually force the block from the underdog because they can just block it with the Bank Buster after they crew it.
Ah, true.
Like, I don't hate it, but I also hate that you kind of have to do this to win. But I also hate it.
Yeah, I mean, what choice do we have?
None.
It's not the ideal situation, but it's the one we're in. So we have a 10-10 and a 4-4 able to block here, or 10-10 and perhaps a 5-5, whatever the other Bank Buster is.
If Cut Down was Fatal Push, it would be so good right now.
Oh dear. Good heavens. So it looks like 5 getting in there, putting Jub to 4.
And then I think we're going to see the Sorin minus making it 2-3 and then crewing the Hearse with the 2-3 because that has crew 2. Bank Buster's going to crew with the underdog, and then we're going to get in, and Soul of Windgrace is going to have to jump block. Cut Down's going to have to be cast, and it might just be game anyway.
I think it might just be game anyway. I don't think that there's much that is able to be done here.
Except for just not going for the line.
Not yet, at least. I think that the flipped Graveyard Trespasser might be important to get those last couple life points in as well.
If the Sorin was minus, this Hearse would be able to attack and the underdog would be able to attack. 2 damage off the Graveyard Glutton would put them to 9. Soul of Windgrace blocks the Hearse, and then 11 damage from Jub with the other creatures. Cut Down comes to the 2-3, which would be exactly 9 for lethal. So there is a missed lethal from Jub here.
Yeah, you're right.
Except for it's 9 anyway this way.
Oh, is it still 9?
That makes sense. It's 9 anyway, but I guess it was even more damage if you did it the other way. But you know, 9 damage is 9 damage.
The two creatures getting removed by the Graveyard Trespasser put it to 9.
Yeah, 9 damage is 9 damage. You missed the 3 damage off the underdog, but you get 2 more damage from the Trespasser. So all is all, we're going to game 3. I still think I like Parasitic Grasp here, but I can understand not playing it. But if it was me, I'd be playing it. We see Liliana's coming back in.
Yeah, interesting. Taking out Teachings on the draw or on the play, perhaps figuring that the Invoke were taken out. So the hard counter to the Invoke being out makes Teachings less valuable because it just gets outclassed so quickly by stuff that actually plays to the board. I'm not sure what the I mean, I have not played this matchup a ton, but Magic Beard certainly had a plan in mind, sideboarded very quickly, and knew exactly what he wanted to do. Having access to Flame Blessed Bolt to be able to mitigate any 2-mana play, followed by Liliana or Fable on turn 3, is very good. This game is going to be very determined by a duress on turn 1 if there is one that exists. There is not.
And you know, all in all, last game, I didn't mention this before, but I do like the position that Magic Beard was in, given a mulligan to 5. Like giving a mulligan to 5 was the best you could ask for.
Mulligan to 5 and get duressed on turn 1, and we still had a game? That's amazing.
Yeah. Here we go with the Flame Blessed Bolt on this Tenacious Underdog. It's going to flex its muscles here. We
get down to Fable first.
Yep. Eventually you can cast the Flame Blast Bolt, but Fable of the Mirror Breaker, best turn 3 in the game.
Absolutely. I really like Magic Beard's hand is so good here. Hopefully able to find a land for this Workshop War Chief. Turn 4 Workshop War Chief is going to be very good. Liliana, now that a Tenacious Underdog is on the board, probably good. Turn 4 is actually a really interesting spot to get Liliana onto the board because that is traditionally the Shale Dread turn, which means that Liliana isn't going to get directly pressured.
Evolve Sleeper grows to a 2/2, is going to go into a 3/3, and I like this play from Jub, playing around both Flame Blast Bolt and Cutdown.
Yeah, keeping that sleeper alive is very important. Sort of heavily dependent on that, although unfortunately for Jub, a Liliana plus a Blood Tithe Harvester activation is going to eat his lunch.
I do think that you just discard nothing here from Fable, and it's always scary when your opponent discards nothing from Fable with 4 cards in hand. Like, their hand's perfect, so that's how you know that.
Yep.
When they discard nothing off Fable and Mirror Breaker, all of a sudden my ears go up and be like, oh, their hand's perfect. I guess I'm gonna lose.
Yeah, not ideal. Here comes a little bit of pressure. I guess the ideal turn 4 is just Massacre for 2. But you probably don't even want to play it here because you want to be able to snag the reflection the turn afterwards. So instead we see a Sorin making a 2/3 lifelinker. Magic Beard is going to be able to play his choice of, choose what you like best, friend. Gonna have a pretty good turn here.
This might be a situation where you plus Liliana, discard your Meathook Massacre, or just not plus Liliana at all. Plussing Liliana has value because you do get the minus on the next turn. Cannot blitz the Workshop War Chief because it costs 6 mana to blitz. So, although you would want to do that, it's not available right now. We see the Blood Tithe Harvester putting -2/-2 on this thing just so that you can Meathook for 1 to get rid of it, and then attack the Sorin to 1 so it can't make another one.
Interesting. That was not the play I was expecting, but being able to pressure the Planeswalker. We've got so much in our hand that's good. The discard spells that Jub has access to is just Duress. I don't think that there's Pilfer or Divest or anything like that in Jub's deck. So
here we go, sacrificing the reflection of Kiki-Jiki as the creature. Going to sacrifice to Liliana. Whoa. Oh, I guess sacrificing the Meathook Massacre.
The Meathook Massacre.
That makes sense.
So now we can copy the Workshop War Chief for the rest of the game.
Yeah, I missed the Meathook Massacre being there, but that was the reason to cast the Meathook Massacre.
Yep. Much smarter than me. Magic Beard knows what he's doing. He's now going to be able to make a Workshop War Chief with haste, get all the value in the world, and that's pretty good.
And also, Reflection of Kiki-Jiki plus Workshop War Chief is really good because Workshop War Chief, when it dies, makes a 4/4.
That's right. Boy, howdy, that was a good turn. Yeah, the Meathook Massacre getting out there to be able to mitigate the Invoke Despair was definitely, in retrospect, the correct play. It just was not one that I saw. So well done, Magic Beard. That was much smarter than me. That's why we're over here and you're in there.
Yeah, the name of the game is how good is your deck against Invoke Despair, and how does your play reflect your opponent that play around your opponent's Invoke Despair, especially in this mono black matchup where you have to be prepared for that card, even though most of the 3-color black decks aren't playing it. But mono black is so prevalent in the meta that you have to play around it.
Yep. And we see another Fable off the top, getting that on the board, and just pressuring with 9 power of Rhinos. Gonna have to figure something out.
Yeah, Soul Transfer here, really good against Workshop War Chief, but gonna have to deal with one of these creatures. Maybe there's a cut down. Record of Bankbuster's not gonna do it. There has to be a cut down here or another removal spell like an Infernal Grasp against the 4/4 to be able to just not die. But it looks like Jub's going over some options. I think if Jub had a good removal spell right now, it would already be cast.
Yeah, I don't see a reason to hold onto an Infernal Grasp
here we go.
Till combat. So here we see that, and then Jub is going to go to 1 next turn.
This is going to mean that an underdog from Magic Beard wins the game. I don't even know how many underdogs Magic Beard's playing, if any, but an underdog would win the game.
Let's take a look.
Oh, that's a Meathook Massacre, and that does actually win the game. Attack for 2, make the treasure, Meathook yourself, they take a damage, and the game's over.
Perfect. Just like we drew it up.
Exactly.
Very, very powerful.
And it turns out that Meathook Massacre for 1 and putting the Sorin to 1 was the difference in the game.
Absolutely, yeah. What a interesting line. I'm always fascinated when players are able to find those lines to be able to get to the point in the game where their deck can take over. And Magic Beard knew that the goal of the game, the sub game, was to get a Workshop Warchief token onto the board. And the way to do that was to Meathook Massacre for 1, which really I'm not sure. I mean, I didn't see it, you didn't see it, and I would venture to guess that the vast majority of even practiced Magic players would not have thought of that.
Yeah, and that's me that plays Magic every day for a living.
Exactly. Yeah, I've been playing since I was 12 years old, but there's a reason why Magic Beard is over there, and I'm getting paid the medium bucks to tell him how smart he is.
Yeah, and if you want to follow Magic Beard is a Magic streamer. They both are. So is Jub. You can definitely follow them and follow their tournament journey if they are streaming this. Feel free to do that as well. Let's get into another match. That was a really, really good match, all things considered. It went to a game 3. They went back and forth. Couple Invoke Despairs. Really good plays from Magic Beard playing around Invoke Despair. And we had a win from Jub on the other side too, where honestly it didn't even look close that game.
Yeah.
But there was a mold of 5, and it was close after that, all things considered. But Magic Beard ends up taking it down with the really, really good line of play with the Meathook Massacre attacking the Sorin. Let's go ahead and get into the next match. But I just found out that we're all done with round 2. Didn't that seem quick?
That seems like a quick round. Although, we did have a mid-range on mid-range matchup there. It doesn't seem like we have a ton of hard control taking a long time. At least something good that Sheoldred does is that it does end games quickly.
Yes, and Lord Windgrace, Soul of Windgrace, actually, not Lord Wind. I guess it is technically Lord Windgrace. Anyways, Soul of Windgrace, being a 4-mana 5/4, is just a really huge creature. Blood Tithe Harvester is a 2-mana 3/2. There is a Tenacious Underdog is a 2-mana 3/2. Graveyard Trespasser drains damage and is also a 4/4 at times. Like, a lot of these cards are just super efficient, really good, powerful creatures that can end the game really fast.
Yeah, absolutely. Long gone are the days where, even Aetherling, right?
I know.
Premier finishers of the world would take a long time, much less something like, Elixir of Immortality, if you remember those days.
Oh, I definitely do.
Where rounds would go way, way, way over. We have not only good creatures, but creatures that are able to win the game in short order. And not only that, but this format is dominated, as we mentioned, not by planeswalkers, not by, spells like Sphinx's Revelation or something like that, but playing to the board. Enchantments, sagas, and powerful creatures. Nose to the grindstone, good, honest magic. And I love that.
I love Good Honest Magic too, and I play Rakdos midrange in Pioneer with Good Honest Magic, and honestly, a lot of the cards that we see here, Blood Tithe Harvester, Fable the Mirror Breaker, Liliana the Veil, Graveyard Trespasser, all really good, even in other Eternal formats, and they all happen to be in Standard. we see that this deck here that just won this match plays 3 main deck Flame Blast Bolt, and that says a lot about how prevalent Tenacious Underdog is, but also the fact that he's just not even playing Underdog. Maybe because everyone's prepared for it, and there's a lot of Graveyard Trespassers, but the Graveyard Trespasser that we did see from the Jund deck that just won that match, there's only one of in the main deck. There's a lot of one-ofs. There's 1 Cut Down, 1 Infernal Grasp, 1 Terra Sunder, 1 Graveyard Trespasser, 1 Soul Transfer, 1 Unleash the Inferno, and 1 Toxrill. So a lot of 1-drops, but I like that deck building strategy in open deckless formats. 1 Workshop Warchief, by the way, because your opponent all of a sudden doesn't know what to play around. If you play 4 copies of everything, 3 copies of everything, then your opponent can easily put you on a certain card in your hand because you're holding up a certain number of mana, because they can see your deck list. If you hold up 2 mana, it could be a Terra Sunder or it could be an Infernal Grasp, but you have no way of knowing. It could be a Cut Down or a Flame Blast Bolt. Most likely a Flame Blast Bolt, but you don't know if it's Cut Down or not. So it lets you, it puts your opponent on potentially making more mistakes than they probably would.
Yeah, absolutely. And I really do love the Flame Blast Bolt call here. The most common early plays in the format are going to be Bloodtithe Harvester, Tenacious Underdog, and Evolved Sleeper, all of which is answered by this Flame Blast Bolt, but specifically that's Tenacious Underdog. We don't have a lot of 2/3s for 2. We've had those in other standards. We've had those in the past. Right now, not a popular power toughness ratio.
Yep, we also have cards like Etching of Kumano, that's a 2/2. We have Quirion Beastcaller that we saw do really well in round 1. That's a 2/2. We have the Firebrand, that's a 3/1. The thing that makes things not block, that's a 3/1. Is even if it comes off of the second chapter of the saga, that it comes in at 2 toughness, which still answers it. It just answers a lot of things. It can also hit Planeswalkers, so when Sorin minuses to make a 2/3, it kills the Sorin. When Liliana minuses, it kills the Liliana. There's just a lot of different uses for it that aren't just straight up that meets the eye too.
Yeah, and I think that should Flame Blast Bolt and other 2 damage or -2/-2 effects become more popular, we may see Tainted Adversary come back to the forefront. And there's also Phyrexian Missionary, which just came out in the most recent Dominaria, both of which are extremely powerful 2/3s with additional abilities later in the game.
Yeah, and round 3 is just about to start. Do we have the winners for round 2? Can you talk about some 2-0 decks so far?
Absolutely. So we saw just now a really excellent Golgari midrange from Magic Beard, or not Golgari, Jund midrange from Magic Beard, but Scott Spurlock, which I mentioned earlier, is on Golgari midrange with Topiary Stomper sort of ramp-ish Storm the Festival. He is also 2-0. We have the Gruul aggro deck that we saw in the first round, also picked up the second win, so a true aggressive strategy. A couple of other Jund midrange decks, relatively similar in build, although Marek Hereda's Jund midrange is a fight rigging deck that features Shakedown Heavy and fight rigging to be able to try to get some free value out of that. And then Philip Marr also with Esper midrange, much more of a Raffine Scheming Seer deck, also featuring the Wandering Emperor. 4 main deck Destroy Evil, coming prepared for both Wedding Announcement and Shale Dread, which is very good as well.
All right, moving on to here with Cool Jets, we are in a match with 2 Leyline Bindings, 2 Catildas, and 3 lands in hand. This is the deck that we saw in round 1, that is based off of Legendary Humans, which is such an interesting deck to cover, and I'm glad we're on this side of the battlefield.
Yeah, so this deck is almost exclusively humans. This is a Joda the Avenger deck, as a matter of fact. And sort of playing it as an overrun almost. Using Plaza of Heroes as a key mana focus, as well as several tri-lands to be able to get those Leyline Bindings active, and Secluded Courtyard to be able to make sure that all of those legends are able to come into play.
Yeah, and I like the addition of Leyline Binding in this deck with so many colors in it. We got Rafine's Tower as a Triumph, probably multiple other Triumphs as well to cast your creatures, because there's the mana base of this deck is like pretty greedy with the amount of multicolored humans that are being played, especially since Joda the Unifier is 5 colors. It really makes Leyline Binding super cheap to cast.
Absolutely. This deck is 30 legendary creatures, 3 Leyline Bindings, and 1 Ajani, which is itself a legendary permanent.
One of the reasons why I actually don't like Leyline Binding as much as I think other people in Standard is the presence of Terra Sunder and also the presence of Invoke Despair. So you really have to choose your spots with Leyline Binding in Standard as opposed to a format like Pioneer where there's hardly any Invoke Despairs played and no Terra Sunder / Vanishing Verse cards that are being played.
Absolutely. Catilda is so good in the current meta against these evolved sleepers and tenacious underdogs, but going to 9 here. I don't know if there's going to be enough time for this Joda to come down.
Catilda actually doesn't have protection from humans like we were talking about last round. It has protection from werewolves, right?
Oh,
so that's why it was able to block the Graveyard Trespasser.
Well, that's not as good against the turn.
Yeah.
It is itself a human.
Yeah, but it does. I mean, protection from werewolves isn't the worst, right? There's a lot of the green-red cards are werewolves. The Graveyard Trespasser is a werewolf, so it's not like a text box they use all the time, but it's really relevant when it's used.
Yep. I like dropping Joda here. Torto is only on 2 lands until this turn, of course. So perhaps didn't have access to a ton of ways to mitigate Joda, as we see Liliana coming down.
Liliana's going to probably get rid of the Catilda, and then probably try to attack through this Joda. I mean, 9 life isn't that much. Are you swinging out here with Joda being a 6/6?
I think so. I think that attacking here is the only recourse. Gotta get your damage in while you can. This is a chump attack. Put your opponent to 4. It's pretty good.
I kind of like blocking the sleeper just so you don't have to block it if it has Death Touch. But then again, they have to pay 2 mana to give it Death Touch.
Yeah.
The Jetmir's Garden makes both Leyline Bindings cost 1 mana.
That's pretty good. So this allows him to empty his hand effectively.
Yeah, you can play the Jetmir's Garden tapped and then go Leyline Binding for 1, Leyline Binding for 1, and then actually cast Shigeki for a blocker if you really feel like staying alive. Eiganjo you can use instead of Shigeki. Eiganjo's usually always 1 mana as well with how many legendary creatures this deck plays. It is 1 mana right now.
I don't know that there is a 1 mana. Yeah, there is not a 1 mana legend to be able to get off of the Shigeki, but comes down, is a 3/5, and allows both Leyline Bindings to get played at his leisure.
Attacking for 7, putting Torto to 13. I mean, Joda is one beast of a card.
Absolutely, and I like this aggressive close the door strategy. I think that it's better than attacking Liliana, and it's better than hoping your opponent doesn't attack. I like going to the face here. Sometimes the best defense is a good offense.
Yeah, I agree. Discarding Meat Hook Massacre on Torto's side. Not going to be able to Meat Hook Massacre anything with how much toughness is on the board here. What are the chances that Torto's like, yeah, Cool Jets has double Leyline Binding in hand?
Yeah, there's no way. There's no way that Torto puts Cool Jets on double Leyline Binding. I think that this Liliana is going to minus to try to get lethal, and then it's going to be sorely disappointed when both Leyline Bindings come down.
Yep, here we go with the double Leyline Binding. Going to come down on both Underdog and Evolved Sleeper. Sacrificing Shigeki, keeping that 7/7. It's a 6/6 now. But do you have to worry about the Underdog killing you? And Joda is a 6/6, so doesn't have that 2-turn clock. But if Cool Jets top decks any human whatsoever, right? Or like anything.
Any legend
whatsoever, which is like every single card in the deck besides the 3rd Leyline Binding. the game is over.
Yep. Yeah, Tenacious Underdog doesn't do it, and in fact puts Torto into lethal range if he blitzes it.
Underdog would put him to 5, so no Underdog being cast here. I guess Torto just has to hope Cool Jets doesn't draw a legend.
Yep. Hope Cool Jets doesn't draw a legend, and then we'll have lethal with the Bank Buster.
That's a legend. That'll be 7 power for Joda. And also, Joda gets to get Catilda off the library. That is so cool.
Yeah. Cool deck. I like this. A Joda aggro stratagem was not something I was expecting to see today.
He just cast Ashana and then put like 9 power on the board.
Yeah. Very good. I guess Shauna, one way to protect Shauna is to make sure that there's something more valuable to kill at basically all times.
Yeah, exactly. Look how greedy this deck is. Look at all the, oh my goodness. There's all 2 Bant 3-drops. I mean, this is a Bant deck splashing red, right? A black deck splashing red that also just has black in there for Joda. So you can, but there's also Jaren though. So it's like Bant plus black red, but you need them all by turn 3, and this deck is filled with 3-drops. Look at how many there are.
Absolutely. Yeah, so many 3-drops. I mean, the plan for this deck is to have a plaza of heroes in your hand, almost exclusively. So, but it's a plaza of heroes deck that also has leyline binding. This is as far as we can stretch the mana bases in standard, and it works to the point where, I mean, we haven't seen a color issue problem with this deck.
Right, and this is our second time watching it, and I don't think we've ever seen them like miss a color. I really like the Boseiju, Odawara, and Iganjo in this deck because they're almost always 1 mana. Like everything's 1 mana. How many Triumphs are in this format is really indicative of, you know, how you just like don't get to miss your colors that often in this deck. Adeline being double white on turn 3 means you probably need at least 17, if not 18 white sources in your deck. So really stretching it out there. But we'll see if Cool Jets hits the mana base again. I wouldn't be surprised since Concealed Courtyard is also in the deck, and most of these things are humans, right?
Yeah, absolutely. This is very similar to the humans deck in Modern. That is, you know, pretty greedy, except for that it has 8 lands that play every creature in the deck.
And almost 12, right? If they play Ancient Ziggurat?
Right. So, you know,
they get unclaimed territory, like all those lands, they just get to play all the colors, right?
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, it's a 5-color humans deck that is heavily white, as this one is as well, with Adeline and Leyline Binding and Thalia, but is able to, you know, play all of the colors. Joda being the top end is so fascinating to me, because if you have any amount of board presence already, it's an overrun Lord. Then it's also kind of a late game control card, which is really interesting.
And we haven't even talked about Plaza of Heroes that much. This is also one of the cards that just casts every creature in your deck, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Not only does it cast every creature in your deck, it usually casts Leyline Binding because you oftentimes have a white legend in play. And then later in the game, it'll protect your creatures once you've sort of cast everything in your hand.
It just makes the Plaza of Heroes just so powerful. I think it's. I honestly think I would keep it. I think I would keep it. You need 1 more land to go Thalia. Greedy. It is a little greedy, but you need 1 more land to go Thalia into Adeline, which is really strong, especially with Torto probably having a bunch of Meathook Massacres, and Thalia has, Thalia taxes it, and also Adeline has 4 toughness. So I think it's a good keep, but it's only a good keep if you draw a land.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not opposed to the keep. You know, you gotta know how you win, and the way you win here is with having enough cards. Although Parasitic Grasp, that's the reason for the card to be in the sideboard, is to take that card out.
All right, binking the land off the top. Cool Jets bailing himself out here. It is tapped.
Yeah, good news, bad news time.
Yep.
Good news is we got to land.
I think you're not complaining about any land, even if it's tapped.
Agreed.
That's another land, which makes Leyline Binding 1 mana again. Actually, no, it makes it 2 mana. There's no black.
Yeah, not too bad. Got to decide which of the 3-mana legends we want to put onto the board here, and it's going to be an old Rootstein.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised.
I think it's the right play.
Yeah, this thing blocks Tenacious Underdog. It also eats removal and also has the ability to do what just happened and make a 1/1.
Yeah, and even if it dies, it's not too bad.
If it dies, it's not bad, but the problem is it does die to just a single cutdown, so that is a problem with this 3-mana creature. Graveyard Trespasser might be coming down to gain some life, stabilize the board a little bit. But Sheoldred comes down instead, and how happy is Torto going to be when this Leyline Binding hits the battlefield? Not very.
Yeah, not very. As speak of the devil, another Leyline Binding. But we were saving those Leyline Bindings specifically for Sheoldred, I think.
And like maybe Planeswalkers, but usually Planeswalkers in this deck you can attack, but probably Sheoldred, probably Underdog, probably this Graveyard Trespasser in hand. I do like the play of Torto, though, casting Sorin when Cool Jess was tapped out of the Spell Pierce.
Absolutely. Yeah, and unfortunately, the Spell Pierce is not going to get to come down unless the Shana comes into play.
Here we go, Leyline Binding hitting that Sheoldred. Second Leyline Binding could possibly exile the Underdog right now, or maybe casting Ashana or Adeline. Adeline provides the most pressure. Leyline Binding kind of stabilizes the board a little bit more, so it just depends on what Cool Jets wants to do.
And with the treasure token, I think it makes more sense to play it this way. The Spell Pierce is able to mitigate and invoke. You're not leaving yourself completely shields down when you do it this way, instead of playing a 3-drop.
I was about to make a really, really bad pun with shields down and Sheoldred.
Yeah, Sheoldred's down. That's right.
Sheoldred did go down. Evolve Sleeper comes out, so that means there's no Invoke Despair. I mean, I guess unless there is one right now.
Hit that could still be an Invoke Despair.
And if you're Torto and you have Invoke Despair, like, you probably want to cast it, because you're going to get back your Underdog. They're going to lose their 1/1. But we see the Graveyard Trespasser come down, exiling probably the Thalia, gain some life, they lose a life, attack with the 2/3.
Yeah, the pressure's still on. We are not out of the woods yet. Old Rootstein is getting this value, though.
And with how many creatures in this deck, Old Rootstein almost always makes a 1/1, which also plays around Invoke Despair, and I like that.
Absolutely.
Lagrella is a... What is this one?
So Lagrella is effectively a Brutal Cathar, right? Lagrella is a 2/3 that when it enters the battlefield, you not only exile a creature on your opponent's board, but you may also exile one on your own board. And then if Lagrella dies, those creatures come back, but your creature comes back with 2+1/+1 counters on it.
So you could do that and exile your own Old Rootstein, knowing that you have another one, but you don't have that 6th land to play both of them.
Right. I think that this is just going to get rid of the either the token or the Evolved Sleeper. It could get rid of the Old Rootstein. Like, if we get rid of the token and the Old Rootstein and our opponent attacks, then we get our Lagrella to die and the Old Rootstein comes back. So I don't mind, especially because we've got these 2 chump blockers.
And it comes back as a 3/6.
3/6.
Going to be a tough
I think that this
decision
has to take
Cool
care
Jets.
of the flyer. Yeah, interesting decision point here. I think this has to take care of the flyer. Although he might try to get a little aggressive instead, try to take out the Sorin.
I think Cool Jets can win the game the longer the game goes, because that's how good Joda is. So I think getting rid of the flyer just to make sure you don't die in this spot is the way to go, especially with Old Rootstein gaining incremental value over time every single turn.
Absolutely. The big concern is going to be Shale Dread, because we're fresh out of answers to Shale Dread. We've played 2 Leyline Bindings.
My gosh, I just realized Cool Jets doesn't have any basics?
Yeah. That is a concern,
Field of Ruins.
Field of the Dead. That is what the mono black deck has that the Rakdos mid-range deck does not have, is access to Field of the Dead. So that is the punish for going the second color.
I wish it was Field of the Dead. Field of Ruin, but
Field of Ruin, yes.
But bring Field of the Dead back. Anyways,
okay. Calm down.
But knowing Torto seeing the deck list, knowing that there's no basics in Cool Jet's deck, and also still not using Field of Ruin is interesting.
Well, so far we've used all our mana every turn. We've got this Evolved Sleeper that we'd like to level up. It is, I think that destroying a Plaza is worth it. But
destroying Plaza is worth it. Destroying any of the Tri-lands are worth it. But then again, Old Rutstein is kind of mitigating that with creating treasures, which is pretty cool.
Yep. Yeah, and it feels like Cool Jets has stabilized here.
I don't know. If I was Torto and I knew that they weren't playing basics, I'd be firing out those Field of Ruins so fast.
Yeah, a little bit interesting that these fields have not been fired off. Although I think this turn is the first turn where we had a real opportunity for it. I think the trade-off is getting Evolved Sleeper big, which, you know, you sort of have to decide what you want to do. I think that with 5 mana up, we have access to Field of Ruin and level up the Evolved Sleeper.
I'm a little surprised. I'm a little surprised that Adeline's coming down here with Spell Pierce in hand, unavailable to be used.
Yeah, agreed.
Because if there's a Meat Hook Massacre, then that's going to be really bad.
Yep, that's going to be not great.
Especially since Evolved Sleeper gets to draw an additional card this turn, too. I am hearing a little bit of static again,
getting the...
Unfortunately. I don't know where that's coming from. A little bit of background
noise. It's
not
me this time.
Okay.
No background noise for me this time.
I don't know. I don't know what's going on, but hopefully that settles itself out.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, Torto, I mean, the mono black deck is very good at a lot of things, and all it needs to do is draw those cards, right? So as long as it's able to find the things that it needs, it's going to be able to do it. But in this situation, the Meat Hook Massacre is about it, right? There's not a lot of recourse beyond that, because even something like Invoke Despair, single removal spell, another Planeswalker isn't really going to affect the board on a level to be able to look at all of these legends.
And Cool Jets must have been thinking, like, if they had Invoke Despair or Meat Hook Massacre, they would have already cast it.
Yeah.
So it decides not to play around it this turn. All right, discarding a Spell Pierce and draws another one. Plus, Invoke Despair is not going to get Spell Pierced anymore. The only thing Spell Pierce is going to tag is the Meat Hook Massacre.
Yeah, at this point in the game, Spell Pierce is just Liliana food. The Flyers being correctly identified by Torto as the avenue to victory here.
I would love to see the avenue of victory be Joda. Right now, it'd be so good. Just draw the Joda.
Good heavens. Joda off the top, overrun, kill you. But, I mean, Torto's at 23. He's got a Death Touch creature. He's got some lifelink. I think that the likeliest scenario so far is that Torto is able to pull this one out. 2 Flyers is pretty difficult to deal with.
Especially since Adeline is forced to make a 1/1 attacking, which means that Torto can double block the 1/1 with both 2/3s every turn and just gain 4.
Yep.
Is really frustrating for the Adeline player.
I'm interested to see what is the choice with the Adeline. Oh, it looks like it's just going to be a chump for one of them, which is I think ideal for Cool Jets, because he's able to Lagrella the second one. The attack of the Lagrella should signal to Torto that there is another Lagrella in hand. That attack doesn't really make sense unless there's another Lagrella coming.
Yep, that means that both flyers will be dealt with. Or maybe the Evolve Sleeper to stop Torto from drawing a lot of cards.
Yeah, those are both good options.
I think I'm still hitting the flyer though.
Yeah, good to use the Plaza here so we can keep up Spell Pierce mana.
Oh, getting rid of the flyer.
Yeah, I think it just has to be the flyer. It's the only thing on the board that's actually going to be able to attack. So, and your late game card advantage of Shauna is going to be able to shine.
I think Sorin just minuses again. I don't know. It might just. I think you know, if I was a Sorin player, I'd plus it one more time, and then minus it again.
Sacrifice a creature. Get rid of a 1/1 token is not the greatest turn ever from Liliana, although here's an Invoke Despair, which is going to be able to take out a Leyline Binding and a creature and draw a card for Torto.
Yep. So we might see just Rutstein being sacrificed here with the other one still in hand, using the Spell Pierce for seemingly just to turn off the Field of Ruin.
Yep. And prevent Evolved Sleeper from drawing an additional card.
Yep. Oh,
Lagrella goes away.
Doesn't sack the Rutstein.
Yeah, Lagrella had done what it needed to do.
All right, here we go. You ready? Here's the Joda.
I'm ready. I'm prepared. Sorin plussing, getting a little bit more card advantage, and also being able to survive once it makes another 2/3.
I did have the ability to ultimate Liliana in my regional championship qualifier yesterday, and it felt really, really good.
I like that. That sounds like a good time.
All right, here we go.
Depends on the board state, of course.
Evolve Sleeper getting in for 4. Cool Jess is going to live life on the edge.
Gonna
go
take
into
it.
1.
I like it.
Here we go. Milling a creature, making a 1/1 Otawara. That is a 2-mana Otawara.
It's a 2-mana Otawara, which means that the Rutstein can also get cast. But unfortunately, the Shanna cannot attack.
There's a cool thing that you can do here with Otawara. If Torto draws a card and uses the cards in his hand before he pluses Liliana, you can use Otawara in response to the Liliana plussing and make them discard their own Liliana.
That would be nice. Yeah, I'm not sure what the recourse is here for Cool Jets. He's not able to attack. He just sort of has to sit back. The Trespasser flips, which is going to present lethal kind of by itself, right?
And here's where you can bounce something in response if they had used the last card in their hand, but they did not.
Creature gets sacrificed, presenting lethal from Torto, even though the Otawara is out.
3 Field of Ruins. I mean, I would have fired off these a long time ago, but here's the third one.
Yeah. Now that he's got so much extra mana, it looks like Torto is happy to fire one of them off. But I mean, to be fair, Torto's been using all of his mana every turn.
Torto has been using all the mana every turn, but remember last turn where Torto ended his board on 2 mana? If he had Field of Ruined first and got the land from the deck, he would have he would have used every available mana and used Field of Ruin.
This is true.
All right, play out the Field of Ruin. Is Torto going to play out the Field of Ruin? No.
Not yet, at least. I may have played a land already this turn. Gonna bounce the graveyard
on the Graveyard Trespasser. Gonna discard that old Rutstein, and Cool Jets is on 2 mana and a Dream. We have a treasure token. We are going to block the Evolved Sleeper and stay at 1 life. And then the Graveyard Trespasser is going to come down and deal the last point of damage.
Yep. There was no recourse, unfortunately, from that particular board state.
This is one of the things that Mono Black gets to do, though. There's a lot of damage that comes from different places. Some flyers, some mixed threats, some haste creatures, Tenacious Underdog, Planeswalkers, Invoke Despair. You got to play around a lot of stuff when you're playing against Mono Black.
Yeah, the Mono Black deck is able to win with damage outside of combat relatively consistently with Sheoldred and Graveyard Trespasser, or combat damage, I should say. So even if the board is gunked up, it can finish the game.
Now, when you look at this, what do you think? I think for me, if I'm Cool Jets, I am putting the pedal to the metal, and I'm just kind of going to try to kill them as soon as possible.
I think that's the avenue. But
I'm also going to I'm going to have the Negate and Spell Pierce in for sure.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if Negate is where we need to be. If we just flood the board, I actually don't mind the Extraction Specialists, since we play against so much early removal. That lets us get in to the red zone a lot more consistently. But
I like Tovolar. A little surprising that it's not in the deck right now. It just draws so many cards, and a lot of the cards in this deck either have First Strike or something to attack through the blockers.
Yeah, I think Tovolar is a great way to try to keep the pedal to the metal. I would really like to see that. We could get a little emote to start things off. Handshake before game 3.
Here we go. Turn 1. Do we see a Evolved Sleeper on turn 1? Dennick on turn 2 that is castable.
Yeah.
But you can run Dennick into a cut down. Are you playing Dennick here? Or are you playing... I guess you can't. You could have played Leyline Binding if you played a Jetmir's Garden. But maybe Tordo is like prioritizing getting the creature down, which I like. I like getting the creature down.
I do as well. Even though it got cut down, I prefer trying to play to the board as much as possible. A Spell Pierce is a good one. You've got access to Leyline Binding if there's no turn 3 Liliana. The Spell Pierce is able to mitigate a turn 3 Liliana if there is one. Pretty good draw.
Doesn't stop the Graveyard Trespasser, though, but you can freely discard a Shauna or something to that. Oh, going for the Field of Ruin right away.
Yeah.
This is going to be a nightmare for Cool Jets with how many Field of Ruins are in Tordo's deck.
Yeah, the turn 3 Field of Ruin before things can start getting out of hand is a big deal.
You think Cool Jets is just like rethinking things right now with the mana base?
Maybe. I mean, having 1 Plains in the deck.
Oh, no.
Least, yeah, the second Field of Ruin
is
even worse. I think having 1 Plains in the deck is not a terrible... I mean, even old affinity decks used to play a basic when Path to Exile was in the format, and so I think that it's not a terrible plan to be planning at least for the first one. Hey, that's the ideal card. Look at that.
All right, if you are Cool Jets, you're like, okay, Tordo, you can't have every Field of Ruin, right?
Yeah, the 3rd Field of Ruin would be excessive. I'd rather you just kill my creatures, please. Although this is possibly an Invoke Despair. Although if it were an Invoke Despair, we probably would not have attacked first. So, Infernal Grasp. Relatable.
Lagrella can get rid of the underdog, but Lagrella is also a card that cut down can kill.
Yep. But you got to play what's in your hand.
Yep. Cut down kills Lagrella, also kills Solana and Elena, also kills Dennick. Just a lot of things that can happen here. Leyline Binding against the Sheoldred's what you want. But does he go for Leyline Binding this turn?
I think so. I think that this is a reasonable spot to play Leyline Binding. The other option, of course, is play Catilda, leave up Spell Pierce. But I think that getting Sheoldred off the board as fast as possible is the more important thing to do.
I also think that Spell Pierce just no longer does anything with 7 mana on the opponent's board.
Yep. A dash with the Tenacious Underdog.
This kind of signifies to me, if I'm Cool Jets, that Torto, it doesn't like have anything good in hand.
Yep.
And this Adeline was the perfect draw.
Absolutely. This is going to be able to apply pressure, put an extra body on the board.
Block the underdog.
To either block the underdog or sacrifice to a Liliana or to invoke Despair. And oh, by the way, grow insanely big, probably presenting lethal next turn.
Yeah, that was just the best possible draw.
Yeah, extremely good draw there.
Infernal Grasp showing its downside here. You want it against aggressive decks to kill their threats, but you're also taking 2 damage to do so.
Yeah, and Torto at this point maybe can't play that buyback on the Tenacious Underdog anymore.
And look at the Adeline playing around to Liliana, and if Field of Ruin didn't teach us anything else, it's also teaching us that Eiganjo is also probably the worst draw on the deck.
Yeah, not too great.
It does cast Helana. You can tap Eiganjo, then play the other one. It lets
Helana and Elena come into play. That's what it does.
So you can tap the Eiganjo, tap the Plaza of Heroes. Okay, yeah, it's gonna happen.
Yep. This is what again we're presented with what we have. This is what we have. Listen, we got the Helana and Elena into play. Our opponent has no cards in hand. We got Stone Rained several times, and we Stone Rained ourselves at least once. This gets the Liliana off the board. Our opponent is empty-handed, empty-boarded. This is the best case scenario.
It's also probably quite likely the greediest mana base I've ever seen in my whole life, actually. Like, I can't think of a greedier mana base. No basics and 2 Eiganjos. Like, why not just like play 1 basic planes instead of the second
After
Eiganjo?
this game, that may be a thing that occurs. After this match, when he's been Field of Ruined into the back to the Stone Age, perhaps one of those Eiganjos will become a planes. But guess what? It didn't matter. He got Field of Ruined twice and Legendary landed once, losing 3 of his 6 lands for the game, and still emerged victorious.
Wow.
So, as they say, who's got the chips?
I mean, yeah, exactly. And Cool Jets is the one with the chips. Also, I have a little bit of a joke, but it's really bad, and I'm going to lose 13 viewers for this, but who's complaining? Oh, God.
Wow.
Okay. All right, so time for everyone to leave. All right, Stream League's over. I'll see you. Anyways, we'll try to go over to the next match and see who's still playing. Let's see. I want to see someone who's still 2-0 in the running for. These are win-ins for Top Cut, except for we can't actually ID here, so they're actually not win-ins. So I do want to still catch some 2-0s.
Okay.
So we will see who's 2-0 right now. Who can you tell me is doing well?
Let's see who is playing. That is 2-0. So among the 2-0s, we've got Magic Beard, Lord Kaiju, Mark Harada, Graham McCoons, Jimmy Allen, Cool Jets that we just watched. Wild Willie is 2-0. Chris O'Dara, Brino Munoz, Scott Sawyer with that Orzhov mid-range deck that we were talking about. Jarvis won his match, Benjamin Marco won his match, and Flash Donkey. Or Flush Donkey.
Okay,
sorry.
Well, let's go over to Big Goon playing. Actually, no, that's actually not what we want to be seeing, because Big Goon is currently playing Explorer somewhere.
Oh, okay.
That is not the right deck that we want to see. So let's go ahead and talk about some of the deck lists from these 2-0s. We don't know who won yet because the round 3 is officially not over yet. But what can you tell us from some deck lists that you've realized, maybe some trends that you've realized for decks that are doing well so far?
Yeah, so the number one deck, it seems, in the format is this Jund midrange deck. Most people are playing, or more people are playing the Jund midrange deck than the mono black deck, or at least some combination of the mid-range archetypes with the green cards in it. There are different builds of mono black, and they're pretty close to what's happening. But I think that the Jund mid-range decks are actually outperforming the mono black mid-range decks for the reasons that we talked about. They go over the top. They are they're just better prepared for what the mono black deck is trying to do, and they're still able to mitigate the aggression. So the Jund midrange, I think, so far seems to be the deck that could be what you wanted to bring to the tournament. The Esper midrange deck also seems to be a powerful choice. Having access to those white removal spells, Destroy Evil being chief among them, which takes care of both of the big 4-drops of the format, Sheoldred and the Soul of Windgrace. Not to mention the fact that you get access to the Wandering Emperor, and a lot of powerful white cards, Wedding Announcement being on the list as well. So those are the decks that I'm looking at the most. I really like this Esper midrange deck coming at the angle of being able to answer while also providing a similar threat. Having Destroy Evil and Wandering Emperor, but also being able to cast a lot of the black cards that are still super powerful, like the Meathook Massacre, and of course this Jund midrange deck that I just love looking at a deck like this. It's just solid cards, board wipes, removal spells, singletons out the wazoo, ways to mitigate the metagame, and just like solid creatures that generate a little bit of card advantage each, and eventually it's an avalanche and you can't handle it.
Yep. And speaking of those decks being good in that Jund deck that you just talked about, it's actually the most represented deck in this tournament. 17% of the metagame is Jund midrange. There's about 13 to 14% Rakdos midrange, about 11-12% Orzhov midrange. We have about the same percentage Esper midrange. So as you can see, every single deck in the top 4, actually we have mono black. Mono black is right there with Esper and Orzhov, as the top 5 represented decks in the format are all black. Go figure.
Yep.
Next up, Temur Treasures, and we have a couple Dimir Zombies decks, and then 34% of it is every other deck, which is maybe one deck or two of certain niche decks, like maybe that Humans deck that we just saw. What's your analysis on all 5 of the most represented decks being mostly black mana?
Listen, the black cards are great. I think that it's the point in the format where cards matter than archetypes. We don't see any amount of combo. We don't see any amount of like synergy. We don't, or not necessarily. We see lowercase s synergy, but we don't see the capital S synergy decks that are like trying to play a million spells or put a bunch of weird puzzle pieces together. We don't see any tribal decks. We don't see any. It's all mid-range and control for the most part. And that really leans heavily on, this is a good card and it can win a game by itself. And I just put a bunch of those into a deck together, and that's what we have. I think that at this point in the format, people are still trying to figure out how to fight through the blockade of the top-end black cards, the really efficient black removal that we have access to, the good mid-range black planeswalkers, and then the top-end black creatures. How do we mitigate that? You got to be able to build a deck that can survive a cut down, that can survive a Liliana, and then also survive either a Graveyard Trespasser or a Sheoldred with an Invoke Despair at the top. And the way that people have found how to do that is to just play good cards. Just play Workshop Warchief. Just play Bloodtithe Harvester. Play these cards that make 2 permanents for 2 or 3 or 5 mana, that get a little bit of value every time they come into the battlefield. And I think someday we will find a deck that doesn't necessarily follow that pattern. We're going to see a deck list like these mono blue, the mono blue tempo deck, for example. I think that's a direction that people can head in, that is playing on a completely different type of angle that would be able to mitigate this. So I'm excited to see those and see if they can come to the forefront.
Right. Even though you're playing mono blue tempo, you still have to be able to have efficient removal / go over the top with flyers for these decks that don't have flyers. And that's actually one of the weaknesses that we've seen for these Jund mid-range decks and also mono black, is that there's just not enough flyers. And we've seen that the angle to try to beat these decks is for that creature that we just saw to exile the flyers. And there's not that many of them. There's Sorin, and that's like basically it. So if you can get like a Insectile Aberration, you can get maybe a Ledger Shredder, like really big, out of range of something like a Cut Down, have some protection spells for Cut Down and Infernal Grasp. I think you can beat these decks. We're going to go over to Lord Kaiju against Magic Beard. We've seen Magic Beard play a lot. We haven't seen Lord Kaiju play yet, and this is a matchup that I want to see. Lord Kaiju hasn't lost yet, I believe, and is 3-0, and so is Magic Beard. Lord Kaiju is a member of DGen Gaming. You can type an !DGen in the chat to see the DGen creators. And Lord Kaiju is usually always plays some version of Azorius Tempo. I've seen him play other things, but sometimes he plays a certain deck like that. And if he's playing Azorius Tempo, I'm not surprised he's winning. Give us a little bit.
He is playing an Esper Tempo sort of build with both Thalia as well as cards like Kaito Shizuki and Rafine Scheming Seer.
Yep, and that's just what I thought. I didn't even know what deck he was playing, but I just know he plays blue-white X tempo / mid-range, and we'll see if he can take it against Magic Beard here, which is probably like our third time watching Magic Beard now. We see a Plaza of Heroes, a Thalia, a Jadar, Rafine, and I think Jadar is a really interesting card in this format because that also plays around Liliana and Invoke Despair.
Absolutely, yeah. I'm looking at the creatures here, and a lot of them are legends. It looks like again, this is a Plaza of Heroes deck.
Yeah, I mean, Plaza of Heroes is proving to be just a really, really good card.
It's just a really good card. A lot of the best creatures are legends. And so it's a low deck building requirement to only play legends. If you're playing things like Thalia and Rafine, things are going okay.
And also a lot of Magic players nowadays are like, oh, they're just building this because it's a good commander in Commander because they're making things legendary and like uncommon legendaries and things like that. But in doing so, it makes cards like Plaza of Heroes much better if they're going to keep printing pretty powerful legendaries into standard formats.
Yep, absolutely. Plaza of Heroes, the card of the tournament so far for me.
Yeah, it's definitely impressed me a lot. Just the ability to have just like 3 different things it can do really strong. Also, the fact that it comes in untapped is really strong. I remember there was a tapped land that came out in like Eldraine or one of those other sets afterwards that was really cool for an archetype, but also it just came in tapped, so it made it almost unplayable. This one comes in untapped, so it makes it just very strong.
Absolutely. This Thalia is going to be get up to a 3/2, it looks like, as Lord Kaiju is deciding which creature he wants to get rid of, either the second Rafine or the Jadar.
I think it's worth keeping Jadar because of Liliana and because of Invoke Despair potentially. We don't know if Lord Kaiju knows whether or not Magic Beard's playing Invoke Despair in the deck, but it does play around that. But notably, Liliana plays around. We're going to see the Harvester get rid of the Thalia, giving it -2/-2. Harvester's such an all-star. It's a 2-mana 3/2 that kills your opponent if you don't need to get rid of something, but you can also just choose to get rid of a creature, and it also gives you a redraw with the blood token.
Absolutely. Just so powerful. Here, we're going to get the Jadar down, keep the threats pumping, but Magic Beard is the control deck. He does not mind an empty board.
Could see a Meathook Massacre come down here. Wandering Emperor will be the last stand for Lord Kaiju, if there happens to be one. Doesn't look like there will be. Discarding Titan of Industry. That probably means that there is a Cruelty of Gix in the hand.
Yeah, sometime in the near future, Cruelty of Gix is certainly going to come along. Also, just digging up more mana, I think, was a potential reason there. But 5 cards in hand, relatively empty board, relatively healthy life total. I like Magic Beard's position here. Looking at Lord Kaiju's hand, I think that he's still got some tricks up his sleeve. He's able to, attack for 3 every turn. And there's a little bit of a late game for Meathook Massacre to be able to poke through the last little bit of damage should things get out of hand.
Also, Meathook Massacre very good with these decayed creatures, especially since Jadar gets to do that every single turn. Being able to make the zombies effectively attack for 3 every turn.
Yeah. For now, though, just going to keep the Meathook in hand.
Yep, and Plaza of Heroes can cast Wandering Emperor, right? Because Plaza of Heroes
I believe
has legendary
so, it's a legendary
permanent?
spell.
A legendary spell? Flame
I believe
Blast
that
Bolt
is the case.
on the Jadar. Let's see. Wandering Emperor cannot plus to save it. Odawara can't save it either. The Plaza of Heroes can, though.
Yes, the Plaza of Heroes could save the Jadar, giving it both hexproof and indestructible. I don't know if he values the Jadar enough to save it with this Flame Blessed Bolt, especially with 2 mana up. I think that it's more valuable to get this Wandering Emperor onto the board, make a couple more 2/2 tokens.
And here is the Soul of Windgrace. That's going to... Is there a land in the graveyard? Maybe there's a land in Lord Kaiju's graveyard. There is not. No lands coming down here, which means you're just going to cast your 4 mana 5/4. Do a little blocking.
Yep. I mean, get the creature into play. I don't mind that at all. I think that Wandering Emperor is... even though it's not removing the Soul of Windgrace, I think that it might still be worth it to get it down, especially if the plan for Lord Kaiju is aggression. If we're trying to win the game as fast as possible, Wandering Emperor -1, make a 2/2, then bounce the Soul of Windgrace is definitely going to be where we want to be.
Especially since you can play Thalia, and then Odawara is now 3 mana instead of 4. Makes it a really appealing now that you drew the legendary creature.
Yes, yes, yes. Possible that Lord Kaiju doesn't even want to fire off the Odawara right now. Wait until Soul of Windgrace perhaps has to commit, but I also don't mind getting in for 5 ASAP.
Yeah, I think it's worth getting rid of doing that, even though you do put Odawara in the graveyard for Soul of Windgrace to go get, which is an interesting interaction, but like...
That is a little awkward, but it's not terribly awkward. Magic Beard can't really... I mean, he can use the colorless mana, certainly. And the blue actually works well with Toxrill. But
it does work with Toxrill.
That's right. We do have a blue activated ability in the deck. But I think that the pressure is significantly more important. He's presenting lethal next turn if nothing else happens.
Also, if there's no land drop for Magic Beard, Meathook Massacre doesn't even kill this 3/3.
Yeah.
Has to be an untapped land plus Meathook Massacre. Magic Beard's at 6 life. It's getting a little dicey here for the Jund player, depending on what's in hand.
Yeah, the Soul of Windgrace is going to prevent lethal no matter how you slice it. So I think it's just good to bring that back down. Although it's going to get close.
Now, if you plus Wandering Emperor on the 3/3, making it a 4/4 vigilance, and Magic Beard doesn't block with the Soul of Windgrace, you could find a lethal next turn with the Meathook.
Yes. I think that, this is going to be... This would put Magic Beard to 2 if he does not block the 4/4. If he gets rid of the Thalia.
I think I like Thalia attack, but at the same time, you can still Meathook for 2 after the Thalia dies and kill the Soul of Windgrace.
Right. I don't mind this. I think that this allows the Meathook to get cast. Oh, instead,
are we going to make Thalia indestructible?
All right. Fair enough. This presents Meat Hook Massacre lethal the next turn.
And also just double attack is lethal with Magic Beard being it too.
Yes.
I don't mind that. But I would prefer to use the heroes in response to a removal spell, but I don't mind this, but I kind of like not doing it better. I kind of like not attacking with Thalia at all better. But
it presents the issue, but Cruelty is going to be able to get back the Titan, which is going to gain 5 life, and that's going to put a big damper in everything, I think.
Yep, and also the 4/4 can no longer attack through the Titan of Industry, especially since there might be a shield counter coming down. No shield counter, making it 4/4, gaining 5 life, getting out of range of anything crazy that Lord Kaiju could be doing here. Meat Hook Massacre could be cast for X equals 3, which is not enough. Maybe if Wandering Emperor pluses on the Vigilance to make it a 5 an attack, maybe the Titan of Industry blocks, but I'm not really feeling that. Honestly, with the Meat Hook Massacre hand and the untapped land, even though it is the second copy of Takenuma, you can plus on the 4/4 and making it a first strike 5/5, attack with both, hope they block the Thalia, and then you can Meat Hook for 4, because Thalia won't be on the battlefield anymore.
Yeah, sort of chump attack with the Thalia to try to get it out of there. That would just clear the board, though, and put Magic Beard to 5 with 4 to 5 cards in hand. Magic Beard being able to find that Cruelty definitely was able to stabilize
Lord Kaiju putting a little bit of cry face here with the Titan of Industry coming down.
Yeah, the crying Hedron. That might have turned the corner for him. I mean, it's tough for a Titan of Industry to not bring you back into the game if you're a little bit behind.
What's cool about this Takenuma is that Lord Kaiju can use this in response to whatever Graveyard Trespasser targets.
Yeah, I like that. That's pretty fun.
To add the Rafine back.
Prevent the life loss and the life gain.
Yeah, I'm getting a little bit more background noise. I actually just have no clue where that's coming from because I usually don't have that on my streams, but...
Yeah, I don't... I'll look at my microphone. I don't think I have anything happening.
I actually noticed that the Wandering Emperor didn't plus last turn? Or was that just me?
I don't remember. I have to assume it did.
Because I was saying that Wandering Emperor could plus making the Samurai a 5/5.
Yeah,
but
it may not also,
but the Samurai is not a 5/5, and Thalia is not a 3/2, and there's also no 2/2 on the board.
Right. Well, signs point to it not. Well, we can play a couple of legendary creatures, but it may have been too little too late. Although, the legendary core, who I'm forgetting the name of, and the Meat Hook Massacre together, Elas Il Core, may be able to finish off the final 7 life points together.
Yeah, I'm not even really 100% sure what the Il Core does yet.
Yeah, so Elas would double up the sort of Blood Artist trigger of it dying, but it looks like before a Meat Hook Massacre can come down, at least one of Lord Kaiju's creatures is going to bite the dust.
All right, so Il Core, opponent loses a life. Double one counter with the Teachings of Kirin. I'm not sure how Lord Kaiju is winning this game, but
yeah, it's close. I mean, the Meat Hook Massacre is 3 life, and the Elos is 2 life, and our opponent's at 6, so it was very close. But unfortunately, too little too late. The life gain from the Graveyard Trespasser is also going to be relevant here. And just pressure.
Silver and Grace get the land. The 4/4 probably doesn't block. You got to think at this point, how are you going to win if you're Lord Kaiju? Teaching the Curing gets to make another 1/1. That's a chump blocker. There's a land off the top. You can Meat Hook for 4, which kills the Windgrace, the 4/4, the Trespasser, and the 1/1, and also
and then
puts
you still
them
just die
to 4.
To the Titan.
But if the 4/4 was a 5/5 and the Wandering Emperor had plus on it, it would be able to be saved. I probably like the attack of just, oh my gosh, if the Samurai was a 5/5, it would be way better. But what can you do? The Meat Hook Massacre will kill everything besides the Titan. Both sagas are going to be able to tick up, becoming a creature again. And this is exactly the place that Magic Beard wants to be in the game, honestly. Like, the longer the game goes, the better it is for Magic Beard.
Absolutely. Although the 8/8 blocking the 4/4 means that the board empties. So we are going to have, at least another turn with a Meat Hook Massacre for 4. But with 2 sagas on the board and a card in hand and an untap step on the way, might not be relevant. I think that the Magic Beard's teachings of the Kirin are going to be able to take over this game pretty reliably.
Yeah, the teachings of the Kirin plus 1/1 counters on things and also makes more 1/1s. So it's just like a 1/1 production factory. Workshop Wharf Chief's going to come down, gain some life, attack for 5, also draw a card, and make a 4/4.
Oof.
All right, there's a Shieldred, which,
okay.
Yeah.
It's good. It's good to have a Shieldred after a Workshop War Chief has left.
Yeah, exactly.
So
4/4 does line up very well into a 4/5, and it puts the onus on Magic Beard now to try to draw an answer before Magic Beard dies in, 3 turns. Okay, here's more life. Right. All right.
Sure.
A little bit more life.
Down to 3.
Is Lord Kaiju going to steal this game with Shieldred?
Maybe.
Blood Tie, that doesn't kill Shieldred.
Does not kill Shieldred.
It gives him a redraw, which also makes them take 2 life.
The Orochi is able to make the Rhino a 5/5. So it can at least attack through the Shieldred.
Oh, it says target creature. Okay, I thought for a second it said that creature. So it gets the free block on the 1/1. Take the 5. If anything, Shieldred probably still has to block, but we'll see what Lord Kaiju draws here.
Right. If it's a blank...
Could be Voltage Surge. Not Voltage... That's an Adeline, which makes a 1/1, which will die to the Meat Hook Massacre, and then Magic Beard's going to take 2 life from Shieldred and die.
That's right.
If Adeline comes down and Shieldred attacks, it's game over.
Incredible. So even if Shieldred chumps here...
Even if Shieldred chumps, even if they block the 1/1, Magic Beard goes to 2 and then dies in the draw step, unless that's exactly a removal spell that doesn't take life. Oh my goodness!
Snuck it out. What a wild game that was.
Wow. That was wild.
Incredible Magic. I loved that. That was great. That had so many swings in it.
And look at how many legendary creatures are in here.
Yep. Again, this is a Plaza of Heroes metagame, it seems. We have these mono black decks, and people have found that one of the best ways to mitigate it is to just jam as many legendary creatures as they can, all of which have superpowers, into a deck together and play them along with these Kamigawa lands that get cheaper when you have a bunch of legends in your deck.
But we also have seen at least 2 times in this tournament so far where having 2 copies of one of those is pretty detrimental.
This is true. But the plus side of having a land that operates vaguely as a spell seems to have paid dividends.
You see,
the couple of times, Eaten Alive, yeah, that's an interesting card. Going to be able to deal pretty well with the top end stuff that Magic Beard is going to present.
I don't mind Eaten Alive here. There's a lot of cards that incidentally make other creatures. Jadar makes creatures. Adeline makes creatures. Kaido makes a creature. And Wandering Emperor also makes creatures that you can sacrifice. So you would think that you don't want to sacrifice most creatures in this deck, but there's like 3 or 4 or 5 creatures in this deck that just make more things. So I don't mind it. Also, the Raven Man makes birds that you can sacrifice, even though that card's being boarded out.
Absolutely. I mean, it's also 1 mana exile, which is huge. You can pay the tax through Thalia. You can get rid of reanimation targets forever. The sacrifice also helps trigger Elon to be able to get more triggers off of that. So there's a lot of cool stuff happening with Eaten Alive. So I like the addition.
Is there like a weird Elon Musk reference with the Orzhov card?
I'm sure there is. I'm sure that Elon would. I'm sure that one of the Elons would not like being compared to the other Elon.
Is it an Elon or is it like Elos? Is that an S or an N? I'm not sure. I'm just gonna call it Elon from now on, because white black is the musky color.
It is Elos. You're right.
It's okay. I'm calling it Elon. You did it already.
Well, here we are.
All right, here we go. Magic Beard, playing a land, gaining a life, getting that tap land. Plaza of Heroes comes down. I like the Esper mana base, actually. Crokeyz and Jeff and a Darker Wastes and Plaza of Heroes makes you able to cast like almost everything.
Yeah. The fact that of the 6 pain lands, you're able to pretty much have a full Esper mana base with the Plaza of Heroes, Cave of Koilos, a Darker Wastes. We don't have Underground River yet. That'll be coming in the Brothers War. But 12 untapped lands just right there, not to mention all of these legendary lands, makes it so that you can cast your 2 mana legends and 3 mana legends much more reliably. Jadar coming down early. That's going to combo really good with Elon Musk. That incidental life gain is going to be huge. Although he's probably going to play a 3-drop here because we have 3 mana creatures, and then now we have a second 2 mana creature. Typically you want to use every part of the buffalo, and if you leave a mana untapped, that's less than ideal. So an attack without a spell signals to me that Kaito is likely to be coming down post main phase. Might be making a token based on the Elos that's in the hand.
Yep.
That would be my wager. Although drawing a card every turn forever, also very good.
So looks like Magic. Thank you for the raid. Thanks for playing in Stream League today. Appreciate you hanging out with your crew. We are currently in round 4.
So it is drawing a card. The Flame Blessed Bolt is going to get rid of the Jadar. And Kaito is going to start the card advantage engine. We haven't seen Kaito in this match yet, or in this match up yet, and also haven't seen it yet today, but it's a very powerful tool in these low to the ground. I mean, this is the most aggressive deck that we've seen thus far. So
yeah, I like it a lot. I think it works really well.
Absolutely. I think that legend-based aggro is definitely an archetype that has legs. I think that this is Not a fluke that this deck is undefeated so far. As we see Kaito ticking up yet again. Just getting more value out of the Planeswalker before any decisions are made.
Yep. Keeping
both copies of Adelaide because of how heavy Magic Beard's deck is in terms of having removal. And not playing the Elos.
Interesting.
Yeah. I suppose wants to keep up the Aganjo, as now it can activate on the swing. Just wants to maintain access to it.
Yep.
Although I think that now that turns off Iganjo. Does Iganjo work with Planeswalkers?
Iganjo does not work against Planeswalkers, but it also doesn't work with them either.
For each legendary creature you control, it does not work. It does not count the Planeswalker as a legendary permanent to be able to activate Iganjo. So, a little unfortunate there. But this is going to be, now it's going to be Elos. Probably, I would wager with Rafine.
Draw discard. Probably draw discard the Adeline. I kind of do like Kaido providing the additional card advantage and also discarding extra copies of legendaries because your deck's filled with legendaries.
Yep, absolutely. So Adeline is going to come down instead of Rafine. Providing some additional power to be able to deal with that the 2/2 that's coming in. The incidental life gain provided by Elos in this deck with all of the token productions is very powerful.
Yep.
I really like how this behaves a lot like a Death and Taxes deck. It's sort of, stick and move, incidental life gain, everything does just a little bit. And it all worked together to provide a mountain of advantage.
Yep. And even if a card doesn't inherently create card advantage like Shieldred, it also just contributes to killing your opponent.
Yep, absolutely.
And also just really hard to get rid of with a lot of removal in this format. Kaido is going to keep generating that card advantage. There's a lot of blockers in play for Lord Kaiju, so Magic Beard's not going to be able to deal with Kaido very reliably, and there's going to be that 1/1 attacking every turn from Adeline regardless, probably. So Kaido's going to keep on drawing the cards.
6 mana is not the scary turn for Magic Beard, but 7 mana is. And when Magic Beard is able to get that next land down, it's going to be interesting to see exactly what, how big of an impact play Magic Beard has on that turn.
This could be an attack of I have Meathook Massacre anyway. Let's get a loyalty counter off of Kaido. But
yep,
I mean, I think you're okay with that if you're the Shieldred player because you're going to play Shieldred and they're not going to have a Meathook Massacre for that though.
Correct. So Elos going to get a few triggers. Not going to be too bad. We got Meathook Massacre on an empty board. Magic Beard with 2 cards in hand and an empty board heading into his turn 7, I think is okay with it. And then Lord Kaiju untapping, playing their 6th land, also going to be kind of okay with it. We have a Shieldred coming down and an active Kaito. So still very close. This is anybody's game.
You can freely discard this Rafine's Tower unless you just want to cast Rafine plus play the Shipwreck Marsh and then cycle the Rafine's Tower. Then you discard Iganjo, which is okay. I probably like getting Shieldred down, but there's merit. Actually, you know what? I like the Rafine line better than playing Shieldred because that's 2 mana for Infernal Grasp, and they can't actually get rid of Rafine with Infernal Grasp this turn and instep because of Rafine's Ward 1. So I like this play, doing this, playing Shipwreck Marsh, and then cycling the Rafine's Tower.
Yeah, this plays around the 2 mana that was kept up much better.
Someone in chat mentioned that isn't Sarah Paragon good in this type of build? Yes, but Sarah Paragon isn't a legendary creature, but you can probably most likely cast it in this deck, that's for sure, and keep on bringing your cards back out of the graveyard. I am a sucker for Sarah Paragon. We haven't seen that card in this tournament yet, but I really hope one of them does well.
So 7 lands, but no play out of Magic Beard. So no Titan in hand. I think he has access to 3 green mana. and no Toxrill. So not perfect for the response from Magic Beard.
And also, even if they had an answer to Rafine, Plaza of Heroes can save whatever they want to. We also have a really good play here in casting Jadar and Shieldred if we want to, but there could just be another Meathook Massacre. But you would think that if there was another one, it would have been used on the Rafine to stop the Kaido from drawing. So I would not put Magic Beard on another Meathook Massacre. They probably have all lands in hand. Like, what could Magic Beard possibly have in hand right now?
Yeah, I mean, without playing anything on his turn 7, I have a hard time thinking of anything useful that would be in Magic Beard's hand. You know, I think that looking at his deck, everything is an auto play. Everything is something you'd want to put into play, except for maybe Liliana. Maybe there's a Liliana in there that he wants to be able to protect or have some sort of mitigation for. Here we see a Unleash the Inferno, I think is what that is.
Yep. Unleash the Inferno really good in this format, being able to deal with all the enchantments that are in play, also deals 7 damage, so kills even Titan of Industry, which is pretty strong. But that's not good enough if your 7 damage removal spell is not good enough against four creatures.
Yeah. I really like Unleash the Inferno, being able to deal with wedding announcements, being able to deal with stray Meathook Massacres. Yeah, it's just a very good
Fable
card.
of the Mirror Breaker. It also kills a reflection of Kikijiki and the other Fable of the Mirror Breaker if they have like both going, and it just straight up, 2-for-1s into killing both of them, which is really strong.
Yeah.
I honestly think Lord Kaiju's going to run away with this game, and it's really interesting to see how the Esper deck's playing against this really, really good Jund deck.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that it depends heavily on Rafine and Kaito's ability to filter and draw. But once it has access to that, it's pretty hard for the controlling mid-range decks to do anything about it.
And now I think Lord Kaiju just locked up the game with the Urtai, because you can just let that Flame Blast block go through, and then, because that's fine. Urtai counters any relevant spell that Magic Beard can possibly play.
Absolutely. Takenuma is going to be able to get back something relevant from the graveyard. I don't even know if he needs to fire it off right now.
You can fire it off. It's 3 mana, so if it was 4 mana to do that, I wouldn't, but it's 3 mana, so if they cast something in response, you can still cast Urtai in response to that.
Yep.
And then you're going to get your Rafine back anyway, or Adeline, or whatever you want. I guess Shieldred, sure. Yeah, that too.
Sure.
The only reason why I wouldn't go for Shieldred is because you can't hold up Shieldred and Urtai. But, it's probably fine anyway.
Urtai and Plaza of Heroes being both turned on by the same amount of mana is very nice poetic synergy in this deck.
You can just discard the Brutal Cathar now and play the Plaza of Heroes untapped to where you can use Shieldred plus hold up Urtai, and that should probably be the game. Yep.
Running on all cylinders here. This should be pretty close to game. I mean, Magic Beard does have a bunch of haymakers, but with the Urtai in hand, they're not going to be able to pull it off, I don't think.
I'm definitely going to be playing this deck. Like, I like this deck.
It's a very fun deck. I think that the mana base for this is more attractive, certainly, than the mana base for the Joda 5-color.
We'll put basic in there, but
right there you go. As we see, Lord Kaiju takes the victory as Magic Beard takes first loss of the tournament.
Wow, 4-0 for that Esper deck. So if you're looking for an excuse, you have a really good one.
Yeah, and the only one playing that deck in this tournament, I believe.
Yep, that is really awesome. And we have seen Esper pop up in a few tournaments. In the 3 tournaments over the weekend that I covered in my podcast, I think it was like 3 Esper decks that made it into the top 8 that were beating the Jund decks and the Grixis decks in Mono Black. So if you wanted a deck to counteract those decks, Esper definitely is the way to go. We're going to check to see if we have any more matches going on, but yes, what were you going to say?
I was just going to add that the other Esper mid-range deck that is in this tournament, being played by Philip Marr, does in fact feature Sarah Paragon as one of its late game creatures. So that is much more of a Wandering Emperor centric traditional, as opposed to this sort of more tempo and token based strategy. But both decks are doing very well.
If that is the end of the matches in round 4, what can you tell us about the decks that are 4-0, unless you can't see that yet?
I don't think I can see that yet. Let me take a gander. Looks like Mark Hereda with Jund midrange is also 4-0, is what I can tell. This is a much more traditional Soul of Windgrace. Oh no, this is the fight rigging deck. So Mark Hereda has fight rigging and shakedown heavy as a card advantage engine as well. It looks like Chris O'Dara with mono black midrange is doing very well as well. I'm not sure where the 4-0s end here, but those were our top 3 matches, were Lord Kaiju, Mark Hereda, and Chris O'Dara taking the wins. In our table 4 matchup, quote unquote, Scott Sawyer with the Orzhov midrange deck came out victorious. Another Sarah Paragon deck. This one much more Sarah Paragon centric, trying to get value out of things like Liliana discarding something and then playing it from the graveyard again.
Yes, we are actually in Ginger's match here, where Ginger Vidius is playing against Gotcha. Still in game 2, we have Esper once again. I believe this is the Sarah Paragon build, playing against Jund. So same matchup that we just saw, looking at it from the Jund side. We have a Cruelty of Gix in hand, Graveyard Trespasser on the battlefield, and there is a Wedding Announcement and a Wandering Emperor on the other side of the board. Destroy Evil being able to kill Graveyard Glutton because it has 4 toughness.
I love it. Yeah, Destroy Evil is a card that I was looking at for my own sideboard purposes, and it does a lot. It destroys strange strained Wedding Announcements, as well as Shale Dread, and of course, just any old flipped werewolf that might be troubling you as well. I love Destroy Evil.
That is the second Destroy Evil that was cast. I don't know how many creatures are in Ginger Vidius's graveyard. If maybe there is a 7-drop in there or not, but Cruelty of Gix does get to search up anything you want anyway. This is 5 damage here coming in, so have to chump block with the 1/1. We'll see what happens. Cruelty of Gix also cannot search up anything because that's 3 life.
Yep. Yeah, we don't know what's in the graveyard as of right now, but I think Cruelty is most likely to reanimate whatever the best target is.
Yep, Cruelty Gix cannot search anything because it does take 3 life to do that. So a little bit of a pickle that Ginger Vidius is in right now, and Gotcha already won game 1.
Yeah, with the that's a decent one to reanimate, honestly. Reanimating his opponent's graveyard Glutton, taking some cards out of Gotcha's graveyard, not able to gain life off of it yet.
Was that his or the opponent's? Did the Destroy Evil exile, or does that actually destroy? Because the Destroy Evil is the thing that killed the Glutton.
Destroy Evil exiles. Oh, sorry, Destroy Evil destroys. You're right. Destroy Evil does destroy.
Wait, if Destroy Evil exiled, that would be a weird flavor fail, right?
Yeah, exactly. Destroy Evil doesn't destroy. That would be a bit of a flavor fail. It does, in fact, destroy. And unfortunately, Cruelty of Gix not good enough to dig out of the hole, so Gotcha gets the win.
Yep, and that's the second time that we've seen Esper beat Jund in the same round.
Yeah. I mean, the Esper midrange deck, we were talking about how the Jund midrange deck is sort of the answer to the mono black strategy, but the deck that typically wins the tournament isn't the deck that beats the best deck. It's the deck that beats the best deck and another good deck, right? That's the sort of level 1, level 2, level 3 that we oftentimes see. So if level 1 is mono black and level 2 is Jund midrange, then if it's possible that on top of that we go to the Esper, and they seem to be 2 of the big powerhouses in this tournament.
And I would think that if Esper was paired against mono black, Esper would have the edge with the ability to play negate and other counterspells like that against Mono Black. So if Esper can beat Jund, and Esper can also beat Mono Black, then the only thing that really Esper has to contend with it is seeing if it's better or worse than the Grixis decks.
Right. Yeah, the card advantage engine is really what it's going to boil down to for those Esper decks. We have two different card advantage engines in the two Esper decks that we watched. One of them was much more of a, we had Kaito Shizuki and Rafine, as opposed to the one that we just saw, which the card advantage is much more traditional in that Esper deck, which also takes advantage of Sarah Paragon in the late game for another advantage engine.
Yep, that the advantage of that deck was Sarah Paragon and Wedding Announcement, whereas I don't think Lord Kaiju's build was heavy on Wedding Announcement. But it does seem like that color combination, being able to play around Meathook Massacre pretty well with Lord Kaiju playing Jadar, which can sacrifice the random 2/2s, with the Wedding Announcement build playing Wedding Announcement to sacrifice the little 1/1s, and even if Wedding Announcement is sacrificed, Wedding Announcement can be brought back out of the graveyard with Sarah Paragon once again. So yeah, I like the little bit of engines to where you can have a little bit of a creature left over on the side, maybe with a Wandering Emperor token and things like that, to mitigate Meathook Massacre, not Meathook Massacre, to mitigate the Invoke Despair.
Yeah, both Wedding Announcement at Teachings of the Kirin being another one that is, it's an enchantment and a body. I think that these cards that come down and make 2 permanents that you can sacrifice to the Invoke Despair to limit the card draw is so huge. Even if you're losing the permanent that you cast, being able to mitigate their card draw, run them out of cards. A lot of their plan is play Liliana, run everybody out of resources, then refill with Invoke Despair. You sort of completely shut that plan down if you have stuff that can gunk up the board.
Yep, let's go ahead, and round 5 is pairing now, so let's go ahead and head over to Lord Kaiju once again with the Esper deck, and we'll see if Esper can take down Jund last round and also take down a different deck this round. What's Lord Kaiju playing against this round?
Lord Kaiju is paired, to reload the page here. I don't think I have the pairings yet.
It looks like we have paired round 5. Lord Kaiju is playing against, let's double check this here. Lord Kaiju is playing against Mark Heredia.
Oh, excellent. Mark Heredia is a name that we've said a few times, but we have not seen yet. He is playing a Jund mid-range deck as well. This one, featuring the fight rigging plus shakedown heavy combo to be able to try to cheat out big things. 4 copies of fight rigging and 4 copies of Cruelty of Gix to try to get 4 copies of Titan of Industry onto the battlefield.
Yep, and we have not seen this deck yet, so excited to see this. This deck is also 4-0, I believe, but we have an aggressive start from Lord Kaiju. Thalia into Adeline, and this is going to stop the fight rigging.
Yeah, this is going to mitigate a lot of what Mark is trying to do. He does not actually have a ton of removal in the deck. In fact, his main deck is quite aggressive in terms of creatures, but he does have 4 Bloodtithe Harvester to be able to try to turn off Thalia.
Bloodtithe Harvester in the deck with a Forest on turn 1 isn't looking too promising, especially with an Adeline and a Thalia in play right now.
Yeah, not ideal. Certainly the Forest required for the fight rigging, but it seems like we have a pretty gunky hand here.
Might be a fight rigging in Mark's hand and just can't cast it yet. And now we're going to see Urtai being able to be held up, countering something, and I think, honestly, that's just game over already.
This is too aggressive. This is too much power on the board. Almost lethal on the board, much less with Urtai. Could also just be a Rafine adding a +1/+1 counter. There's so much hate. This is probably just a turn 5 aggro win here.
Yeah, Urtai reminds me a lot of Frilled Mystic.
Yep.
Because Frilled Mystic's also a 3/2 that counters something. And wow, that's how quick Lord Kaiju's Esper deck can win the game.
Yep. So Mark Hereda is going to need to find some stuff to be able to handle the quick aggressive creatures. He does have access to a couple of cut downs, a couple of infernal grasps. Looks like he's also got Unleash the Inferno and Terra Sunder if he's interested in 4-mana removal. But certainly the cut downs and infernal grasps are going to be a big part of games 2 and 3.
I just found out that my chat couldn't see the match because I didn't transition it over to watching the match.
Oh,
which is
no!
Cool, which is fine because the game was over before anyone could even breathe.
Yeah.
So
the game ended on turn 5.
We were talking about it anyway, so they had the play-by-play. But just to summarize what happened, it was land, Thalia, Adeline, Urtai, game over. That's all you need to know. Yep.
That was it. The Jund deck didn't play a spell until one got countered. And the aggressive Esper tempo deck was on the play and got a Thalia down, which is definitely the key card against his deck, and that's all she wrote.
Yeah, I mean, who needs to actually watch the game when you can breathe one time and the game's over? Like,
that's right. I think the future of Magic commentary is radio. I think that's definitely the future. Is Magic the Gathering Arena radio teleplay?
I agree. I mean, we were already pretty good at it, like right there.
Yeah. I need to put on the transatlantic accent for the next round. As we see our opponent has a hand here.
That was so funny. I always wondered why those people said talked like that, but I guess it's like just how they talked back then. I don't know if it's an accent or something. I don't know.
I could go into why this is gonna get into some nerdy crap. If you want me to explain why the transatlantic accent was so popular,
I would love for you to do that, but just after we end this.
Absolutely. After this duress resolves and takes care of a wandering emperor here, we have yet another Thalia into Adelaide draw, which is so powerful against these Jund mid-range decks.
Especially since Mark probably had a cut down lined up for any creature that happened with that one swamp available, but also just couldn't cast it just now.
Yep.
And now Adeline is going to have more than one power when it comes down, so cut down's not going to be able to deal with the Adeline.
If the Thalia enters the red zone here, yeah, that's all. I mean, it's tough to say that that's it, but like,
I mean, if there was an Urtai, I'd say that's it.
Sure. We do have an Otawara to be able to bounce whatever gets played here.
Oh my!
Be a Shieldred.
Here we go. Otawara is 2 mana. You can play the Quetzalcoatl, Otawara for 1 mana, and then play the Jadar, and then Otawara for 1 mana.
Actually, I notice we don't have blue mana because we don't have a blue creature.
Oh yeah, we do not have blue mana.
Can't Otawara.
Oh.
Now we could Iganjo. If we attack with Thalia and get a 1/1, we don't even need to attack with the Adelaide. The Iganjo would be able to take care of the Shieldred.
Yeah, I think just the Thalia gets in. Shieldred just can't block.
Yeah, I think that the writing is on the wall for Mark to know that Iganjo is in hand. So Mark falls to 3. Jadar gets on the board.
And then Jadar can also block the Shieldred, so can they even really attack with Shieldred? Like, probably not.
Not really, and I don't even think you want to attack with Shieldred.
No, you don't. You just want to block, but even then you can't really block.
It's effectively an enchantment. It's a glorified enchantment right now.
There's a Fable that's 4 mana.
Yeah.
Oh my.
Not as attractive.
With 1 mana left over, nothing to cast for Mark. Oh, I guess there can be a Beseju, so that's probably what's in hand right now with the stop on Mark's side. Because you can still cycle, you can still use the Beseju with Shieldred on board for 1 mana, and it doesn't get taxed by Thalia.
Yep. So Beseju is a decent one to be able to mitigate a Meat Hook Massacre or whatever other powerful.
It's also probably just good to know that Beseju is probably in Mark's hand if you caught the stop there, Because with Thalia in play, like, the game just passes turn automatically. But when you can do something, there's nothing you can do with 1 mana with Thalia in play unless it's a 1 mana creature, which we already know Mark's not playing. So, like, it almost has to be Boseiju.
Right.
And that's good to know if you're Lord Kaiju, because Boseiju doesn't really do anything to you right now.
So everybody into the red zone. This is just pressure.
And this is also probably guaranteeing that the Shieldred dies. The Iganjo's there. Probably, let's see, if 2 things are blocked, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 damage is going to be taken from Mark, putting Mark to 9. There's a Meathook Massacre that could kill a lot of things to deal even more damage. But if there is the green channel land in the opponent's hand, it's not going to deal the damage.
Right. So the whatever legend that Lord Kaiju wants to survive is going to get to survive as well because of this Plaza of Heroes. So there's almost no recourse for Mark here, even if he puts it in front of the Adelaide or in front of the... Well, if he puts it in front of the Thalia, it just dies because of the first strike and the Eiganjo. I think the only choice is to put it in front of the Adelaide and offer the trade, unless... Oh, man, he's just leaning on the Sheoldred. He is going to get to gain some life off of the Sheoldred with the Fable Chapter 2.
Actually, you know what I think? I think Mark's planning to end step Boseiju the Plaza. But there's going to be another Plaza, unfortunately.
Interesting. Yeah, I mean, Mark is stuck between a rock and a hard place here. I think the second Plaza is going to throw a wrench in his plan. But even his original plan wasn't going to be particularly great, given the crazy amount of creatures on the board.
Yeah, see, Mark has a stop here. It's got to be Boseiju.
Unless he just got auto stop.
Unless he has auto stop, yeah. Which I wouldn't be surprised if people had them in a tournament like this for $1,000 prize support.
Absolutely.
So Fable's going to discard 2, going to draw 2, going to gain 4. Relevant.
And what's the god draw? I think the best case scenario was discard a Titan, reanimate it.
Still can't Meathook for 4, so can't get rid of the Adeline. Because the Thalia's there.
Right.
Still can't attack with Shieldred.
Still can't attack with Shieldred. Shakedown Heavy is a decent blocker. That'll stand in front of an Adelaide a lot better than a Sheoldred will.
It's just so hard to get anything. It's hard to get anything to stand in front of anything because there's Plaza of Heroes and Iganjo. Oh, there's the Urtai.
Right. And now we have an Urtai.
Now the Otawara has to be played as a land.
Yes.
Well, no, wait.
Although
you can use Plaza of Heroes to cast the Urtai. Yeah,
and then you have enough legends in play to just cast 1 mana Otawara.
Oh my gosh, I love this deck.
It's very good. Surprising how good it actually functions, I think. Looking at the deck list, it was not immediately obvious that this was... or how games played out. It was not immediately obvious to me what this deck exactly was doing. You look at the deck and it has 4 Sheoldreds in it, and it has, a bunch of mid-rangey cards, but it's an aggro deck.
Was this actually lethal? If you play Iganjo and then after attacks play Urtai, kill Shieldred, and then Otawara with the Plaza of Heroes mana, bouncing the heavy?
It could have been. That does not play around a removal spell from Mark.
Right.
But Mark has not played like he has a removal spell.
But now Meathook wins the game anyway.
Yeah. And there's no answer for... Well, Mark could destroy the Meathook in response
if there's Boseiju.
If there's Boseiju.
which I think they have, but could be wrong.
I mean, Besaju's the out, right? Besaju's
I knew it the whole time. The whole time I knew it. Wow, and now Thalia dies and the entire board dies. So basically, Mark just
he went for lethal, but wiped his own board.
Oh my gosh, is Mark gonna win this game now?
How the turntables? I mean, I think it was. I like going for it, but we also did predict that he had Besaju.
I think I would have gone for the Urtai lethal.
The Urtai lethal is I think the Urtai lethal is safer.
But Brutal Cathar here is in other words, brutal.
Yeah. Brutal Cathar and Urtai, honestly. Like, we have both. So
that was probably the best draw in the deck, honestly.
For sure. Being able to deal with the Shale Dread before it could get any more incremental value.
That's a cut down, which is Urtai's gonna counter the cut down. They're gonna get a draw. They're gonna get a draw off of it, but we'll see what happens here. What if there's a 6 power creature off the top? Another cut down.
Unbelievable. It was just cut down into cut down. How unfortunate. That's so sad. And that's I think that's the did he have 2 cut downs in the deck or is it just 2 in the main deck? No, he has 2 cut downs total.
And they were back to back.
We're back to back off the top.
All right, here we go. Another Brutal Cathar. Wandering Emperor.
Okay.
Listen, oh my gosh.
That is something. Wandering Emperor's not irrelevant.
Soul of Windgrace. That's a legendary, so
hits keep coming. I mean,
it can't get copied.
That's true.
And then Iganjo can kill the Soul of Windgrace at some point. Fight rigging is going to trigger next turn if the Soul of Windgrace isn't dealt with. Here's the Wandering Emperor.
Yep.
My goodness.
So being able to get rid of the Shale Dread means that we can cycle any amount of lands, we can Rafine, we can do all that good stuff. That's another one. We also don't have a land in hand, so we can get rid of the Soul right now if we wanted to.
Also, the Urtai can kill the Soul of Windgrace so that the fight rigging can't trigger.
Yes.
Oh my gosh, wait.
Now, if Mark drew a land here, then the Soul of Windgrace could survive the Urtai.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. The fight rigging triggered already. Wait.
Yeah,
you have to use Urtai right now.
The fight rigging will only... You have to use Urtai now. Certainly would have been better to use it outside of combat, I think. If this is a land in Mark's hand, he's going to get the fight rigging trigger.
Oh, it's going to counter the fight rigging ability instead of killing the creature.
That's interesting. I don't mind that. That's fine.
Oh, wow, and they actually could have made it indestructible.
Yeah, and he also just made it indestructible.
And tapped it.
I don't think that he saw what was happening. He may have misunderstood what the target was.
Yeah.
I don't think it matters, though. Like,
I think I...
Well, now we can exile the soul. We can exile the Soul of Windgrace.
Oh my gosh, because it got tapped, it gets exiled now. And then you can cast Rafine and attack. What is this game?
Pretty good. And this is a 2-turn clock, even without discarding a non-creature spell.
What is this game?
Yeah, this game is back and forth for sure. The Urtai countering the trigger was huge. We're still plenty live for Titan off the top, Shakedown Heavy off the top to be able to get a bunch of fight riggings to trigger.
With double Plaza of Heroes, it's going to be impossible to get rid of these creatures. Going to pay 1 for the ward and just get hexproofed.
Yeah,
and,
I mean,
and then the 2 counters are going to go on the reflection. They're going to be forced to block Urtai unless they die. So we're going to see a trade with Urtai and that, unless there's a Wandering Emperor off the top or something. Except it has 4 toughness, so it has to die to Iganjo. So it's not going to be a trade.
Not going to be a trade. The Iganjo has been waiting for this moment.
Oh my goodness. Discard the Rite of Oblivion, discard the Shipwreck Marsh. Iganjo.
And this is actually lethal because Shale Dread is going to deal 2 damage, and 2 damage is going to get through.
Yep. Iganjo's going to happen or not. And then Shieldred is going to come down. And then the 2 damage is going to be taken for game.
That's it. That's all she wrote.
Wow. What a game.
Masterfully done.
What a game. Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
So a big key moment there was countering the activated ability on the fight rigging. The back-to-back cutdowns were also huge. Going for the win. How do you feel about going for the win with the Meat Hook Massacre?
I don't like it.
Let's assume for the moment you didn't predict the Boseiju. Let's assume that you didn't know for a fact because of the way that it paused that Boseiju was the only card. Do you still go for it knowing that there's 1 in the deck?
No, because you win anyway next turn. Like, you don't have to do that. Like, you have so many creatures on board, you just attack them next turn and win. Unless they top deck Meat Hook Massacre. But, so, you don't have to. Like, doing it there is, like, probably, like, way too greedy, especially because Boseiju can be a card they play, even if I didn't know that they had it. I think it's way too greedy. Because you had game anyway.
Yeah, boy, it is so close in my mind. I'm always in the school of make them have it, right? I'm a mono red player at heart. I'm like attack, block. Math is for blockers. Like go out.
But the thing is, if they do have Boseiju, you just lose the game unless something like that happens. Whereas like top deck after tap deck after tap deck, like
the risk, the risk is so high, that it might. I don't think I would have done it. I admire. It must be said that I admire Lord Kaiju for going for it. I think that level of, I'll call it bravery, is something that separates the very good from the great. Because sometimes you lose, sometimes you get got. But if you don't take the chance, like if no one got great by not jumping off of a cliff.
Oh, fair. Oh, I'm all in for risk, but also I'm in for risk when there's hardly any other choice. But that you definitely had the guaranteed win if they just pass back the turn to you. You just attack.
Yeah. So here we see a couple of mid-range Orzhov-y kind of decks, 3 different Phyrexian missionaries.
And did you guess it? Esper again?
It's Esper again. Wow, that's a large Phyrexian missionary. I would imagine the only recourse for OKI Scoop is to top deck a Meat Hook Massacre, which is not a Plains. And Gotcha, once again, on top of the mountain.
So both Esper decks we see winning again. We just watched both Esper decks win last round, and they both won again. I mean, I think we're seeing like the next meta shift in the format in Standard.
I agree. I think that. So these 2 decks are extremely different. There's an Esper mid-range that is super based on aggression and legendary creatures and Plaza, and then there's a much more traditional Esper mid-range deck that we just saw that is Phyrexian Missionary, Tenacious Underdog. But both decks make great use of Raffine on turn 3, and both decks also want to use the Wandering Emperor to some degree. So I don't think that they're super similar, but they certainly are aiming for the same pressure points of the format.
And yeah, watching Mr. Odara here playing against Tordo, we've seen this matchup. Well, this looks like it's Jub against Azcanta.
Yeah, this is a mono black mirror. Both players having bank busters to be able to try to get some card advantage back. Seems like the Junji is the main difference on the board at present. This is the downfall of Field of Ruin. Not great against 8 swamps.
But also very great against a 5-color Joda deck playing 0 basics.
Yeah. The upside on Field of Ruin in your monocolor deck is so high that it like Field of Ruin kind of is the selling point, I feel, to not be Rakdos. And there are so many good lands in the format that that trade-off might be worth it. As we see an attack here from Jub, getting in there with the Bank Buster, a Trespasser, and the Tenacious Underdog. A Bank Buster going to become a creature and enter combat. See if the Trespasser wants to tangle. This is an attack for 10. That's a lot. So.
Yeah, mono block against mono black. It's whoever has the last Invoke Despair, right?
Or is that how that plays
if someone
out?
Can, I do like the Bank Buster making the 1/1, and I also like the fact that it's an artifact, not an enchantment. To like that card by itself, like pretty much plays around Invoke Despair. Do invoke. I mean the Evolve Sleeper here really good off the top for Jub. I would have liked to see the Evolve Sleeper pump twice into itself so it doesn't die off the top to a cut down, but I think, doing that's fine too, because they can cut it down and then you can evolve it per se in response, but it doesn't work if you go to evolve it on end step. And that's something that Azcanta would do, is hold on to the cut down for the sleeper to evolve in end step. We see a Sorin come down here, not using the Field of Ruins for mana, like it probably matters, but I mean, whatever, it's mono black mirror.
Yeah, unlikely to matter. I think that Azcanta's path to victory is hope Junji survives, and if it doesn't, getting through in the air. Like, there's too much gunk over on Jub's side of the board at this point to warrant getting through on the ground. So getting through in the skies is the way to go, making this 2/3 flyer.
And
it's going to be able to help.
That is something that we touched on a little earlier, that mono black doesn't usually have a lot of flyers, and that might be the axis to beat these black mid-range decks. And Junji seems like a good meta call. Vanishing Verse isn't in the format anymore. All the removal can't really destroy it. And even if there is a Meathook Massacre for 5, Junji gets to revive a Graveyard Trespasser or anything else, or also make your opponent discard cards. And it seems like Jub is on the same train, playing Junji the Midnight Sky himself. So it seems like that is the way that the meta is going for the mono black deck right now. We see an all-out attack here for Sorin.
Yeah, Sorin is frightening to Jub, significantly more than Azcanta's life total, it seems. He did get back a Junji at the end of the turn with a Takenuma. So a Junji of his own, says Jub. And if the two Junjis were to trade in combat on Azcanta's turn, because Azcanta's the active player, Jub's would resolve first.
Yes, it would. Yep.
So good on Jub to have that going for him as well.
All right, we see the sleeper. The sleeper is actually going to just grow past the 2/3 if it blocks. So I don't mind the Bank Buster blocking the sleeper. I also don't mind the Bank Buster using the ability and chumping with the 1/1 that it makes before blockers too. But if you do block the sleeper, they have to tap 5 mana into the sleeper to the point where they would have to completely tap out to cast Junji. Maybe that was a consideration if they just blocked the Bankbuster to the sleeper. But here we go. Top deck Invoke Despair. Let's go.
That's pretty good. I mean, that's all right. You don't really want to sacrifice a Junji to the Invoke Despair. So I don't mind this. I mean, he's only at 4, and he's not presenting any life gain. So Jub is going to have
has Menace, so this is probably game over.
Oh, does Junji have Menace? Oh no, I did not realize that Junji had Menace.
Oh my!
Insane. Yeah, that's the game. Not only does it have flying, but it also has Menace. Yeah, pretty powerful magic there. Not a card that I'm used to seeing, Junji, but perhaps more in the future. That card's effectively unblockable if it has flying and Menace. My goodness, what a powerful 5/5.
It's practically unblockable, especially since there's not many flyers. So even if a deck does get a flyer out, you still can't block it. And also, it plays around almost every removal spell that's played right now, outside of, I guess the only thing that really removes it cleanly in the format that's played pretty often is Rite of Oblivion, and also the 3-mana exile a creature or planeswalker, the one that if you control an artifact and an enchantment, you can add a creature or planeswalker from grave to hand also.
Oh, Soul Transfer?
Soul Transfer. Those are like the only 2 cards I can think of that are played in the format outside of Wandering Emperor that can deal with a Junji.
Yeah, that's pretty... it's a pretty brutal card.
I guess also Brutal Cathar, now that you mentioned the word brutal, but... You know.
Fair. Brutal Cathar, though, is a little bit squishy. And, you know, if you're playing mono black and you can't deal with the 2/2, then you got bigger problems.
Yeah, exactly.
So we're seeing some sideboard decisions here. Access to a lot of different types of decks post-sideboard. You can be a much more aggressive build. You can be a much more controlling build. This is one of the big strengths of the mono black deck. Not only is its mana very consistent, but you can actually kind of change what type of deck you are.
Yep.
If you want to take out a lot of the aggressive cards and side into more planeswalkers, you can become essentially a full control deck. If you want to take out several of those planeswalkers and the Invoke Despairs even, you can become an aggro deck, like, pretty consistently. You have Evolved Sleepers and Tenacious Underdogs backed up by removal and discard. That's an aggro deck.
Yep. You see some Shieldreds being taken out. Maybe that's because of the presence of Infernal Grasp in the matchup. I don't know. I don't know if taking out more Shieldreds is good or not. It dodges Meathook Massacre unless it's like super late game. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think that the fear of playing Shale Dread is that it gets either no value or it gets 2 life, which is not what you need out of this matchup. Reckoner Bankbuster has a lot more effect on the game even at 4 mana. Liliana of the Veil is able to turn it off relatively quickly. And if you're facing down this opening from Jub, where you've got Evolved Sleeper into Reckoner Bankbuster on the play, a turn 4 Shale Dread into untapped turn 5 is not going to do it. So I don't mind siding out Shale Dread. It's a very good card, but it's not perfect.
Here's a Duress. I don't actually like bringing in discard against other discard decks, but if you can get a Duress before turn 5 to hit the Invoke Despair, it is very valuable. Hitting Duress on turn 1 can hit a Record or Bankbuster, which is also valuable. But the problem with this type of matchup is that you're both going to be top decking at some point in the game, and drawing a Duress after that happens is pretty bad. I also don't even love this attack with the underdog, because if they have their own underdog, yep, they can crew the Bankbuster and kill Liliana. So that's like another thing.
Chose not to, though.
Chose not to, but that's like a reason to not attack, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. 100% agree. I think that Jub is going to value the draw here, especially having seen the second Liliana, knew that it wasn't going to necessarily be exactly the right thing. But each player discarding a card with Reckoner Bankbuster existing is a huge huge selling point here.
I mean, exposing Bankbuster to a Soul Transfer or whatever other removal spell like an Infernal Grasp is a little bit interesting here.
Yeah, I don't know about that. I don't know what that is.
Maybe it was just impulsive. Because they know there's a Liliana, right? Liliana can just minus and kill the Bankbuster?
Right. So
maybe it's like a massive bait. Maybe it's just bait.
Maybe it's another mass. Yeah, maybe
Jub has 2 really good cards in hand and doesn't want to get plussed on.
Right.
But like, I don't know about that.
Seems like based on our information, unless the hand is like Shale Dread 5-drop, which looks like it is. Invoke Despair is pretty good. Clear the board, draw a card.
I kind of like casting Underdog, but also knowing that Jub brought in Duress, I also like casting Bankbuster.
Yeah, I think Bankbuster here is the
oh my gosh,
is definitely the way to go. And with the hand empty, Trespasser is going to definitely eat this Tenacious Underdog's lunch.
Yep. The better and better the Underdog gets, the better and better Trespasser gets, but they're both really amazing cards, and they're even played in Eternal formats also, so just super powerful cards that they printed recently in recent standards.
Yeah. So the bait, if you have Invoke Despair and Graveyard Trespasser in hand, is definitely worth it.
Here we go, Invoke Despair. Don't have the 5th land.
Don't have the 5th land.
I really love that land, though. I think I like just keeping up the card advantage, drawing a card off the Bankbuster, casting the other one, take an attack for 3, that's fine. But just keep the cards flowing and try to hit that land drop.
Yep. 100% agree. Getting these Bankbusters down, especially now that you know that your opponent has Duress, is hugely important. Instant speed card draw also.
For the reason that the opponent has Duress, I like drawing the card at their end step. Infernal Grasp is just not going to be able to deal with the Trespasser, but I think that's okay.
Yeah, I don't think that you use Infernal Grasp on this Trespasser, but maybe you use it just to... you don't even use it on the Underdog.
I think you just
maybe you do use it on the Trespasser and just lean on your card advantage.
I don't think so. Like, taking 6 is okay here, I think. You don't want to Infernal Grasp Tenacious Underdog because it's going to die anyway. You also give them the ability to draw a card in their second in the combat phase, to where if they draw Duress off of it, they can cast Duress in their second main, and you don't want to take that line. Okay, I guess they just had Duress anyway, but you don't want to give them an additional draw to try to get it either.
That's pretty rough. The Duress there, very good in that spot, but normally I would not say ideal. And there's the Swamp. Perfect timing.
That was those Duresses were very good, but it might just be like hindsight bias to think that you should bring Duress in this matchup, but I mean, maybe it's correct. I don't know.
No, I mean, I suppose it really depends on your overall sideboard plan. Again, you can sideboard into so many different types of decks with mono black that maybe it's stronger if you're in a specific style of sideboard strategy to make sure that your opponent never gets to Invoke Despair, because it would have been extremely powerful there. It just didn't happen. And so being able to mitigate the Invoke Despair with targeted discard like that, maybe it's worth it. I agree with you, though. I don't particularly like Duress in this matchup. But, hindsight being what it is, who knows?
Here we go. That's a cut down on the 1/1. We're going to get another draw off the Bankbuster. We have the Evolve Sleeper. Okay, now... because Evolve Sleeper was drawn, Escanta here has the card advantage locked up. Now it's just a matter of trying not to die.
Yeah. Yep. Draw a card first, I think, is definitely the way to go.
I honestly, I think I just like casting Sleeper, making it a 3/3, and then whatever they attack with, crew the Bankbuster to block.
Okay. I like.
And now I
like
think that option's not on the table.
Oh, of course. No, once we drew a card, the option was no longer on the table. Drawing the swamp allows us to discard an extra swamp, which is also quite good.
See now, since they've used the 2 mana here, I don't like playing the sleeper, but yeah, it's just a tough spot now.
I think you do. I mean, you can expose the sleeper to the board. I think that you have to play the Infernal Grasp on the Trespasser.
I think now you have to play Infernal Grasp on the Trespasser, go to 4, and then hope you don't die to the underdog later. Evolve Sleeper's probably just played as, like, he's probably not going to... He's just going to pump it up once here, and then use the treasure to cast Infernal Grasp.
Okay. And we're just leaning on Bank Busters for the rest of the game, hoping that we can not only crew them, but maybe get get the last 2 card advantage bits out of the last Bank Buster here.
Yep. And Bank Busters actually is not just an okay card to crew. Like, it's active. You actively want to do this. Like, it's really good to do that right now.
Absolutely.
I mean, it's not like you can do it right now. You're gonna go to 1 probably, but
gonna go to 1 here. So another. Yeah, I don't think you can give up the.
Oh my
sleeper,
gosh, I do not like this.
Or
block.
I guess he does. So this plays around another Trespasser or something like a Shale Dread later on, leaning on that card advantage some more.
Yeah,
it is another Trespasser. Rough.
I do like the lifelink here, but it's not good enough to crew the Bank Buster.
It is not good enough to crew the Bank Buster. It's also, we're at 5 mana. So Sorin is a gamble if we want to draw first. I think Sorin, make a 2/3, might be our only recourse.
I bring order to this broken world.
See, now because of the block, you're now super far. I mean, you're now super far behind. But this is the reason why I don't like discard in the mirror, is because yeah, it was good for Jub, but if Escanta draws a card and draws into a discard spell, Jub has like 0 cards in hand, right, or like 1 card in hand, and it's not going to do anything. You're going to die to the Trespasser. You're going to die to the underdog, and Duress does not help you in this situation.
So Jub's version was to sideboard into a much more aggressive deck, as opposed to a control deck. We saw no Planeswalkers out of Jub, but we saw full aggro. And when you're going full aggro, the Duresses do help to maintain that pressure and make sure that your opponents can't dig their way out of it. So if that's his plan, I understand it. We don't have to like it, but once again, they're the ones that are playing. They're the ones that are winning. So we can second guess as much as we want, but I don't think it's going to do anything.
Oh yeah, and it ended up working for Jubs, and that's part of the game plan, and maybe that's the best game plan in the Mono Black Mirror. It ended up winning the mirror this time. Hats off to Jub. I'm pretty sure that locks Jub into top cut. I'm not sure, but cutting to top 8 is happening right now. Or I'm going to take a quick. We're going to take a quick, like 2-3 minute break, just because I need to step away from the computer for a second. But we're going to come back with the top 8 of Stream League 12, sponsored by CoolStuffInc.com, playing for $1,000 from CoolStuffInc.com here with Mox Ruben, and we'll be back in just a couple minutes with the top 8 here. We will see you all shortly. Welcome back to the top 8 of Stream League 12, sponsored by CoolStuffInc.com. We have our top 8 for you, and I can't wait for you to see it. I'm going to have Mox Ruby right over here go over the top 8 decks for you so you can see what you should probably be playing after this week in Standard. What do those top 8 look like?
Well, at the top of the top 8, our only undefeated player is Lord Kaiju playing Esper Midrange. This particular Esper Midrange deck is very focused on Plaza of Heroes as its mana base because it is a legendary deck. It has 29 creatures, all of which are legendary, as well as 4 planeswalkers, which also count as legendary. So that really helps the mana base function and flow. We saw this deck a couple of times, really good at making tokens, really good at playing the long game. So Lord Kaiju is our one undefeated player.
One thing to mention real quick, sorry to interrupt, about Lord Kaiju's deck is he has probably the most dreamiest of dream curves in all of Standard right now. Turn 2, Thalia. Turn 3, Adeline. Turn 4, Urtai. Wins the game every time, no questions asked.
Yep, absolutely. Being able, and so many of the big cards are 3 mana right now that being able to delay it for a turn with Thalia and then get Urtai to get rid of whatever they play, be it a Fable of the Mirror Breaker or a Liliana, is a huge deal. And speaking of very good 3 mana cards, second place is Scott Spurlock, who's playing a Golgari midrange deck. And there's a bunch of things happening in this deck, but it really wants to get Topiary Stomper active. 4 copies of Topiary Stomper here. This is a Storm the Festival deck. It has a lot more of sort of mid-rangey creatures, things like Workshop Warchief, and of course the top end, Sheoldred and Titan of Industry. Our second of 4 4/1s is a Jund mid-range deck that is another Storm the Festival deck. This one's also a fight rigging deck. We saw Mark play this deck a little bit. 4 copies of Shakedown Heavy, as well as some big creatures like Soul of Windgrace to be able to try to activate fight rigging. And oh, by the way, Cruelty of Gix is also in here to be able to try to reanimate things like Titan of Industry and other big giant creatures. We have another Esper midrange deck at number 4, played by Philip Marr. This one is much more of a traditional looking list, more removal spells, 4 copies of Wedding Announcement. This also features Rafine Scheming Seer as a 4 of. We also see Phyrexian Missionary in this deck as a 4 of, a very good mid-range creature to play on turn 2 or turn 4, depending on what you want to do, and 4 copies of the Wandering Emperor as well. Our last 4/1 is our first mono black deck. It took a while for us to get to mono black, which was the big name of the tournament. But it seems that Bruno is the only mono black midrange to make the top 8. You know what this deck's all about. There's Sheoldred, there's Tenacious Underdog, there's Graveyard Trespasser. This one actually cuts down on some of the big hits that people think you might play. Only 2 copies of Liliana, only 2 copies of Sheoldred, in favor of a wider swath of types of cards. 2 main deck back, Reckoner Bankbuster, and a couple of additional removal spells as well. Moving down into the 3/2s, 6th place through 13th place were all 3 and 2, so it moved on to tiebreakers. But the best tiebreaker by a wide margin, by about 10%, was Magic Beard with a Jund midrange deck that we saw earlier on in the day. Flame Blessed Bolt being one of the standout spells of the deck. Probably did very good up against Tenacious Underdogs and Blood Tithe Harvesters. We are seeing a lot more 2/3s in this top 8 than we were expecting. So maybe not as good in the top 8, but this deck is very heavy. It has Soul of Windgrace, it has Titan of Industry, it even has a Toxrill the Corrosive in it as well. Moving on to number 7, we have an Orzhov midrange deck. This is a Sarah Paragon deck. That is what it is. It definitely wants to take advantage of Sarah Paragon. Things like Liliana of the Veil, Spirited Companion, Phyrexian Missionary, and then at the top end, it's got Ao the Dawn Sky to be able to continue. And oh, by the way, 4 copies of Wedding Announcement. Rounding out the top 8, we've got our traditional Rakdos midrange deck. This was another of these decks that we this was enemy number 1 or 1A coming into the tournament. This one is much more traditional looking. This one has 4 Lilianas, 4 Tenacious Underdog, 4 Blood Tithe Harvester to apply the pressure, and then it's got Fable of the Mirror Breaker as its it plus Blood Tithe Harvester are its red cards. That's what it's trying to do. Much more aggressive, much more low to the ground. 3 Cut Down, 2 Infernal Grasp, and 4 Invoke Despair, not to mention the 2 Meat Hook Massacres as its main way of removing things. So pretty varied top 8. Even our repeat archetypes of Jund midrange and Esper midrange are vastly different builds. I would say that this is actually 8 different archetypes in the top 8.
Nice. We're starting off already here in player 13 here with Noble. They are playing, I believe, the deck that you would say that likes to get off the Topiary Stomper against OKI Scoop, playing the Spirited Companion and the Orzhov deck.
Excellent, yeah. This Topiary Stomper deck is super weird. It's got a Nimata Primeval Warden deck, Topiary Stomper. It even has 3 copies of Jewel Thief, limited all-star, to make sure that it can get to where it wants to go. We see a copy of Jewel Thief in the graveyard already, getting that treasure, and we see a Titan of Industry in hand that in 2 turns is going to be able to come down.
There's the Sarah Paragon here from OKI Scoop. Going to cast Liliana of the Veil back from the graveyard if it's not dealt with right now.
That's right. Yeah, getting back Liliana with Sarah Paragon is certainly a big selling point, but it looks like we're going to have a Meat Hook Massacre for 4 to be able to clear it off the board. That 4th toughness on Sarah Paragon is so important with things like Lightning Strikes coming back into the format.
And also that Jewel Thief treasure giving Meat Hook Massacre the extra it needed to deal that 4th point of toughness.
Absolutely. Phyrexian Missionary for 4 mana is going to be able to regrow that Sarah Paragon. It did delay this Titan of Industry for a turn, by the way. This Gloom Shrieker is probably going to get back the Jewel Thief because we didn't end up playing a comes into play tapped land, which we may have had to do had we not had an extra mana. Because next turn, 6 lands plus the treasure means Titan of Industry, and that allows Noble to be able to play the Ziatora's Proving Ground. Sarah Paragon comes back into play, gets to rebuy the Obscura Storefront. I love these Capenna fetch lands in this standard with things like Sarah Paragon and Soul of Windgrace. They're so important.
This looks like Noble Murloc is content with not casting Titan of Industry, just wants to get that Meat Hook Massacre to kill Sarah Paragon once again, because it's going to be a major problem. It's like a Luris type card for Sarah Paragon to stay on the battlefield.
Yeah, being able to rebuy a Liliana is so huge. Being able to just get incidental value off of the Spirited Companion is just enormous. And being able to untap with Sarah Paragon is incredibly valuable. Good attack there, though. Being able to keep both creatures alive, deal a little bit of damage, and still get off a Meat Hook Massacre is a pretty big deal.
Yep, his creature does get exiled because it was.
That's what Gloom Shrieker does.
Gets exiled when it exits. But here's an AO the Dawn Sky followed by a Reckoner Bankbuster. OKI Scoop's card advantage isn't going anywhere.
Yeah, getting rid of the Paragon completes the engine, but certainly a very good follow up from OKI Scoop.
Speaking of very good follow ups, Titan of Industry killing the Bankbuster is an amazing follow-up as well. I'm not even sure if Titan of Industry wants to block the AO, though, because AO has the chance of getting another Sarah Paragon from the top of the library.
Absolutely, yeah. AO just a glorified more copies of Sarah Paragon at this point.
AO might as well be collected company at this point.
Yeah.
Here we go, Liliana getting rid of this 4/4. And, maybe there's another copy of Liliana in the hand to sacrifice the Titan of Industry. Doesn't look like that's the case. I'm actually surprised AO didn't attack. Because, it's not like Titan wants to block that card anyway.
Right.
And then Liliana's going to get the sacrifice to AO. Watch this. Just watch it. It's going to be Sarah Paragon. It's inevitable.
Well, it has to be. I mean, the odds of it not being Sarah Paragon are 0.
Have to be
well,
0.
It's 50-50. It either is or it isn't.
Oh, yeah, that's the right math.
Yeah. So, but 7 cards is so many to look through. And there are lots of good hits in this deck.
That is 2 Spirited Companions.
Okay, draw 2 cards.
I mean,
that's fine. He's going to untap and have 6 cards in hand against Noble Murloc's 1. That's pretty good. I don't mind that at all. So the Titan is going to shut off the Liliana on the other side of the board. The Tenacious Underdog is just going to get a little bit of chip damage in. Oh, never mind. Here comes the Wandering Emperor, putting a damper on all of the plans.
Yep.
Oh, never mind. We accidentally made a 2/2. So
okay.
The Liliana is going to die.
Was that an accident? That had to be an accident. Was it an accident?
Well, he said oops. He said oops as an emote.
Okay.
So if it wasn't an accident, then it's a BM. So I'm going to guess that it's an accident.
Okay, it's an accident.
But in either case, it's not that much of an accident. The 2/2 is going to be able to take out the other Liliana, and then you're still able to remove the Titan in the main phase, and you're now at 5 cards in your hand.
Exactly.
So I'm happy with how that turned out.
Was it a BM?
I don't know.
I don't even know.
I don't think so. He said it was an accident. I think you'd rather have 2 Lilianas on the board than none if you're in OKI Scoop's seat. So here we have Tenacious Underdog coming back from the graveyard yet again. Being able to mitigate the life loss on Tenacious Underdog with the Meat Hook Massacre is such a huge deal. We have another copy of the Wandering Emperor to put an end to those shenanigans. But the follow-up is going to be a 6/6 Trampler, which is pretty good.
Defiler of Vigor. That is a card that is barely ever played in Standard, as far as I'm concerned right now, but we'll see how good it does today. I mean, who knows how good it was earlier on in the tournament? We haven't covered this deck yet. Absolutely.
This is a one-of in this deck, but it's an extremely powerful hit off of Storm the Festival, and you want to have varied threats when you have Storm the Festival as your archetype. As we see, Archangel of Wrath is going to be the play this turn. Archangel of Wrath and Sarah Paragon are 2 of the highest win rate cards in Limited for Dominaria United. So it's good to see them getting some love in Standard as well.
Can you just keep spitting out facts like that? I love facts like that.
Listen, I'm nothing if not a pile of useless trivia. I didn't explain where the transatlantic accent went.
You didn't, actually.
So stupid.
All right, well, when we get to a situation where there's a boring match, which there won't be, then we can talk about it.
Exactly. Radio's dead and television's the box they buried it in.
Calculated. All right, Shield Dred's going to happen. They're going to take 2. It's going to take 2 damage to use Reckoner Bankbuster. Field of Ruin is going to target
the red source.
It can be brought back with Sarah Paragon, so
yeah.
The red source looks like it's just there to kick the Archangel, but
yeah, that's all it's there to do. Still relevant, if all it's there to do is deal 2 damage and gain 2 life, it's fine to have a Sundown Pass and 2 Haunted Ridges in your deck. That's not too bad.
Here we go. Storefront, draw a card, lose 2 life. Not like you're scared about losing life with a 4/5 lifelinker on the board.
Yeah. The incidental life gain and drain from Shale Dread heavily mitigated now.
I was actually I was actually talking on my podcast about the importance of incidental life gain, because there's a lot of cards that just randomly burn you. Graveyard Trespasser being one. Shale Dread burns you. The pain lands are painful, for lack of a better term. There's a lot of cards that kind of punish you for not having a life gain, and incidental life gain / lifelink on cards goes a long way. Meat Hook Massacre gains life, so Wandering Emperor even gains life. So it's important to have that stapled onto a creature or onto a different
Absolutely.
card.
I like the Defiler in a deck that has Sheoldred, expecting a lot of Sheoldred mirrors, because it's able to grow your Sheoldred to kill. Well, I guess it has Death Touch, but it's able to stand in front of a Soul of Windgrace as well, which is another important 5-power creature.
Sheoldred being a 5/6, getting buffed by the Defiler Vigor is pretty strong. It doesn't like this Archangel Wrath is going the distance. We've already talked about in this stream so far that we've already talked about the importance of flying, but a flying lifelinker is even better.
Yeah. Flying Lifelink is pretty darn good, but also Flying Vigilance Legendary Dragons quite good. I would not be surprised to see more copies of Junji and Ao and all the rest coming through, as Graveyard Glutton is going to ping at least for one, and then the flyers are going to provide the rest.
Yep, and yeah, nothing that Noble Murloc can do about this, especially the rise of Ao the Dawn Sky and Junji are really strong because Vanishing Verse is no longer in the format. The card's rotated, so that opens the door for cards like that to be prevalent in the format.
Absolutely. So a bunch of Meathook Massacres, Tear Asunder coming in to mitigate that graveyard trigger. Another copy of Nemata joining the fray as well.
I like Nemata. I think it's like pretty underplayed right now. It should probably be played in the Jund lists. It is basically a Kalitas, if anyone follows Magic knows what that card is. It's a Kalitas 3/4 lifelinker. Every time you kill an opponent's creature, it gets exiled instead. If you kill a non-token creature, it gets exiled, and you make a 2/2 zombie, and it's a 3/4 lifelinker. This card is pretty similar. Every creature your opponent controls is exiled instead, but you instead make a 1/1 instead of a 2/2 zombie, but it also has another ability as well. So it's pretty similar to Kalitas, and it's really a really good top end in a mid-range deck like this. It's legendary, so you probably only need one or two of them in the 75. You can also play Sheoldred, so both really strong cards to play. I like it. I like that card a lot.
Absolutely. One card I wanted to talk about that is in this Golgari mid-range deck, by the way, he has one copy of Bouncer's Beatdown. You think you could tell me what Bouncer's Beatdown does?
I have no clue.
Bouncer's Beatdown's a great one. Bouncer's Beatdown is 2 generic and a green uncommon from New Capenna, but it costs 2 generic less to cast if it targets a black permanent. It deals X damage to target creature or planeswalker, where X is the greatest power among creatures you control. Then if it would die, you exile it instead. This is
it's a green card?
It's a green card. This is a great answer to Tenacious Underdog. 1 mana green ant. If you play an underdog and they play an underdog, yours you can do the beatdown on theirs and exile it. That's huge. Not only that, but it can also target planeswalkers, stray Lilianas that ticked up if you play a Sheoldred or something, or if you have a Topiary Stomper. That's just, man, good gravy. That's a good card.
What happens if you just remove the highest power creature, or the creature you relied on to stay on the battlefield, in response to the green spell? That feels real bad.
That feels real bad. If you only have 1 creature on the battlefield and then you cast Beatdown and they respond by killing it, that's not going to go well for you. But if you have 2 creatures on the battlefield and one's a 4/4 and one's a 3/2, and they kill the 4/4, you still get the effect. You don't have to target your own creature with it.
Oh, it says greatest power creature on the battlefield?
That you control.
Okay,
yeah.
You control.
The only target is the opponent's creature.
Okay. Well, we see the game plan enacted from Noble Murloc here, getting that Topiary Stomper on the board. Ramp is a very important part of this strategy. So it's like a Golgari mid-range ramp deck, similar to like the old historic Sultai ramp decks with Uro. It's a mid-range deck, but you just a big aspect of the deck is ramping.
Absolutely. As we see a turn 2 companion and a turn 3 wedding announcement, getting that mid-range Orzhov plan down. This turn's going to be another Topiary Stomper after we drew a land, so that's going to turn on these Topiary Stompers next turn.
I like this a lot because it holds up the Terra Sunder for the wedding announcement. I don't know if I like casting at sorcery speed here. It's not like OKS Scoop. The only thing you're giving OKS Scoop here is just information that it's going to get removed. So they might actually change their play based on that. I would much like to see it in the second main phase right before end step.
And there's a Sarah Paragon off the top. We are going to get a turn 5 Titan of Industry after our turn 3 and turn 4 Terra Stompers. That's pretty good. Pretty good.
Yep,
we're going to get in for 8.
That is a huge attack. Topiary Stomper, 7 lands in play, get to attack and block now. Sarah Paragon can't bring anything back out of the graveyard because Terra Sunder exiles. We have a AO, the Dawn Sky coming down. Now it's a matter of, oh my goodness, that's the Storm the Festival off the top. We're jamming it. Cruelty of Gix, Workshop War Chief, Namada, that notably exiles, so if you kill AO and AO blocks, it will get exiled and not trigger.
Namada, War Chief, and Cruelty of Gix all are great hits.
Cruelty of Gix gets to hit a card out of the hand as well. It gets to hit the nothing out of the hand.
I mean, that's kind of a win, right?
I mean, information's power. AO's gonna block and get exiled.
Yeah, I don't know if
I don't know if they realize.
I don't think OKI Scoop has a choice. I think that that this is going to be a feel bad sad, but I don't think there's a choice but to trade your 5-mana dragon and get rid of the cool thing it does in order to not die. But he saw the writing on the wall.
I think every Timmy in Magic just rejoiced right now and how that matchup played out.
That game was a beatdown. I mean, the goal of the deck is to turn on Topiary Stomper as fast as possible. So if you get 2 of them and get to 7, you get it on turn 5. And if you get to 7, you get a Titan of Industry, which is the best big creature that we have access to. So Stomper removal, and Titan is, I mean, good. That's the best that you can hope for.
Agreed. Now we're gonna see with OKI Scoop on the play, seeing if the ramp plan of Noble Murloc on the draw is going to be a little bit too slow. But if you're going to play a matchup on the draw, having ramp is one of the best ways to turn it into your favor.
Yeah. Yeah, there's some interesting options from this Orzhov mid-range deck. Extract the Truth is in the sideboard as additional discard. You know, there's a lot of... This game wants to go long. This game wants to delay until Sarah Paragon can take over, till you can kick an Archangel of Wrath, until the wedding announcements can flip. This is almost a control deck. There are a lot of great ways for this deck to be able to control the game until such a point that it can take over.
I actually think that this is probably the best possible situation for Noble Murloc. OKI Scoop does nothing, and then we have Cruelty of Gix on turn 4.
That's pretty good. That is quite potent. Cruelty of Gix on turn 4. What are we hoping to hit? Probably an AO, the Dawn Sky.
AO, the Dawn Sky, Junji, Sarah Paragon that they didn't want to cast yet to play around removal. And also, not only that, but Cruelty of Gix gets to search another card next turn to keep the wheels turning, and also reviving whatever they hit off of this Cruelty of Gix. If it's an AO, the Dawn Sky, that means that Noble Murloc has access to it. Now that the Wandering Emperor comes down, he knows to not attack with the underdog to get it exiled.
Right. Good information. Oh, he's just still going to attack.
All right, that's fine too. If it was me, I think I'd take the Sarah Paragon because Cruelty Vix can bring it back to your board, and you can start bringing back your own Jewel Thieves and Topiary Stompers if they die.
Yeah, having the Wandering Emperor in the graveyard is... I mean, it's not my favorite. I guess OKI Scoop would rather... I mean, it's a lose-lose, but he would rather Noble Murloc have a Wandering Emperor than his own Sarah Paragon.
Now we have a Soul Transfer here in the hand. Sarah Paragon cannot bring back the land yet, but it can get a 1/1 counter, which protects against Meathook Massacre. Meathook Massacre would be able to kill it. We can search any card.
We can get any card.
Any card.
I'm assuming it's a Storm the Festival. Like, that's the deck we are. Although it could be a removal spell.
Could just be Terra Sunder, It could be...
Yeah, to get rid of the Paragon?
Yeah, if it was me, I think I would have just discarded the Paragon, but we're in a different spot in the game now. We have interesting to see a Renin 7 with no Asika's Chariot in the format, but it does help you get to your Storm the Festivals if you mill them, and this is a ramp deck, so you can cast it out of the grave.
Absolutely, and it's a great answer to all these flyers he's facing down. It's just a good, solid card. Might not be the best card ever, but yeah, goes and gets a Titan of Industry, which is going to be able to come down next turn. This is going to take out one of the red sources, which is not super relevant, but it's something.
Like, what is Titan of Industry going to do? Like, there's Soul Transfer in the hand already?
Yeah, I'm not sure I love getting Titan here. I think I would rather had Storm the Festival and cast it.
Well, maybe it's just like a bait of the Soul Transfer to try to just use it on something. +1/+1 on the Sarah Paragon, attack him with Sarah Paragon. Next turn, Noble Murloc gets to play a land, kill the Wandering Emperor, and cast Meathook Massacre for 6, killing the Paragon.
Okay. I buy that. And then we just have Titan of Industry as backup. I think I still want Storm the Festival, though, but it's close. I mean, Titan is the best thing that you can cast with your mana at the big mana ranks, but certainly feels like I would have rather have stormed.
Right now, Meathook Massacre is like best possible, but also I don't like the utilization of the Cruelty of Gix. Like, you didn't bring anything back.
Yeah. Yeah, there was nothing to bring back. So first things first, clear out the Wandering Emperor, clear the board with Meathook Massacre, and we are back to board parity. We know that our opponent only has Soul Transfer, Takanuma, and a mystery card in hand. And the life totals are 22-10. So, I mean, not the greatest, but not the worst. And our plan was always to play this Titan later anyway.
With 8 mana available, perfect for Workshop Warchief and Topiary Stomper to come down.
Why did the mana tap like that?
Because they could cast both spells anyway.
Oh, I hate it. I hated seeing all of those forests get tapped. It made me so mad. It's like, why would the auto tapper do that?
Now
my hand is nothing but green
transfer
cards. Why
here.
are you leaving a swamp untapped?
It's
fine though.
I think Noble Murloc's doing the best thing. They're trying to get the Soul Transfer to be used.
Yeah. The ideal scenario is make our opponent cast Soul Transfer before this Titan happens. I don't think that he's going to take the bait. It looks like
an Archangel of Wrath that's going to come back down and plus again and add more flyers.
Yep.
And then what's going to happen is he's going to play the Titan and then it's going to get Soul Transferred. So I really like this play from OK Scoop.
Yeah. The Archangel comes down, doesn't even need to be kicked, and prevents lethal.
Oh my.
Oh, keep it. Okay. That's a great top deck. Yeah, now the rubber band is on the other claw. Now the problem is we didn't get anything on the board. So I don't know what I thought. OKI Scoop was going to play that 4-3 or the 3-4.
I don't think Noble Murloc doesn't need to get anything on the board. But OKI Scoop notably didn't play the Archangel last turn. If he did, then Noble Murloc would be like almost dead. There's a second Titan.
Oh,
now the Soul Transfer doesn't do anything, and Noble Murloc can go to 1 life, but it's not dead. Also, Titan can just gain life and make a 4/4.
Yeah, I think gain life, make a 4/4 is the play. Just in case there's another Archangel off the top.
Yep. Wow.
Wow, he's going to sneak this game through.
Oh my goodness. There have been if there's anything we've learned about Standard today is that there's really good games of Magic.
Yeah. super swingy. It's looked like players have had things well in hand until, I mean, not even Titan of Industries or Archangel of Wraths off the top. It's been, Terra Sunders. It's been timely, specific planeswalkers and removal and, role-playing creatures that have completely turned the tides of battle. Not just haymakers like the Meat Hook Massacre and Titan of Industry, but it's been a ton of fun to see these battles, and these battles also are occurring on the battlefield as opposed to like on the stack or at the end of the turn, and so they feel epic, and it's much better gameplay.
Yep, exactly. Soul Transfer gets to get the Wandering Emperor back, which is interesting. It does gain some life. So instead of exiling Titan of Industry, they want the Wandering Emperor.
Yeah, I get that. I think that at this point in the game, the
oh my
life
gosh,
gain
there's a dig up. You can search for any spell now.
So dig up is
Does it like the duress in this deck or something?
Well, we've got Cruelty of Gix.
Oh wait, that does take the Emperor out of the hand.
Would take the Emperor if the Emperor didn't play it. Terra
Sunder. Emperor can exile the Titan of Industry and go to 11, but there is more than 11 damage on board.
Left over. Yeah, 13 power left over. The Wandering Emperor is not going to be able.
Holy moly.
Yeah. Big, beefy green creatures. A Timmy's dream. This this deck is very cool. And kudos to OK Scoop for making the top 8, and well done to Noble for the victory.
Yep, and we are going to see if Lord Kaiju is still playing. I'm not sure if he is or not. But yes, that was as much of a smashing as you can ask for.
It was great. Both that went to game 3. Like, all the decks got to do what they wanted to do. It just was that second game in particular was just a reckoning. That second game of turn 5 Titan after 2 Topiary Stompers and a removal spell, that is, you can't draw it up any better than that.
Yep.
This game was a little bit of back and forth, but ultimately we got, the bigger, there's always a bigger fish, and the biggest fish ended up winning.
And there's another big fish here already up a game. And guess what that is? The Storm the Festival deck wins again. So both Storm the Festival decks in the top 8 win in top 8, and they both make top 4.
Okay. Yeah, so again, we're looking for ways to go way over the top.
Yep.
If your base rate is Sheoldred, then you need to go way over the top of that. Titan of Industry already locks you into green. Storm the Festival plus things that are supported by Storm the Festival is a great direction to head in. Yeah, I think that Storm the Festival in 5 drops, backed up by Terra Sunder and whatever removal it is that you want to have, is definitely an excellent avenue to go through. The Golgari mid-range decks have so many different options. We talked about how many options the mono black decks have. When you add green, look at these green-black decks and tell me that they're anything remotely similar. Like, we just watched Topiary Stomper and Jewel Thief. You can go in the Fable of the Mirror Breaker traditional direction. You could go in the fight rigging shakedown heavy direction. There are so many ways to go with this green-black based mid-range strategy.
Yeah, and the cool part is like they almost all go over the top in a different way. We saw the Defiler Vigor. We saw the Storm the Festival into the Renin 7. We saw the ramp into Titan of Industry, dig up in Terra Sunder.
Yeah.
We've seen almost every way you can go over the top in green-black colors. We've seen the Cruelty of Gix, bringing back like in a reanimation style for the Jund decks. We've seen There's just a bunch of different directions you can go. There's just always, you know, a couple cards that are similar, and that's probably the Meathook Master, right?
Right. I am personally, like, I don't know. I have a weak spot for decks that cheat things into play. So this fight rigging shakedown heavy deck really speaks to my soul. You know, Fable of the Mirror Breaker plus Cruelty of Gix and then fight rigging plus shakedown heavy is a bunch of ways to cheat Titans of Industry into play. Then you add Storm the Festival to that to get all of those pieces into play. That speaks to my soul in a way that makes me feel like I'm almost playing like Sneak and Show in Standard.
Yeah.
It makes me that one tickles my fancy. But the myriad number of ways that you can go in are endless.
Yeah, and I just got word that Lord Kaiju has lost in the top 8. The undefeated lost to the 8th place.
Tough luck.
That was the Urtai legendary Esper deck that I really loved. Lord Kaiju is a member of DGen Gaming. Type in !DGen in the chat if you want to see everyone in DGen Gaming. Ali Eldrazi, CovertGoBlue, myself, Jaffer, many others. Astral's Flame. Lord Kaiju is one of them as well. If you want to go follow him on Twitch or Twitter, go ahead and do that. Awesome Magic player, as you can see, making the top 8 of this tournament. Tough luck in top 8 for Lord Kaiju. But we are going to go into the top 4. Pairings are being announced right now. Do you have who made the top 4?
I don't know how to find this. How do I get the top 8 from my Swiss here?
I believe it is Mark Coretta playing Jund midrange, Philip Marr playing Esper midrange, Scott Spurlock playing Golgari midrange, and then Benjamin Marco playing Rakdos midrange. So it seems like a midrange meta with some going over the top strategies. Jund, Esper, Golgari, and Rakdos, all 4 different decks. The decks that lost in top 8, Esper midrange from Lord Kaiju, Jund midrange from Magic Beard, Orzhov midrange from Scott Sawyer, and then Mono Black from Brina Muniz.
Yeah, I think that the mid-range descriptor is sadly lacking in what is actually going on here. But typically, I mean, traditionally mid-range denoted, you know, we play 3 and 4 mana creatures. That is what mid-range kind of denoted once upon a time. Everyone's playing Sheoldred. Everyone's playing, 4 mana spells. I think that we are existing in a time where, creatures are so good that all of the mid-range strategies are able to have their time in the sun.
Yep. What could be a thing that a mid-range strategy can do to kind of like beat the other mid-range decks? I would think that Lord Kaiju's deck with the Urtai, with the counterspells, with a little bit of interaction with the Thalia, would be able to push it past the decks that are going a little bit bigger.
Yeah, well, traditionally, mid-range has issues with hard control. And so if the types of mid-range decks become a little bit more homogenized, allowing the control decks to sort of focus their removal packages and focus what they're doing, then the hard control decks would be able to come out of the woodwork. The things that play, 6 mana draw spells and brain geyser effects, and they try to ticky tack 1 for 1 until they're able to hammer something down. Those types of decks are traditionally the answer to the mid-range decks. And so in that vein, these mid-range decks do go very, very, very far over the top, right? They've got 6 and 7 mana spells with Storm the Festival and Titan of Industry. At that point, cards like Make Disappear become very good. And so perhaps it is time for a blue-based control deck to be able to try to come out from the woodwork.
You also get cards like Wandering Emperor still, March of Otherworldly Light still. You get big over-the-top white cards. We have a couple sweepers still in the format. Even though destroying isn't as good and you want to exile things, there's a bunch of exile removal. We also have the mass exile removal card, the temporary lockdown card. We also have the 6 mana enchantment, that the domain card that exiles, that can be as little as 1 mana, that you can use in like a 3-color control deck, maybe blue white X, that also has a bunch of 3-color lands in it to make that card a lot cheaper. There's a lot of things you can do. It's just a matter of, can you close the door fast enough for when your opponent inevitably top decks another one of their haymakers. There's a bunch of really good counterspells. Make Disappear is a good counterspell. Urtai's Scorn is a good counterspell in this format. If your opponent casts 2 or more spells in the same turn, it costs 1 less blue mana, so it's a 2 mana counter any spell, which is like a regular counterspell. But it's also just a cancel, a double blue and 1 to counter a spell. So there's a lot of tools. It's just a matter of like how much life gain does blue-white control have now to mitigate playing against Graveyard Trespasser, and what are the answers that they can play to consistently deal with Shieldred? I think that's gonna be where control has to be.
Yeah, I agree with all of that. And you also, and once it heads in that direction, once these mid-range decks get so heavy, once these control decks start coming out of the woodwork, that's when the Esper deck that is so good at mitigating any of the control strategies really shines. If you pack your deck full of 4 and 5 mana spells and then your opponent goes Thalia into Adelaide, well, that's not great.
Go ahead.
I was just going to add that I don't think that we've seen the best build of anything with Leyline Binding yet, which is, of course, a premier removal spell. And there is still those red aggro decks, and I think that Shivan Devastator is looming on the horizon, waiting for its time to shine.
And I think when that deck does shine is when people will start, after people start going to blue-white control, blue-white X control to start to beat these mid-range decks. Then what beats the blue X control decks? That's the Shivan Devastator.
Yeah, absolutely.
Here we see a Make Disappear. What were we just talking about? Maybe Gotcha here is ahead of the curve with Make Disappear on Fable the Mirrorbreaker. Someone in chat said that Destroy Evil is a card that kills Shieldred and Fable the Mirrorbreaker. So it has that modal use to it, so maybe that's the card that Control uses in the format. We see a double Tenacious Underdog here, which can put a lot of pressure on Gotcha. Maybe there's a Wandering Emperor or something here. Yep, there it is.
Yep. Yeah, Gotcha's Esper build is a lot more traditional control elements, and certainly not as aggressive with the Wandering Emperor and Make Disappear. The big top end card that we're going to see, perhaps not right now. It depends on how they feel. But the big top end thing here is going to be Ao the Dawn Sky. Here we see a first Striking Knight token. And there's the AO. Look at that, just in time.
Just in time to be really good here, actually, right?
Yeah, extremely good. There's not a lot that Benjo has going for him right now.
There's a land, at least, to be able to Takenuma back a way to remove AO or just any other thing that's just a playable card right now. Underdog's not going to do anything here. AO has Vigilance, and then that means in 3 turns, Benjo might just die to this AO.
Yeah, I mean, this is a very fast clock with Wandering Emperor ticking up, AO in play, and no recourse for Benjo to be able to do anything about it. Gotcha has a lot of tools at his disposal as well. 3 copies of Make Disappear to protect anything that could be threatening this Air Force.
There's a Wedding Announcement. A lot of really valuable cards here in Gotcha's deck. That permanence to create more permanence is a little bit of a theme that we're seeing here. Wandering Emperor is a removal spell that also makes more permanence. Wedding Announcement makes more permanence and is also a permanent. These cards that specifically play around your mono black opponents playing Invoke Despair are very important. Invoke Despair on AO, if you sacrifice it, gets you more value even after you sacrifice it, so that's important. Also, Make Disappear, being able to counter the Invoke Despair or counter anything else that mono black can be playing. I think mono black will continue to be a archetype that you have to build your deck around. So it's more of about how you can build your deck around beating mono black while also beating the other mid-range decks.
Yes. I agree. And also, Mono Black is going to evolve and change. We've talked about it a couple times today, where that deck can take so many different forms. It can take more of a control deck form with more discard. Concealing Curtains and Pilfer are both still cards in this format that players could have access to. So I don't think that that this tournament is the death knell for Mono Black. This is it is nice that there are things that are able to be played even if it exists.
Yeah, and you might even have to change up the way that you play Mono Black a little bit, because people are prepared for Liliana and Vote Despair now. You might have to switch up the build. And the good thing about Mono Black is so versatile that you can basically do anything, right?
Yeah. It has so many different tools. I don't know that Liliana is the direction you want to be in right now with all of these wedding announcements and legendary dragons. I mean, I can't really think of when Liliana's been great today.
Liliana hasn't been amazing, but it also hasn't been terrible, I think.
Yeah.
I mean, here we go. Here's a second
I think it's replaceable, is my point. I think that of the 3-mana cards we've seen today, Graveyard Trespasser has certainly outclassed Liliana. There have been so many good wedding announcements.
Fable the Mirror Breakers.
Yep, Fable the Mirror Breakers, where the Liliana is okay. It does the job, but you're not super sad even if your opponent has one. Whereas, Shale Dread can take over a game. Graveyard Trespasser can take over a game. Even Sorin, we saw have a much better showing today, because I think that Liliana just has so big of a target on its back, and so does Invoke Despair, that you're trying to find ways to mitigate having to sacrifice a creature. You're trying to mitigate ways having to discard a card, and the ability for things like Teachings of the Kirin that we saw earlier, multiple bodies coming into play at the same time, really put a damper on Liliana of the Veil.
One thing to note about this Rakdos midrange deck that I just noticed is it's basically just Mono Black splashing Bloodtithe Harvester and Fable the Mirror Breaker.
Yep, that's all you need. I mean, we have a couple cards in our sideboard, I guess. We have a Braid and Voltaic Surge, but this deck is you're trading away the mana of a mono-colored deck in order to upgrade your to maybe one of the best 2-drops and certainly one of the best 3-drops in the format. You're not losing a ton by adding red. You're losing access to your second or third best creature in Evolved Sleeper, I guess. But right. You're gaining access to the long game in Fable of the Mirror Breaker. So I like the Rakdos build a lot better, personally.
So you're losing Evolved Sleeper, Field of Ruin, and what else are you really losing? You're losing out on more copies of Shieldred, I guess?
More copies of Shieldred or more removal. You certainly the build of mono red, or not mono red, of Rakdos midrange is much more homogenized than the builds of mono black. We were talking about one of the strengths of mono black being that you can change into so many different types of decks. Being Rakdos midrange does not afford you that. You are much more heavily dependent on Bloodtithe Harvester and Fable, and so you can't stick and move quite as much as you can with mono black. Now, that is because Rakdos gives you that sheer power of Bloodtithe Harvester and Fable of the Mirror Breaker, 2 of the best cards in Standard pound for pound. So it sort of changes you from, all right, do I want to be control? Do I want to be mid-range? Do I want to be aggro? Strategy where you can sort of change what build of mono black you are into a very focused type of deck.
Right, and when you play for Bloodtithe Harvester, for Fable the Mirror Breaker, it's not like you're doing a bad thing. They're much worth playing 3-4 copies of both of them, but you're kind of stuck into playing that mid-range deck. You can't just move towards a pretty hard control version, and you can't always move into a dedicated aggro version. You could if you wanted to. It's not necessarily bad, but you're kind of just a little more pigeonholed than you would be if you were playing mono black.
Yeah.
We see a Rafina here come down on turn 3, which is we've seen Rafina a lot today.
Yeah, That 4 toughness is huge for being able to stand in front of Graveyard Trespassers and Tenacious Underdogs. The ward is just so we say the word incidental a lot, but that ward, prevents end of turn infernal grasps and cut downs so effectively that it almost always survives. And 4 toughness for 3 mana, and then getting to connive very quickly is extremely powerful. As we see a Fable of the Mirror Breaker come down on turn 4, we decided to wait a turn on that. I think he was afraid of Make Disappear, and would rather have gotten the Unlicensed Hearse countered, which didn't happen, so we just resolved everything, and we're not unhappy to have them in play.
We'll agree here. Now, if you're gotcha here and you attack with Rafine, you gotta have like a Wandering Emperor in hand to, like, I think justify the attack, because you're taking a lot on the backswing if you're attacking with Rafine here.
Yeah, taking 5, going down to 11. I think that the loot is probably worth it, even if you don't necessarily have a great follow-up right now. What if we're not attacking with Rafine, we're just sitting back with a wall, which is not, we're not winning, we're not moving in any direction. This at least makes it a 2/5 if we want to start blocking with it. So, yeah, I don't think that there's an option except for to attack, as we discard a Wedding Announcement.
Even Sorin the Mirthless is a powerful enough card to play in Pioneer, let alone Standard. I play it in my main deck in Rakdos Midrange in Pioneer. So, like, very powerful cards here.
Graveyard Trespasser here, gonna be able to take advantage of the cut down as well. No response from the Unlicensed Hearse. Would rather get the cards out of the opponent's graveyard.
Looks like they're prioritizing getting a huge Hearse.
Yep. Cut down is a turn too late, unfortunately, to be useful in any meaningful way in the face of 2 warded creatures, neither of which can actually be targeted.
That was another reason to attack with Rafine, to get it out of cut down range, because cut down does kill Rafine.
Yep.
Oh, here we go.
So Invoke Despair is a good draw here. This is make them sack a creature, draw 2 cards. Very good. Gets around the ward. I'm super happy to draw Invoke Despair if I'm Benjo.
And here we draw the same hand, which is actually just super clunky.
2 pair, dealer. What do I win?
Yeah, exactly. What do you win?
Yeah,
nope.
Not great. This is not ideal to get another Trespasser and another Sorin. Although we are maintaining parity here. This looks like it's going to be a Wandering Emperor from Gotcha, maybe keeping up Invoked or making up Make Disappear.
Interesting to only exile the 1 card there instead of the 2 from your own grave. Still drawing 3 mana cards is really tough. Like, looks like a Wandering Emperor, but I think I'm still attacking with the 2/2 because I'm trying to cast two spells this turn. I don't want to keep the clunk in my hand for that long.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, getting the 6th mana I think would be huge. Although Sorin is fine. This is just going to be a Make Disappear, though, or a Disdainful Stroke, sure.
I definitely really liked casting 2 spells there. Even if I have to get rid of the 2/2.
Well, the good news is that this Unlicensed Hearse is keeping the Graveyard Glutton at bay for the most part. So I'm not super upset if I'm Benjo because even though my hand is clunky, I'm not getting pressured.
Yep, that makes sense. Here's Invoke Despair off the top. That's pretty much all we're asking for here. Well, yeah, that's. I mean, it's good if your opponent has Wandering Emperor. They go Wandering Emperor minus, sack the 2/2, sack the Emperor. They keep the Glutton.
Yeah, I mean, what are we hoping to do if not cast the Invoke this turn? I mean, I guess we just saw a Disdainful Stroke. We can pretty safely assume our opponent is waiting for us to attack with a Wandering Emperor, might even have a Make Disappear in hand.
I think this is an effort to double spell next turn, and they're going to cast another Sorin this turn.
Sounds like a plan.
It's like, why else would you do this play if you're not casting Sorin?
Or you could invoke Despair this turn with the new treasure token.
Well, yeah, but you also cost the mana to do that anyway. Like,
right.
You could have just kept the Reflection untapped.
Yeah, you could have just done the thing already. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what the reasoning was for that. Yeah, now you're putting the Reflection in danger of being Wandering Emperored.
Exactly. Yeah,
which is what's going to happen.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Yep. So, not great on the board as it sits.
Well, I mean, if there's one thing we got going for us here, it's that we have more spells than the opponent. Now,
yeah,
we can kill the Emperor as long as we just cast Fable and then crew it. That will kill the Emperor with attacking with both things. There's a Wedding Announcement. Fantastic draw.
Yeah. Unless they gunk up the board, which is less than ideal. But I still think I like Benjo's position.
Yeah, I like Benjo's position also. I think it could be better, but I'm not upset with it.
Yeah.
This is a perfect draw as a land. Cast Fable, attack with the Hearse, make them chump, and then go ahead and either cast like Sorin or Graveyard Trespasser afterwards. Seems like a good plan of action.
Yep. Or just do it right now.
I might just consider submitting 0. Yeah.
Doing. Yeah. No reason to exile with the Glutton.
Well, I mean, no attack here is a little interesting to me.
Yeah, just letting the Wandering Emperor run free is a little is interesting. I think that, perhaps putting the unlicensed Hearse tapped so that it opens up graveyards for a turn is not what Benjo's trying to do, I suppose. Neither player is really making a ton of moves here. I think that we've gunked up the board enough that now it's going to come down to flyers. It's going to come down to Meat Hook Massacre. So this Sorin number 2 actually ends up being probably pretty important.
Yep.
And we can still play 2 spells if we want to flip these gluttons.
I think it's getting into like a little bit of a dangerous territory for Ben, because you didn't make anything chump block to kill in response to trying to kill the Emperor last turn. You're gonna let the Wedding Announcement buff everything, which makes it even harder to attack.
So now we have a Make Disappear that has been casualtied, making it cost 4 additional mana, and so Sorin will not resolve. That is a problem. Still able to trespass, though. And now we're going to get some big attack in. Force a chump block, at least.
This definitely forces a chump block. But they might just take it because Wedding Announcement buffs everything next turn, and so you can get a better double block against the 8/8 Hearse next turn.
Yep. Yeah, he's offering the 3-for-1, but I don't think that Gotcha is going to take it. Either taking 8. Yep, taking 8. The good news, though, is another Glutton is pretty good.
Right now, because of the 6 damage taken, all of a sudden, Gotcha's in a weird place because now Benjo can just attack all. Especially if Benjo draws a 2 power or greater creature to crew the Hearse with, then they're going to just swing with 5 creatures, make them chump block with a bunch of stuff, and hopefully don't die in the backswing.
Yeah, well, the Reflection itself is going to be able to crew as well.
Oh,
so,
yeah, that's true. They don't need one. Well, I guess the
well,
reflection
you can
creature
also
and a haste underdog.
yeah, the haste creature is definitely something that can perhaps change the equation a bit. I don't know if there's enough things in graveyards for gluttons to drain in order for it to change any of the equation here.
See, this is why when you're in the position where they just cast a wedding announcement, you really, really want them to block with their 1/1s, because and that's why I didn't like the non-attack with the hearse 2 turns ago, is because you could have made the 1/1 block and possibly the Graveyard Glutton to block, but because they didn't block, they're here and they're a lot bigger.
Absolutely. I don't think an all-out attack is what's going to happen here now that we've got this reflection. We have blitzed a Tenacious Underdog into 6 open mana from Gotcha, which could signal another Wandering Emperor, particularly as he let the last one die. Or he could just not. He could just have nothing and sort of be bluffing it.
Oh, my goodness.
Or not. Well, here it is. The good news is that if this gets exiled or if this gets killed, there's at least a card draw and a main phase.
Now, one thing that Ben has going for him is that at any point in the game, if Blood Tithe Harvester is drawn, the game ends.
Yeah, the Blood Tithe Harvester, Reflection of the Mirror Breaker, Engine would very quickly mow down anything on Gotcha's side of the board. Oh, does the Blitz not trigger if it doesn't die?
Correct.
Very good. Yeah, well, never mind. He doesn't get to draw.
Oh my gosh, it's top deck city here for Gotcha. Sometimes it's just your day.
Yeah. A off the top, extremely powerful. 5 toughness thanks to the wedding announcement. Getting even bigger. This is going to be a 2-turn clock as soon as it starts being able to
right, Blood Tithe Harvester needs to be top decked immediately.
Yeah, I think that there's an Infernal Grasp, which
do you just have to kill the AO and hope nothing comes from it? Like,
I think so. I think you have to kill the AO maybe during Gotcha's upkeep,
so they don't get a creature and start attacking with it.
Yeah, so that they don't attack with it next turn.
Well,
because this might find a flyer still.
Here we go.
Yeah, spin the Wheel of Destiny, AO. I mean, could reasonably pump everybody also. Like, you've got 5 creatures in play, but I think that the goal of the deck is to find something else to put into play.
Actually, I think pumping everything is really good. Like, the 3/3s become 4/4s, and that attacks through the Glutton. The 2/2s become 3/3s, which can be pumped with the Emperor. The Graveyard Glutton gets to be a 7/7. Oh, it's 2 counters, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it's 2 counters. So the 2/2s become 4/4s and tangle with the Gluttons. The 5/5 becomes a 7/7 and tangles with everybody. We also found nothing. Oh no, we found a
Kaito.
That's okay. I'm happy with a Kaito because it's card advantage. At this point in the game, the ways to win are going to be finding answers, and if I'm drawing twice as many cards as my opponent, I'm happy.
Here we go, exiling the AO, gain a life.
Crew up.
The 2/2. I mean, I wish this had happened on like 3 turns ago, but here we are.
We're leaving everything in the graveyard.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5 attackers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 blockers. They have to block. They don't have to block a Trespasser and a 2/2, so they can go to 1.
Yeah, I'm not in love with this attack. I don't think an all-out attack is my favorite, but
if I'm going to all-out attack, it's going to be this turn because I'm at 14, which is kind of a lot. Also, nothing's back home, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 possible damage here for Gotcha. Doesn't kill him. But,
yeah.
I mean, 12 possible damage, actually, for Graveyard Glutton leaves Gotcha at 5 life after the life gain from Graveyard Glutton. Probably minusing Wandering Emperor to make a 2/2 to come back to block, and then drawing a card with Kaido. Drawing Cut Down here is amazing.
Yep, quite good. Yeah, I guess seeing the Kaito and knowing the card advantage that is coming, you know that you have to step on the gas. That is, like, that's all you can do. And so going all in there, I think, is reasonable. And now just gumming up the board again. Ooh, Meat Hook is that's a heck of a draw. So this is a
that's game, right?
Is that lethal?
You crew and then Meat Hook for 3, and then that's game 7 damage.
What
on earth just happened?
What a wild top deck! What a great top deck that is.
How upset is Gotcha right now?
Yeah, that's a rough beat. That's that's a tough one to swallow, but we'll survive and we'll move on.
Wow.
What a game. What a game. What a game. So this match does deserve to go to game 3. I really appreciate them making that a reality for us. But yeah, that's a heartbreaking last top deck. So looking at the sideboard options.
Go ahead, sideboard.
Looking at the sideboard options, this matchup does get gummed up very quickly. I would like to see the Meat Hook Massacres that are in the sideboard come back into the main deck.
Oh, that was only like a 2 of Meat Hook Massacre that he just top decked for game.
It was. A few more removal spells. I mean, I suppose it depends on what role you think you are. And I feel like we are a bit more of a control deck, honestly, because our opponent is playing so many tokens. And so I would love to see more Meat Hook Massacres. I'm not in love with Infernal Grasp, honestly, in this matchup. You do have some targets you desperately need to take care of.
Rafine,
but I definitely
Shieldred.
Yep. But I think that, late game, I want Meat Hook Massacres in this. Even though I'm a heavy creature deck, I want Meat Hook Massacres at the end of the day. This hand's great. This hand is ideal. Turn 1, turn 2, turn 3.
What more could you ask for?
This is everything we want, for sure.
Especially on a mulligan to 5.
Oh, I didn't even notice that Gotcha had to mulligan twice. Oh, no.
And there's a second duress. Yeah. Oh, no.
Another duress.
No.
So 2 wedding announcements and a cut down are our options. So we're not even going to play the Bloodtithe Harvester. We're just going to get duressed again.
Oh, no.
Yeah. And then the Traveling Carnival of Graveyard Trespassers is just going to start a trio of Trespassers are close to on their way. Well, and if there's no spell here, then they all become gluttonous. Hoo boy.
I guess the only hope here is if it's an Emperor, and then hope that there's no other really good spell. Okay, no Emperor, second Trespasser. Could be, that's not a counterspell. That means that card in hand's probably a 5-dropper, a Meat Hook Massacre. It's a land. Oh no.
Land.
2-turn clock.
Mulligan to 5, get duress twice is not ideal.
Oh no.
This is bad. I feel for this. This is a bad way to lose a
especially tournament. After the top deck lethal after you had control of the game in game 2.
Uh-huh. Yeah. This is
oh no.
Magic's a cruel game sometimes.
It really is. Also a very difficult game. All right, we get the little bit of like the salty nice from Gotcha.
Sure.
I mean,
Listen,
I mean,
if all I'm able
honestly
to do is
thing.
activate my If all that I'm able to do is activate my emotes, I'm going to activate my emotes. That's what's going to happen.
No, that's game. 9 damage.
Yeah.
Wow. What a way to end it.
Yeah.
And now Gotcha's going to do what arena players do and
rope.
And
Perfect.
rope.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we'll see. Does Gotcha do they have a stick together in their deck? What wraths could they have?
Meat hook for 3 right now. Let's go.
Perfect. Meat hook for 3 after the
tank, after the good game.
Yeah, I love it. I mean, look, our avenue to victory is to tilt our opponent. That's the way we win. But did not have it, unfortunate.
The avenue is to tilt your opponent into turning off their internet service.
That's right.
Oh my goodness.
Well, that is hard luck for Gotcha. That I feel for Gotcha there. You know, the top decked Meat Hook Massacre in game 2 into mulliganing and getting discarded out of the game in game 3. That's a tough one. That feels bad.
It does for sure. All right, do we have another match still playing here in the top 4? Let's check it. It looks like, let's see. Still checking to see if we still have our other top 4 match lined up. Doesn't look like we do.
Okay.
And the finals can start. I don't know right now who won that other match, but we are pairing up for the finals right now. Can you see it on your end?
I keep clicking the top 8 button and I can't see it. But
right. I'll check it. No worries. Let's go ahead and see what we're clicking with here in the finals. All right. It looks like we have Rakdos midrange from Benjamin Marco against Jund midrange from Mark Heredia. Looked like Jund midrange beat the Golgari ramp midrange version. So we're going to see a Rakdos midrange mirror match with a little bit of a green splash. But this green splash is a little bit more than usual green splashes. This is the Shakedown Heavy Storm the Festival.
Yeah.
This is the one that I love. Deck.
Yes, I love the Shakedown Heavy fight rigging combo. Being able to try to cheat out a turn 4 Titan of Industry. Just any time I'm able to cheat out a turn 4 Titan of Industry, I'm happy. That's what I want. I want Fable of the Mirror Breaker into Cruelty of Gix. I want fight rigging into Shakedown Heavy. That's what I love.
All right. Is that the player? Is that the Aces player we're looking at, or is that's because that's not Benjo? I kind of want to look at it from the perspective of the fight rigging player, but I don't know. But their name in Discord is different than it is on MTG Melee. By the way, if you want to get featured more often and you're playing in tournaments like this, make sure your MTG Melee name is the same as your Discord name, because I have no clue who these players are.
So Mark Heredia is our fight rigging player, who I think we watched earlier.
I just don't know what their nickname is. Their
I don't
nickname
know what their
Discord
nickname is either.
Oh, here we go. It's Heredia 7 Lucky, I'm pretty sure it is.
Okay. I'll just follow you to wherever you go.
All right, here it is. We are on to the finals. It's Rakdos midrange against Jund midrange. Fight rigging. Let's go. On it in just a minute, about 30 seconds out. They're pairing them right now. Who you got?
I mean, I've got to go with the fight rigging. I just want that deck to win, so I'm going to pick it. I mean, that last top deck series from Marco was extremely powerful. He is playing the deck of the week, or the deck of the format coming into this tournament. He's playing the Villain, which is this Rakdos, mostly mono black, but also with Blood Tithe Harvesters and Fable of the Mirror Breakers, and was able to fight through everyone knowing what he was bringing to the table. So I really like Marco's chances, but I'm rooting. My head says Marco. I'll say that. My head says Rakdos midrange is going to take it. My heart says that this Golgari midrange deck is going to take it. So
you know
it's
what?
tough for me.
I'm in the same boat as you. My head thinks Rakdos. My heart really wants this deck we're looking at to win. So we're going to watch this deck. It's the finals. Stream League 12, sponsored by CoolStuffInc.com for all the marbles. Double Storm the Festival, Titan of Industry.
This is a great sample hand for this deck. 6 mana, 6 mana, 7 mana.
Yeah,
Perfect.
I know.
And of course, the Rakdos midrange deck is a little bit more aggressive. It is able to pressure Marco. So hopefully we can get to that 7 mana. I also think it's possible that we just use this blood token here.
It's possible that we just like trade harvesters real quick and then use the blood token to try to draw into like another harvester. But we see that we give Benjo the option to trade them.
It's an attack. Sure. I'm super happy about that if I'm Mark, I think.
Well, I mean, if you're going to be happy about it, you might as well use the ability to kill the harvester, because if you're happy about the trade, then you don't want them to just go no blocks.
Right. Yeah, I suppose that's true as well. I think the information that Banjo also is okay with the trade is also valuable. As we see a Graveyard Trespasser come down, that's going to take care of the Titan that got discarded, so no craziness happening there. Pretty slow hand happening from Marco, but he at least has a play with the Sokenzan if he so chooses.
It does sound like Benjo was in the Rakdos deck, made it to the finals after being the 8th seed and sneaking in on tiebreakers.
Yep.
So it'll be crazy for the 8th seed to come back and win here in the finals.
Our 6th through 13th all had very well. Actually, our 6th place player had the best tiebreakers by far. Our 7th through 13th all had very similar tiebreakers, and being the 8th seed, I think he was only up by about 3 percentage points on the 2nd tiebreaker. So pretty close. You know, not the closest I've ever seen, but certainly pretty close.
We're probably going to see a Sokenzan here come down, making a couple 1/1s to jump block the Graveyard Glutton just in case they don't draw a spell to play. We don't
or we just keep the land. Well, we drew a 3rd Storm the Festival. Like, our only hope now is that our Storm the Festival, we have 3 Storm the Festivals. We're casting Storm the Festival for the rest of the game. We just have to hope it's good enough, right? Like, that's what we're doing.
Well, next turn we're going to Storm the Festival into some good cards, and then we're probably going to get, like, maybe we get a land off of it, or maybe we get a land for turn. Then we're going to cast Titan of Industry, and then we're going to destroy Fable of Mirrorbreaker and gain 5 life, and then go from there.
Okay. This sounds like a plan. I don't mind that world. I think that that's a good world to live in.
But that also means that Storm the Festival can't just straight up whiff.
That's true.
Here we go, 8 life.
We've built our deck for this Storm the Festival. This is the moment for you.
This is the moment.
We're at 8 life. We've got no board.
This is so
Our
stressful.
Opponent has
no,
stressful.
It's almost game.
Yeah! That's really bad. We don't like that at all.
Don't cycle it. Don't cycle it, Mark.
I don't. I think you just go to 2. Yeah. Oy, oy, oy.
Here we go. It was the land anyway.
What do we do here? So.
Cast Storm.
How do we not lose here? I guess is the more important question. Workshop War Chief has to be one of the cards, I think.
Wait. Fight Rigging plus Shakedown Heavy, and then get another Storm the Festival off the Fight Rigging? Or like, oh no, get a Titan of Industry.
Yeah, I think it's Shakedown Heavy, Fight Rigging, and hope to hit a Titan.
Here we go. Is it a Titan? It's a Cruelty of Gix. There's no Titan in the grave, though.
I don't think there's a Titan. Yeah, we got that removed, unfortunately. I think that's it.
Well, they don't necessarily have game, except for they have a haste underdog.
Okay, here's another body. This is what they need. They just need another
have
body.
the haste underdog, so it's game on board.
Yeah.
That was close. If a Titan of Industry was hit, then the game swivels onto a different axis. Well, we do see a cut down here, though. So maybe it wouldn't mattered. I don't know. But
might not have mattered.
No Titan there was enough.
Yep, no Titan there. We had already had one exiled, and we had one in hand, so unfortunate. That's why I was a little surprised that that Benjo accepted the trade for the 3/2s, honestly, was because he's so aggressive. I would have thought that wouldn't have happened, but here we are. So Pithing Needle's coming in.
Really?
Which, yeah, I mean, that's the first thing that he reached for was those Pithing Needles.
Maybe that's for Liliana or for Soren?
Yeah, Liliana, Soren...
And Reflection of Kiki-Jiki and Blood Tithe Harvester.
Reflection of Kiki-Jiki and Blood Tithe Harvester.
And Unlicensed Hearse?
Sure.
Because Hearse gets rid of the Titan of Industry that can come back off the Cruelty of Gix and also gets rid of Storm the Festival in the Graveyard. But it looks like they sided out all Titans.
Okay, weird.
Well, Mark got this far doing that same thing against Rakdos. So I mean,
that's true.
Been working for him.
Yep. I'm trying to figure out what the Pithing Needle is specifically for. It looks like it's for Liliana. That's my best guess.
My best guess is Unlicensed Hearse, but it could work both ways.
Yeah, I don't really like it as the sideboard card for this matchup. I don't think that's what I don't think the game is hinging on the activated ability. But he's played this matchup a ton, so he's the one that knows. We get a turn 1 Duress. Take out that Invoke, please. Thank you. We also have the Unleash the Inferno for later.
And we also have we have Unleash the Inferno to kill the Reflection of Kiki-Jiki.
Yes.
Especially since this underdog just came out. That's a perfect spot for them to go play a land, cast Fable, and then next turn Unleash the Inferno, kill the underdog and the Reflection.
Yep.
I love a shakedown
heavy. I love a shakedown heavy. I think that this card is so good. This is the card advantage engine in this deck. Also, we're going to be able to Unleash the Inferno, kill the token, kill the enchantment, or kill the underdog, kill the enchantment, both of which are very good. This is the best Unleash the Inferno we could hope for.
You know what I like? If they double block the Shakedown Heavy, oh my goodness, they're doing it. Double block Shakedown Heavy, and then afterwards kill one of them and kill the Fable? Okay, they didn't double block it. Oh my goodness.
It did not double block. They just took the damage.
Right.
So this is going to kill the token, kill the Fable.
Yep, and they can't
pretty
wait,
good.
And they can't wait for it because if they kill their own 2/2 in response with the cut down, then the Fable actually doesn't die. So they need to do it now.
Absolutely. That's a pretty good turn. And then the follow-up for Mark is
very
equally
strong,
as good.
Oh my goodness. The follow-up was super strong if there was another red mana, but since there isn't and you can't cast Fable plus Blood Tithe Harvester,
true.
I guess there can be a red mana off of this Shakedown Heavy draw, considering Benjo might feel pressured to give the draw.
Yeah. I feel like if you take the first 6, you're almost priced in to take the second 6, though.
Yeah, it's like you can't just change your game plan now. Like your game plan is to not have them draw cards off of it. All right, here we go.
Agreed.
Probably going to play out the Beseiju.
I would think so. Given the Storm of the Festival draw, the green mana is more important than any enchantment that Benjo could play.
I mean, I guess any land off the top that's untapped means that you can keep the Beseiju if the 2/2 isn't destroyed, but since they have cut down the Eno already, it's probably getting destroyed, so it's worth playing the Beseiju.
Yeah, I think that this leaves you so much more open especially since Chapter 2 of Fable allows you to discard whatever it is you want to discard.
Discard Blood Tithe, probably? Oh, discarding
I guess
nothing.
he's going to... I think I would have discarded the Blood Tithe there. We definitely attack with a Shakedown Heavy, and then play Shale Dread and put them in check.
Okay, so are you priced into taking another 6? No, apparently. Here it is.
Well,
Drew the untapped land, storm the festival. What do we see? Will we get a game 3? Fight rigging and Fable.
That's pretty good. I've definitely seen better Storm the Festivals, but this was pretty good.
We get another Storm the Festival and Unleash the Inferno option off of the fight rigging. I'm in for another Storm the Festival.
Yeah, for sure. I think we are... I think that we are too dug deep into a hole for Banjo to dig back out.
I think at this point in the game, the fight rigging deck has way too much go over the top power to do for Rakdos to do anything about. So I'm pretty sure the game's just over, and we're going to see a game 3, but we will see.
I mean, there's so much gas in this deck. There's so much. We're getting a free Storm the Festival. We're discarding and drawing. We get to play. That's even before we start playing spells. That's before we tap any lands. Then we also get the Shakedown Heavy trigger.
I don't think you discard anything because you want the land for the Shieldred plus Blood Tithe, or not. Oh wait, you can do that. Yeah, you can do that anyway, right? Shieldred plus Blood Tithe can still
either
be cast.
Or, yeah.
So yeah, I like the discard. All right, here we go. Shieldred, cast Blood Tithe, cast them all, do all the things. Let's go.
Yeah, just play every card you have.
There it is. What do we get? A Shakedown Heavy and
another fight rigging and perfect. Listen, if all I'm doing is playing Shakedown Heavies and fight riggings off of my Shakedown Heavies and fight riggings and Storm the Festivaling into more Shakedown Heavies and more fight riggings, this is magic I'm happy with, right? Like it's wild, but it's definitely not unfair. It's just hilarious. I love it.
Wow.
Yeah, fight rigging Shakedown Heavy was a combo that people had been talking about when New Capenna came out. Never really found its way into Standard with just New Capenna in the format. Now that the format is smaller, being able to get that sort of that combo off without many of the answers or many of the previous metagames problems is a lot more attractive. And so I'm really loving what this deck is doing.
And also I really like how this deck is constructed around Cutdown. Cutdown doesn't kill Shakedown Heavy. Shakedown Heavy has 4 toughness, so Graveyard Trespasser can't attack through it. Underdog can't attack through it. Blood Tithe Harvester can't attack through it. There's so many 3-power things that cannot attack through Shakedown Heavy, so it acts like a wall, kind of like Lovestruck Beast used to.
Yep.
Cutdown can't kill Shieldred. It can't kill Lord of Windgrace. Like, all the creatures in this deck, I feel like, are decided around the removal spells that are being played in this format.
Absolutely, yeah. The only thing that Cutdown hits is
Fable tokens.
Is the Blood Tithe Harvester, yeah.
And the Fable tokens, but that's it.
And the Fable tokens, yeah. So we kept a 2-lander. We have a very good hand.
I think you can't cast Duress this turn. I think you have to go Deathcap Glade into land Bankbuster, and then if you don't draw land, just use Bankbuster to try to draw land. I think going land Duress here is pretty greedy.
Hey, listen. We didn't get here playing safe.
Because like you're likely to see like 2-mana creatures, and then your Duress did nothing. Okay, you saw a Fable, but you can still Fable on the next turn if you wanted to.
Yeah. So we got a discard, we got a Fable.
Oh no.
Oh no. Oh no.
See what I'm saying?
All right. Come on, Mark.
Oh my goodness. Hey, you are a stinker.
We never didn't have it. I don't know what you're talking about. We always had it.
Oh my goodness. Like that's Infernal Grasp is going to kill this, but Infernal Grasp doesn't kill the second Shakedown Heavy. Right. That's a Shieldred though. You know what doesn't care about Shieldred? Shakedown Heavy. You know also doesn't care about Shieldred? Unleash the Inferno.
Well, we're going to need a third land for Unleash.
Never didn't have it.
But, I mean, I think we just play Shakedown Heavy here.
You have to.
Oh.
And if they have an artifact, plus they can use that Voltage Surge and kill the Shakedown Heavy, then, you know, they better have it.
It's going to be tough.
Yeah. They got to have Blood Tithe Harvester right now, though. That's the only way to make an artifact. Raven Man, are they going to discard? They're not
Doesn't
going to.
Look like it. Just going to
That's a
keep
land.
It.
Opponent draws a card, they lose 2 life. If they attack with Shakedown Heavy, they'll lose another life. Okay, I don't think I like that land drop. I think you just like... Well, actually, considering how Benjo played last game with the Shakedown, they would just take it, right? So I honestly think you might just need to not attack. Because they would just take it,
this is just standing back on defense for the Shale Dread for now.
And then next turn, you can unleash the Inferno. And even if there's an artifact to kill Shakedown Heavy, you can at least crew the Bankbuster to block the Raven Man.
Yep.
Raven Man's going to make them discard. Discarding Storm the Festival is good.
We've got 85 Storm the Festivals as per usual. Like, this is fine. If our opponent is only doing that, I think that we're happy. I think Marco's happy.
And here we go. Unleash the Inferno is going to happen on the Shieldred.
Yep. So that's pretty good. We drew our Pithing Needle.
And now I think we can attack with Shakedown Heavy, right?
Yes, absolutely.
And then what is Pithing Needle hitting? Raven Man?
Pithing Needle probably hits Raven Man based on it. I mean, it's in play. Like, in the dark, we would almost never call Raven Man. I don't think we even referenced Raven Man as a Pithing Needle target when we were talking about it during sideboarding.
There's the Lily, just in time.
Now we have a Lily, so, you know, at least we're playing stories where we have the Raven Man and the Liliana in play.
That is true.
Which I love.
All right.
I think now it's Liliana. I think
now you just discard, like, Pithing Needle?
Brother.
No, I guess you discard the Storm?
Yeah, if you had 5, I guess you would 5 lands. I guess you discard the Pithing Needle.
All right,
but
1 land away. All right, you call Liliana here.
I would assume that we call Liliana here, yeah.
And then
wait for them to trigger Raven Man and then draw a card. Or not.
Or draw a card now because you can draw a Blood Tithe Harvester to play. But then again, there's a any Sorcery Suite card, like second Bankbuster or anything like that, you would want to play. I guess that has to be an Unleash the Inferno discard and just like hope to draw a land off the top.
Yep. I mean, that's what our deck is designed to do. We have to just hope that we get a land off the top for our third Storm the Festival.
What about a Meat Hook Massacre?
Also good.
That card is good. I think I like drawing a card first though. Just to see if you draw the Meat Hook for 1. If this is a Meat Hook, it's going to be a punt.
Sure. We're fine with them using the Surge on that.
Not a Meat Hook Master, but it's a land!
Not a Meat Hook. It is a tapped land, but we can't play it because of the Raven Man.
Because of Raven Man, yep. Raven Man acting as another Liliana here.
Oh boy.
So I think Mark just has to hope to spike an untapped land or a Meat Hook Massacre.
Yep. That's what we got. That's the play. We're either...
That's not either one of those. One more draw at it?
Yep, we got one more shot.
Game 3. That's a tap land.
Oh, gross.
Oh my.
It's too bad.
It's not game over though.
Nope. Not yet.
Because of the 1 life gain and this 1 blocker. That's the land. Well,
yeah.
We made a treasure token off the Bankbuster so we can afford to discard the Swamp, cast Storm the Festival, get Fight Rigging plus Shakedown Heavy. Fight Rigging gets another good spell because we can't gain life anymore because we cited out all the Titan Ministries.
Yep.
What can they even get?
I think that
like Meat-Hook Massacre is like even better than casting Thorn the Festival next turn, I think.
Yeah. Nemata would be a good one. Workshop War Chief gains life. Yeah, there's not a ton.
It's got to be Meat-Hook.
It's got to be Meat-Hook, I think.
That's a fight rigging. That doesn't do anything. It's got to be Storm the Festival. Another fight rigging into
and a bunch of lands.
A life gain card. And that's not going to be good enough.
Nope. Wow, not a lot of great. That's just BM from your own deck showing you 4 untapped lands in your fight rigging.
That was also just how powerful Ravenman was there.
Yeah. Listen, I think that Ravenman is a Tenacious Underdog gets all the credit, but Ravenman really does just put the hammer down on games. This is a one of in this Rakdos midrange deck. It's extremely powerful and basically took over this game.
Wow. And Rakdos midrange wins Stream League 12, sponsored by CoolStuffInc.com. Congratulations to Benjo sliding into 8th place on Breakers and taking over the top 8.
Yep. I think that if you had told me before this tournament that Rakdos midrange would win, I would not have been surprised.
Oh yeah, me neither.
I think that if you had told me in round 3, through the end of the Swiss rounds, that Rakdos midrange would win, I would have been surprised. Up to that point, it felt like the cards of the tournament were Plaza of Heroes, Tear Asunder, things that are good, Wedding Announcement, things that are good against this black mid-range deck. And then, lo and behold, it's the Ravenman, it's Liliana, it's Bloodtithe Harvester, it's Shale Dread that comes out on top.
Yep. And I agree. Could not agree more. I want to give one last shout out to the sponsors of the stream. Number one, CoolStuffInc.com. You can get anything at the store, save 5% off by using code James5 at checkout. Ultra Pro, 70 years of safe storage. They've been around for 70 years. Get their stuff. 5% off of Ultra Sleeves by using code DGen at checkout. Card Hoarder for all of your card hoarder / magic online needs. TCG Showdown, where you can battle against your friends for money. Untap.gg to get the best deck tracker and meta stats in the game, and also use the overlay that I have on this stream. Also, you can beef up your MTG Arena account by using mtgcodes.com by using code DGen for 10% off. And you can even save 20% off of Rogue Energy by using code James5 at checkout. Thank you once again to you, Monster Ruby, the one and only, and Cool Stuff Inc. for sponsoring this stream. Have a good rest of your day, everybody. And once again, big congratulations to Benjo W for sneaking into the top 8 and taking down the top 8 of Stream League 12 with Rakdos Midrange. Take care, everyone, and we'll see you next time.